With John Carl. And, you know, John Carl, we're hearing Donald Trump say terms that we've heard a lot when it comes to this indictment, things like this is a pile-on. He's calling this ridiculous. We are also hearing that he does hopefully plan to address the media after his court appearance today. Do you think we might hear some of that same kind of rhetoric?
I mean, I think what you're going to hear is what we've heard from Donald Trump really since the start of his third presidential campaign. This is a campaign that he has described as a campaign of retribution. He is running against prosecutors, against the FBI, against the Justice Department, every bit as much as he is running against President Joe Biden or any of his Republican rivals for the Republican nomination. But I am told, for all that Trump wants to project calm and confidence and playing golf in the morning before going to this arraignment, one person very close to Trump described his attitude as livid. He is angry at this indictment, although he certainly knew today was coming after he received the target letter now more than 2 weeks ago, knowing that he would ultimately be indicted. They had actually, for months, thought that he would avoid charges on January 6th. And now he's faced with this. And if you look at the political calendar, we have a couple of dates that we already know that have been set. The trial for the New York case, the hush money payments is scheduled for March, right in the middle of the Republican primaries. The trial in the classified documents case, the other special counsel federal indictment, is scheduled for May 20th of next year. In other words, a trial that will take place right before Republicans gather in Milwaukee for the Republican convention. And now, you know, we have no idea what the schedule ultimately will be on this case. But the bottom line is that he is going to be spending as much time fending off these legal challenges in the coming year as he is campaigning. And he is livid about this. He is angry about this. And that's why I think you have seen a campaign that has come together that looks a little bit like a campaign to stay out of prison, as much as it looks like a campaign to recapture the White House.
Yeah, I do think the calendar clearly is going to be problematic for the former president as he is trying to run for president again, as you mentioned. And today he'll be seeing a magistrate judge. It'll be really interesting, John, to see when the next court date is set. We should learn that today, right?
Well, we'll certainly know the next court date. I don't know what we're going to learn in terms of an actual trial date. If you talk to people close to Trump, you know, he's got a multi-pronged strategy on this case. It's an emerging strategy because there's not much of a legal team on this case. I mean, John Lauro, who was brought in as the lead counsel on this, has been working for Trump for just since that target letter came in. So in other words, less than 2 weeks. And it seems like he has spent almost as much time on television as he has spent with his clients, so he's got to get up to speed on this case. Todd Blanche, the other attorney who will be sitting next to him at the defense table at that arraignment, let's not forget, he's the lead attorney on both the New York case and on the classified documents case. So, you know, how much time can he actually spend on this is a question. But the emerging strategy is to say that the president was exercising his free speech rights on January 6th and in the weeks and days before January 6th. This is really, he's being prosecuted for free speech. We'll see how that case goes. Most legal scholars say that's not the strongest defense. He'll also argue that he was following the advice of counsel, that he had you know, the special counsel Jack Smith has pointed out all the people that told Trump that he lost the election and that it was time to pack it in. His own lawyers in the White House, the Justice Department, officials at the Department of Homeland Security, his campaign team. But he will point to that he had other outside advisors, people like Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell, who were telling him the opposite, who were telling him the election was stolen, and that he can still overturn it through schemes like getting the vice president to stop the certification on January 6th. So that's the second prong here, is saying he was just following the advice of lawyers. But really, the other key prong of his legal strategy is to delay. Delay, delay, delay. They believe that they can delay this case until well after the 2024 presidential election. We'll see if the judge in this case will allow that to happen.
Right, of course. At that point, he could be president. He is the leading candidate for the GOP by a landslide. And I think you're right, John, to point out some of those legal strategies. And what they have to prove here is that word belief, right? Did he actually believe, or was he listening to some of the people in the highest levels of government saying, Mr. President, the information that you have is wrong. We have lost the election. And another person, John Carl, that we've seen a lot of and heard a lot of recently is former Vice President Mike Pence. As Pierre Thomas pointed out, he has mentioned more than 100 times in this indictment, and now he is speaking out very strongly. He's also selling some merchandise, some too honest merchandise now.
Right. That comes from the call that Donald Trump placed to him. I believe it was on Christmas Day of 2020, saying that he had to use his power presiding over the certification of the election on January 6th to basically throw the election to Trump. And Pence explained to Trump on that phone call, according to contemporaneous notes that Pence took of this call and the special counsel now has, that he couldn't do that, that he didn't believe he had the power to do that. And according to the notes that Pence took of that phone call, Trump responded by saying, "You're too honest," and hence you have that merchandise. But this is a very important part of this case. You know, Jack Smith had to go to court in a very important constitutional case here to get the testimony, to compel the testimony of Vice President Pence, who had argued, who had tried to stop from testifying, citing executive privilege, the right of a president to get confidential advice from his closest aides. And ultimately, Pence and Trump lost that battle, and Pence was compelled to testify. And that's why we know not just testify, but turn over his notes and other evidence. So it's interesting to see Pence out there leaning so forward now and really being incredibly critical of Donald Trump. He said Donald Trump on that day asked him to put the Constitution, to put Trump's own interest ahead of the Constitution, and Pence refused. And then he added, no person tries to put himself above the Constitution should ever be president. It makes you wonder where Pence has been on this for the past 2.5 years, because that is the kind of language we have not heard from him regarding Donald Trump before now.
I kind of agree with you that I do wonder about his silence up until now. John Carl, our thanks to you. We appreciate it. We now want to check in with our investigative reporter and producer, Olivia Rubin. Now, Olivia, you have been in court with the former president on previous indictments. We do expect him to enter a plea today, but it sounds like the question is, will he enter it himself? Will he actually say the words, or will it be entered on his behalf?
It's a really good question, and quite frankly, it's likely that we won't know until those inside of the room see if he enters it himself or not. But I think what we do know is that the motorcade that we're watching very carefully right now head to the airport is bringing Donald Trump to what is very likely going to be a very difficult day for him. As you said, I was inside of the courtroom for both of his past two arraignments, and what we notice about the former president in those moments is that it's a very different Donald Trump that we often see. So you heard John Santucci report that he's riding alone on his way, and it's likely that that's for a reason, because this is not easy for him. When you're in the courtroom watching him, it is his body language, Kana, the look on his face. The last hearing, he was looking essentially almost at the floor the entire time. So this is not something that is easy for the former president. It's very different than when we see him out on the campaign trail, than when we see him golfing at Bedminster. This is a very different moment, and most of the time he doesn't say much at all inside of the courtroom. So it is a bit telling whether he enters the plea himself or not. I think it speaks to his mood, it speaks to his mindset. So it will be very interesting, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Oh, interesting. So it speaks to how he's feeling if he decides to say something or not, or if he'd rather his lawyer say something. But Olivia, it sounds like he might address the media after he appears. Is that right?
It's sounding like he likely will, and that's what we've seen from him both of the past 2 times. And I think it speaks to what I was just getting at. There is a Donald Trump that is the defendant, the Donald Trump that is walked in by law enforcement officials to a courtroom where he has to sit and wait in front of a judge, oftentimes for almost an hour he's inside of that courtroom. And then there's the different Donald Trump. There's the Donald Trump that we have seen after the court hearing, who is, able to attack prosecutors, able to attack the investigation, able to kind of corral it into another campaign messaging. But as someone who has seen him in both of those scenarios, it is very different. And so it is something that we should expect to see, and we should expect to hear from him what we have heard, which is that it's a fake investigation, that they're just out to ruin his campaign. But privately, in those moments inside of a lockdown courthouse, you are able to see past that screen a little bit, Kana, and see that this is really something that is very difficult.
Well, that's fascinating insight, Olivia. Our thanks to you. And we've been watching former President Donald Trump motorcade leave his Bedminster Golf Club there in New Jersey. We watched it wind through. They hit the highway. They're on their way to Newark Liberty International Airport, where he will get on a plane and he will fly to Washington, D.C., and he will go right there. He'll go to this courthouse that is just 1.5 miles from the White House. And there's been a lot of attention paid to the geographical nature of this and how significant it really is. I want to check in with our investigative reporter, Aaron Katersky, who is live outside the courthouse now. Aaron, from all accounts we've heard so far, at this point, it's a little quiet outside of the media.
Kana, there are a few protesters, both for Trump and against Trump. There's even a sign driving around on the back of a truck that says "Free Julian Assange." So people are using this as an opportunity to get their message out, because the world's attention is focused here at this courthouse ahead of former President Trump's arrival. And security is now moving into place. Last night they put up metal fences, stretched some yellow tape that said U.S. Marshals, keep out. And inside the courthouse, they've now brought cloth screens up onto the second floor, where we expect former President Trump to be processed and then appear in a courtroom before a federal magistrate. Ahead of that, he's going to land at Reagan National Airport. His motorcade will be met by Park Police, the Virginia State Police, and Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police, driven here to the courthouse along a route that he will be familiar with from his time serving as president. You point out the unique geography of this courthouse between the White House and the U.S. Capitol. So in some ways, he's returning to what the special counsel considers to be the scene of the crime. And he's also returning to a courthouse where the Watergate co-defendants were prosecuted. So this is historic, as has been noted, for a number of reasons, no less the location and the prominence of the activities that have taken place just within a few blocks of where he's going to be.
Right, and he's going to be, just a few blocks from the White House, but this time he's walking into the courthouse. He'll be processed as a criminal defendant. He will be appearing before a magistrate judge. This is not the judge that will be overseeing his actual trial. They will set yet another court date. And Aaron, we keep talking about, we've been here before with these indictments with former President Donald Trump, but this case, this one is different. It's far more complex, far more serious.
And it asks a question that no court ever has considered, and that is, can a sitting president spread lies aiming to overturn the will of the people and cling to power, knowing that he lost the election? It's an astonishing question in many ways, and it is unique in all of American jurisprudence. But such is the circumstance that former President Trump faces when he arrives here a short while from now.
All right, Aaron Katersky, our thanks to you. I want to now check in with our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. And Mary Bruce, we've been talking about this indictment. This, of course, is his third indictment, and he's going to be driving right past the White House. He'll be just, a few blocks away, 1.5 miles. But this is one of the first times he's returned to D.C. in a little while. He hasn't spent a lot of time there recently.
No, and this certainly is not how Donald Trump was hoping to return to Washington. Instead of an inauguration, the Republican frontrunner, the former president, is now back for his third arraignment in less than 4 months. Donald Trump will, make that path through D.C., his motorcade winding his way through downtown Washington, just blocks, as you mentioned, from the White House, from his former hotel, and, of course, the Capitol. Donald Trump is very literally returning to the alleged scene of the crime. In fact, when you look at the route that we expect his motorcade to take, it actually passes over the route that many of his supporters took on that day as they marched from the mall through downtown Washington up to the Capitol. The symbolism of this moment, I don't think, can be overstated. And of course, remember, this is really something that is very raw for so many Washingtonians. You know, I say that as a lifelong Washingtonian myself, but the memories of that day, I think, are still so fierce and prevalent in the minds of so many in Washington. You know, we remember what it was like, not just on that day, but in the aftermath, you know, as the National Guard came in, as the barricades went up around the Capitol for weeks. And that, of course, is one of the concerns of Donald Trump and his legal team. You know, the concerns that they have about this jury being in D.C., that they fear it is not going to be favorable to them.
Right, certainly fresh wounds, and this is anything but a triumphant return to him for Washington, D.C. And Mary, can you enlighten us a little bit on what you're hearing from the White House? You know, it appears the Biden administration at first is trying to really distance themselves, you know, from this investigation, except when it came to January 6th.
Yeah, look, the president is not going to comment on the indictment of his top political rival here. Joe Biden is very well aware that Donald Trump is trying to argue that this is all politically motivated, that Trump and his allies and Republicans are arguing that President Biden is simply weaponizing the Justice Department. The White House is stressing, of course, that this investigation was done completely independently, but Joe Biden doesn't want to say anything that's going to fuel their claims and their argument about this. So he's staying far away from this. That said, he has been very clear about how he feels about Donald Trump's role in January 6th, that he feels that the former president put himself above the Constitution, that this was something driven by his own ego. And Joe Biden is also putting January 6th front and center in his reelection campaign. You'll recall when he launched his reelection bid in that video, the first frame of video that you saw was of the attack on the Capitol. Joe Biden is arguing that this is an election that is still very much about the soul of this country and who we are. And I suspect that argument will continue, because when you take a step back and you think about the fact that not only, you know, does this now upend essentially the entire 2024 campaign, this is now going to be consumed by Donald Trump's legal woes, and Donald Trump is eager for that argument, right? He is campaigning off of this. This is now, his legal defense is the cornerstone of his campaign. But this election, because of this indictment, is now about a lot more than just Donald Trump, and a lot more than the economy, than inflation, than immigration, all of those issues, you name it. This election is now very much about who we are as a country and what we stand for and the principles that this country was founded on, when now you have the overwhelming Republican frontrunner now making his way to Washington to face charges that his actions upended and undermined the American voters.
And you are hearing from some, you know, on the right that are saying, you know, the DOJ should instead be looking into things that you just mentioned, Mary, you know, like the economy, like inflation, and instead they're sort of on this campaign to destroy Donald Trump, and they're doing that in an effort to protect the Biden presidency. And as you mentioned, this is, you know, this is going to be a cornerstone of both of their campaigns. Do you think that's a bit of a distraction for the American people when it comes to the 2024 election?
Well, given what is at stake here, I think there's, you know, there's no way that this election now is not dominated by this, given the consequences of a case like this and the significance of it. What is interesting, you note how Republicans have responded to this, and you have seen really once again the entire party, the Republican machine, rallying behind Donald Trump. In fact, some of his Republican rivals for the presidency are doing that. You know, while they may not defend Donald Trump's actions, they are trying to change the topic, right? They're trying to shine a light instead on this Justice Department, instead on the Biden administration, making that argument that they feel this is all politically motivated. This is all some kind of political vendetta. But again, they're not defending Donald Trump. And so it is an attempt to shift the focus. And, you know, while you can have that conversation, even though this is an independent, of course, investigation, as this White House mentions, you know, Republicans can try to change the focus to a whole host of other issues, but that, of course, does not negate in any way the charges that have been brought against the former president.
Certainly, talking about the weaponization of the DOJ, Ron DeSantis, chief among them. Mary Bruce, our thanks to you as always. And now we want to bring in a former Republican congressman from New York and former U.S. Assistant Attorney John Katko. And John, thank you so much for joining us. And one thing we want to mention to our viewers is that, you know, you in the past had voted to impeach Trump for January 6th. So what do you make of all of this happening today?
Well, all that's happening today is an end result of what his conduct happened on January 6th. And really, quite frankly, the indictment that he's charged with is a very good encapsulation of his efforts to overturn the Electoral College. And people can argue about the nature and quality of the evidence, but to me, this started his efforts to overturn the Electoral College and overturn the vote started soon after he was defeated. And January 6th was one of the last acts in that conspiracy, but there was multiple acts before that, which I think really proved that he did try to overturn the election. And there's a lot of pundits out there saying that they're trying to talk about his state of mind, but let's not forget one of the key charges is he tried to obstruct an official proceeding. The official proceeding was the Electoral College vote counting. And as all this indictment is saying, and the guts of it is, he worked with others to try and overturn the official proceeding. So I think that's a very tough road for him to overcome. And this indictment fairly encapsulates his conduct. And whether a jury convicts him or not, we'll see going forward.
And John, as we're talking, we're also looking live out there at the Newark airport, and this is where Donald Trump's motorcade will go. Again, he's in the motorcade leaving his Bedminster Golf Club. It's about a 30-minute drive, so it won't be too long before he ends up here at the Newark airport, and he will be, boarding his plane, Trump Force One, and they will fly into D.C., and they will make that drive that will go right past the White House where he served as president to this courthouse where, John, Aaron Katersky just mentioned, the historical context here of this courthouse. This is where they tried Watergate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, listen, I think this whole exercise today shows the difference between our democracy in the United States and those in other countries around the world, because he's going to have his day in court. He is presumed innocent until proven otherwise. And he's going to be treated, whether he's the president of the United States or an unemployed maintenance worker, you're all treated the same in the eyes of the law. And he's not above the law. And he's finding that out right now. And for him to go in today, which will just be a perfunctory first appearance where he's advised of the charges and he has counsel and makes certain statements for the record, is the beginning of the process. Every American who's been charged, anybody who's ever been charged, goes through the same process. And I think that's one of the great things about our democracy is that really no one is above the law. And like I said, the ex-president is finding that out right now.
Right. He will be processed as a criminal defendant today in Washington, D.C., just a mile and a half from where he served as president. John Katko, our thanks to you. And now we want to go check in with ABC's Jay O'Brien on Capitol Hill. Jay, you've been checking in with all of the current Republicans. Oh, they're telling me you're in the D.C. bureau. Hey, you look great in the D.C. bureau, Jay.
Off of Capitol Hill, but checking in with lawmakers. And it's interesting because coming on the heels of Congressman Katko there, his colleagues in the current Republican House GOP conference, they tell a much different story in their reactions in the days since this indictment, this third indictment of former President Trump, the most serious of the three. I want to take you to some of their reaction, if I may, just for 1 second. And forgive me for putting on my glasses here, but Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's perhaps former President Trump's staunchest ally on the Hill, or at least one of them, said of Jack Smith, the special counsel here, that he's, quote, abusing his power. We've also heard Republicans call this indictment election interference. Elise Stefanik, the number 3 Republican in the House of Representatives, said on the day that Trump was indicted for efforts to overturn the 2020 election and for everything that culminated in January 6th, according to the special counsel, she called that indictment, quote, another dark day for America. Now, for Democrats' part, they are obviously in support of the special counsel. Chuck Schumer, the top Democrat in the Senate, and Hakeem Jeffries, the top Democrat in the House, in a joint statement said, quote, the violence of that day, referring to January 6th, was the culmination of a months-long criminal plot led by the former president to defy democracy and overturn the will of the American people. And they say that the special counsel's indictment is in furtherance of getting to the bottom of what happened that day. So the reaction breaks along party lines, but there's one more thing to note here. Ahead of that indictment, when it looked likely that Trump would be indicted for efforts to overturn the 2020 election, we heard from members of the January 6th 6 committee. Chief among them was Adam Schiff. And he made the point to say that he doesn't believe this indictment would have been possible without the work of the January 6 committee and those much-watched hearings that they held. Here's an example of what he said, quote, "I think that we unearthed, we being the January 6 committee, evidence that the Department of Justice could not ignore." He doesn't go fully to say that this indictment wouldn't have happened without the committee, but he says that their report, all 845 pages of it, the product of those months-long hearings, is what gave the special counsel some of the evidence that he needed to bring this indictment. A lot in that report, a lot that we can unpack as the day goes on, but that is certainly what lawmakers are saying as Donald Trump, you're seeing on your screen there, heads to federal court in D.C.
And Jay, what about some of the Republican lawmakers who had one response in the aftermath, the immediate aftermath of January 6th, and a response that's maybe a little bit different today?
Yeah, you and I have talked about this at length, and perhaps the best example that we can provide is Kevin McCarthy, who's currently the Speaker of the House. He wanted to be the Speaker of the House on January 6th. He was the minority leader, the top Republican in the House. And if you remember the events of that day, there is this impassioned moment on the House floor, where at the end, as the rioters have left the Capitol, it's now under heavy guard. The National Guard is there. Kevin McCarthy walks out to the floor of the House, and he gives this impassioned speech where he strongly denounces the violence in the Capitol that day. And he says of former President Trump, then President Trump, that he, quote unquote, bears responsibility for that attack on the Capitol. And then, of course, not long after that, as Trump is out of office, he's in political exile, in a sense, at Mar-a-Lago, his estate and club. Kevin McCarthy makes that very public trip down to Mar-a-Lago. He takes a picture with Trump, and that is considered to be one of, if not the revival of Donald Trump's political career. And then, of course, McCarthy goes on to win the 2022 midterms. The House gets captured by Republicans with that slim GOP majority in November of last year. And McCarthy becomes, after a long-fought process with the further right of his conference, he becomes the Speaker of the House, a job that he's long sought. And the criticism of Kevin McCarthy is that he bent from those original remarks to come back into the fold to get that kind of support that he needed from Trump to become the House Speaker.
Oh, that's really important context, Jay. And hey, Jay, we like your glasses over here.
Well, not everybody does, so.
All right, Jay, thank you so much. I now want to check in with our executive editorial producer, John Santucci. And John, you've been with me as we have watched former President Trump leave his Bedminster Golf Club. We're watching him now driving along the highway as he's heading to the Newark airport. And so, John, almost in the immediate aftermath of this indictment's release, when we first got it, we started to hear from some former allies of President Trump, and people were saying things like, I wish he would have listened to the good lawyers, you know, kind of insinuating that he received bad advice, bad legal counsel during all of this.
You know, I was waiting for my compliment. I guess it's just for Jay. But talking about Donald Trump for a second, yeah, that was an immediate reaction we got on that indictment. Many people that were reading through it in real time. As one person said to me, it took me right back to those moments. It took me back to the Oval Office, back to those screaming matches. Remember the scenes that we've reported here previously on ABC News about Donald Trump's White House lawyers getting into contentious battles with the outside lawyers, some of whom we now believe are these unindicted co-conspirators in Jack Smith's indictment here, really saying that I just wish he listened, because many of those scenes, Kana, Donald Trump would get annoyed with his White House staff and continue them in private. He would bring lawyers like Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell and Eastman and Clark and others up to the West Wing, out of the West Wing, but into the residence of the White House, and really want to have those conversations, hear the plans, hear the options. One of the scenes that a source reminded me of in real time was that after the campaign ended, remember, Donald Trump was in the White House, but the campaign offices were over the river in Arlington. And when the campaign ended and the people that were trying to stop Donald Trump from doing this, to stop this plot of fake electors from going forward, they left the campaign office, and these lawyers, Rudy, others, moved in. They took over the campaign. That was the campaign in December of 2020, was to keep Donald Trump in the office. And I think that is something that in this indictment is so striking, because to see line by line, page by page, Jack Smith and his team outline in every state the efforts that were taken by, if you will, the alternate Trump campaign. That is something that many people that were in the White House on January 6th say, I just wished he wouldn't have done it.
Oh, that's fascinating. John Santucci, thank you. And now I want to bring in our former federal prosecutor, Nima Ramini. And Nima, when we're listening to John talk about what could amount to this bad legal advice that former President Donald Trump received, and now we're moving forward in yet another legal battle of his. The bills are ballooning, his team is growing, and yet some of their biggest strategies could all be based around his belief. Did Donald Trump actually believe that this election had been rigged, or was he ignoring the advice and what he was hearing from people in the highest level of government? How do they prove this belief?
Well, the bad legal advice is going to be Donald Trump's strategy here, right? Because he's going to attack the knowledge, he's going to attack the intent, and that's on the special counsel to prove to a unanimous jury beyond a reasonable doubt. Because if they don't believe that Trump knew the election was stolen and he attempted to overturn the result, then Trump walks. He's acquitted. So there's a ready-made defense here. So there's going to be a lot of finger pointing. That's why you have those unindicted co-conspirators, 5 of whom we believe are lawyers. Are they going to step forward like Mike Pence? Are they going to testify at a trial? Because we know this case is going to go to trial, that they told Donald Trump that these legal arguments have no merit, and Trump decided to pursue them anyway. Because if not, if Trump can say, hey, I was just auditing the election results, or I was following this advice, it was bad advice, that is a defense in this case, in addition to, of course, the procedural strategy that the defense is going to have here, which is to kick this out as far as possible. They're going to use this new indictment to go back, talk to Judge Cannon, talk to Judge Merchant in New York, and try to delay those trials. And we know, given the complexities of this case, both the legal and factual issues, that it's unlikely that this new trial happens before November 2024.
And Nima, you mentioned the co-conspirators here. They're unnamed. What's the strategy on Jack Smith's side to leave them unnamed? I mean, do we think that potentially with this going on, of course we have Mar-a-Lago going on as well, that somebody close to him could flip?
I think so. I mean, we saw it with Walt Nauta and Carlos de Oliveira. So the Jack Smith's not messing around. And these are lawyers, and they know they can easily go from unindicted co-conspirators to co-defendants. And once you're wrapped up in something like this, and the crime fraud exception to the attorney-client privilege applies, you can't stand behind a shield, whether it's Mike Pence and executive privilege or the attorney-client privilege and these lawyers. So we already saw Evan Corcoran try to raise that defense in this court in the District of D.C., and the judge said, no, the attorney-client privilege doesn't apply. So, that divide and conquer strategy applies in a lot of federal cases, and I think Jack Smith will use it here to try to get those in his inner circle to flip on Donald Trump.
All right, Nima, thank you. And we want to check in now with Mary Bruce, again, our chief White House correspondent. And Mary, we're talking about the legal challenges here, and there's a litany of those, of course. But this is also a huge political issue, of course. I mean, we could even potentially see at least some of former President Trump's GOP rivals in this next campaign for president use this against him. I mean, former Vice President Mike Pence, chief among them.
Puts Donald Trump's Republican rivals in a really difficult spot. So far as we've seen the previous indictments and charges come out, they have really tried to walk this fine line, being very hesitant to criticize Trump, and those who have, the criticism has been pretty cautious and muted. And partly, of course, is because if they want to win, then they need Donald Trump's supporters. And we see the polls. You see how far ahead Donald Trump is. So they have to be cautious and careful on how they criticize and attack Donald Trump. Now, we have seen signs in the last 24 hours that maybe some, like Mike Pence, are sharpening their attacks. Now, Mike Pence, who, of course, now is central to all of this, right? The way in which Donald Trump tried to pressure him on that day to not certify the election results, that is at the heart of this case in many ways. So Mike Pence is in an unusual unusual situation. And we have seen him, come out and very forcefully say that anyone, who puts themselves above the Constitution should not be president of the United States. That said, Mike Pence all along has argued that this is an issue that should be determined by the voters and not the courts. But, it is interesting that just a couple hours ago, Mike Pence is actually now selling merchandise, hats and T-shirts that have the quote, "too honest" on it. He is actually campaigning off of this indictment, which quotes Trump as having criticized Pence, telling him, "you're too honest." So we'll see how Mike Pence continues to play this. But so far, the vast majority of the Republican candidates are being very careful in how they tread here.
Certainly, and Mary, stick with me for a moment here as we're watching former President Trump's motorcade arrive at the airport. There you see it. So he will, again, get on his plane here at the Newark airport, and he will fly to Washington, D.C. Well, he will enter another motorcade and go to this courthouse that's just a mile and a half from the White House. And as Mary Bruce has been covering the White House for us, we know that Trump is the leading front runner for the GOP when it comes to this next election, when we're looking forward to 2024. He has tremendous support from his base, Mary, from GOP voters, and it doesn't seem to wane at all. In fact, support for him seems to be growing almost with each legal challenges he faces. But Mary, I'm curious as your thoughts on, do you think that shows GOP voter support for the president, or does it show GOP voter disdain for the current administration?
It's a good question, right? Are they voting for Donald Trump or against Joe Biden? Donald Trump's grip on the Republican Party, I don't think is in question. I mean, his supporters are so loyal, and that is not going to change. The question is whether he can gain more, whether he can get a slice of that, roughly 14% of the electorate that haven't decided yet who they are going to vote for. Donald Trump supporters, they're unwavering. That hasn't changed with the previous indictments. Obviously, this is still new. We'll see if it changes going forward. But when you consider, look at just how much Donald Trump's message resonates. There's a new poll out today from CNN that says that roughly 70% of Republican and Republican-leaning voters believe that Donald Trump believe that Joe Biden did not legitimately win this election. They believe in Donald Trump's false claims that the election was somehow fraudulent, even though there is no evidence to support that. And that is very much at the heart, of course, of this case, of this indictment. So I think you're going to continue to see Donald Trump being the overwhelming front runner here. What is interesting is how Joe Biden will handle this. And there we do see the former president making his way up the stairs.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Mary. So he just got out of his motorcade there as he rode by himself with his Secret Service. He is now climbing the stairs onto Trump Force One, his plane. He's dressed in what appears to be a Navy suit. He's got a red tie. He's by himself, walking right into that plane, where he will get onto the plane. He will fly to Washington, D.C. He will be processed as a criminal defendant today in Washington, D.C. This is the same courthouse, as Aaron Katersky mentioned. They tried the likes of Watergate. So this is a historic day in American history as we're watching this all play out. He's also joined by his campaign staff today, as he is the leading front runner for the GOP when it comes to the next election. And he's also with his lawyers. We do have some reporting that says he will have a handful of attorneys at his side today when he is in court. And some of them have been by his side for some of these other indictments that he has faced as well. We're also told that he will enter a plea. If he will enter that himself or if it will be entered on his behalf, we don't know. We're also expecting that we might hear from the former president today after he appears in court. He'll be appearing before a magistrate judge. They will set a date for a next court appearance, and there you're seeing some other people walking right onto the plane there as well. And Mary Bruce, if you're still with me, we're hearing that we might actually, hear from the president today. What do you expect that he might say?
I expect he will be defiant as ever. Donald Trump isn't running away from this. He's running into all of this. Whereas, at face value, if you are facing over 70 counts in 3 different indictments, like Donald Trump is, that would normally knock anybody out of the race. Any one of those would knock anyone out of the race. Instead, he is wearing these indictments as a badge of honor. So I expect you will see him lean into this fully. What does strike me, as you look at these images, this is only the second time that Donald Trump is going to be returning to Washington happened since he left office. And it's hard not to think about the circumstance, obviously, in which he did leave office, which is central to what is happening here today. I remember very well standing on the Capitol steps for the inauguration of Joe Biden and looking up and seeing the outgoing president, Donald Trump, in his helicopter, getting one last look at the ceremony, one last look at Washington as he flew off. He, of course, was the first president in 150 years, I believe, the first modern president not to attend that ceremonial transfer of power because he simply refused to accept the fact that he had lost. And now for him to be coming back today in this fashion is just really remarkable to see. And I think really remarkable for all of us who have been there for these moments to wrap our head around.
Oh, that's very interesting, Mary Brewster. Thanks to you. I want to bring back our executive editorial producer, John Santucci. And John, you know, we just watched Trump climb onto his plane. Yeah. It was as if he was, you know, sort of staring right into a hole. He was very fixed on that door. He didn't even look around anywhere else. What stood out to you as he boarded that plane?
You know, Kate, I'm sitting here with Olivia Rubin, and the two of us just looked at each other almost in amazement, because Donald Trump has done this 800,000 times. He walks up the stairs, he gets to the top of the plane, he always turns around, waves, smiles, something. We were both just saying to each other that was weird. That just wasn't normal. That's just not the way he is. I mean, the interesting thing about Donald Trump is just the rage and hostility he feels, and that projection that he needs to give off today, that the strong man, the guy that is ready to take them on, in his mind anyway. But you see that in a moment like that, right? I'm going to get him, is the projection that Donald Trump is trying to give off today. Now, we know that he has been talking about this nonstop. He has been laser focused on today. But, you know, you're playing that back again for our viewer. I mean, just look at it. It's striking. I've covered him, Kana, as you know, for nearly 10 years, and it doesn't get old just to watch Donald Trump's body language. It tells you, frankly, all you need to know about where Donald Trump's head is in that moment. That is a guy that, though he's trying to project strong, he's really feeling it today. Alone in that car is something that Donald Trump himself, it weighs on him. Donald Trump is a guy that likes to talk to people, likes to ask anybody that's around him. He's asked many of us at ABC when we've been around him, what do you think, how's it going, et cetera. But there's something striking about that. It's sticking with me. I can't explain it as just knowing him in the way I do. This is a tough day for Donald Trump.
Well, that's interesting, John. I know you're sitting there with Olivia Rubin. We'll add body language experts to your title. It is fascinating, though, from your perspective, the both of you who have watched him and seen him for so long. And Olivia, I know you've seen him in court, and you've talked about his different demeanor there. And when you see him today, yet, you know, how John described him, yet you also know that in some way he's going to try to use today, right, to help support his campaign.
Absolutely. I think that the indictments, and now he has 3 under his belt, have become sort of his fundraising / rallying cry of the moment. When, you know, his team gets a call that he's been indicted, you can almost guarantee that 2 minutes later, his supporters are going to have an email in their inbox asking for money. And so it is the way that sort of his legal troubles and his campaign have really become one and the same. And I think in a way, sort of his plane right there has become a bit symbolic of that. That's the plane that takes him around the campaign trail, and it's the campaign that takes him to the courthouse. And I think something that's very interesting is, you know, I traveled with him on his plane just a few months ago. It was actually the first day of his 2024 campaign. The first day he was out on the trail, he went to South Carolina and he went to New Hampshire, and we traveled with him that day. And it was so striking because there were 2 things that we were asking him. I asked him, former president, you know, what's your ground game in Iowa? And then we asked him, you know, how do you feel about the latest witness that went in before the grand jury today? So they're always connected. They are always linked, and you can see him embracing it. And even January 6th, he's embraced. He talks about it all the time. He talks about wanting to pardon the rioters. He has brought family members of rioters to his rallies. This is something that he has gone full-fledged, full in on, and he is not afraid to talk about. He's not afraid to wear it proudly as if it was nothing wrong that day. So all in one, all together, right in the front for him.
I think that's so interesting, Olivia. You're talking about, you've been here before where you've had to ask the president 2 different questions. You're asking about, Iowa, and then you're asking about his legal counsel and what's next. And I'm curious as to your thoughts as to what's happening on this plane right now. As we know, the president boarded that plane alone, but then followed by not just legal team, but campaign staff as well.
Yeah, and I think you can bet that the former president is on there, and he is huddled at times, with his campaign staff. He's huddled at times with his lawyers. There's a specific part on the plane that he likes to sit in. And, I've spoken to a number of people who often fly with him, and they sort of have these informal assigned seats where they all sit. So you can bet that they're all coming to him, one at a time, sometimes together, and really talking through today. And, John Santucci pointed out, who's, right next to me, but he said that a lot of the morning was talking about the campaign because, like I just said, it is all one and the same often. So, I spoke to one advisor who I asked, a couple weeks ago, what are you going to do when the next one comes down? And they said, oh, easy, that's campaign messaging. So I'm sure, I would bet on it that they're up there planning how to move forward because, like we've reported, this is a difficult day. And, it's probably beneficial for them to try to put some sort of positive spin on it that they can use it while they're up there.
But Kena, if I can jump in.
Yeah, no, John.
Yeah, I mean, just because, just watching it together here is actually really helpful to me to compare notes. But, the thing that he's going to do right now on that plane, he's going to do, as Olivia just said, rightly so. He's going to bring people over, talk to them. What do you think? How's it going? But then he's going to sit by himself in that chair. Olivia, you and I both know exactly where it is on that plane. But he's going to sit and he's going to flip through all the coverage. He's going to be wanting to watch this. How's the day playing for me? How's it going? He's going to go back and he'll watch all of the evening newscasts tonight. Donald Trump famously said that the greatest invention ever was TiVo. He loved going back and seeing all of the coverage everywhere, taking it in. And I do think that's a part of what's happening right now on the plane. I know one thing that Donald Trump is going to be watching right now is all of us in TV news, Kena, covering that plane taking off. There's something about the show of all of this that Donald Trump just sinks his teeth right into. And I think, part of that you see with, the expectation that he wants to talk later today under the plane. Donald Trump believes every day of his life is a TV show. Truly, he honestly has said that to people, that he wanted to make the show exciting every day. And I think part of what days like today do for him is the buildup, right? The where am I going? What am I doing? Let's take the long route. Let's go through the front door in some cases. That's something we know that he's wanted to do in every court appearance he has had so far. He's often focused on the post-show. What happens after court? Where do I talk to the cameras, talk to the press? We know that after Miami, they went and took a trip to a well-known establishment known for presidential candidates in Little Havana down in Miami. But today, it's going to be something like he was always used to doing in Washington. They're talking about gaggling with reporters afterwards under the plane. That plane used to be Air Force One. Now he is not president, will be Trump Force One.
Wow. And John, I just looked back at my notes from when we were talking on Tuesday when this indictment came down, and you had called Trump right after the indictment came down. Again, we know that he knew it was coming, and you described him as calm, that he had spent the day golfing, and you had said that he was calm. And so you've been talking closely with himself and his team, and we're hearing this rhetoric, right, of that this is just a pile-on. We hear that publicly, but I'm curious as to how you feel your conversations might be a little bit different than what he says very loudly to a room full of microphones.
I think when you're talking to Donald Trump privately, he's almost like that person that just wants to sit and take in advice from somebody. He just wants to hear it. But in talking to him the other day, and I've spoken to him now after 2 indictments. Even saying that just sounds insane, but it is true. I spoke to him at moments after that Manhattan indictment earlier this year, and then after this one now in D.C. And Manhattan, I think, it was the first one, he was incredibly angry with me on the phone. With this one, though I hear he's extremely angry in private, he was calm, and something a very close aide of his, Kena, said to me recently, and it was just striking to know this and then hear Donald Trump's voice, is that he's almost getting used to this, right? This has become more and more routine for Donald Trump. Oh, I'm getting indicted again. This particular case, though, has annoyed him for one extremely specific reason. He is obsessed with lawyers. He's gone through more lawyers than I think anybody could count at this rate. But one of the things Donald Trump talks about is that his first lawyer in life, the one that he believes taught him how to get out of things, was Roy Cohn. And he has often said that, get me my Roy Cohn. Where is he? I need him. Roy Cohn is obviously deceased at this rate, but he has not had lawyers that he has had that bonding with, if you will. Also, he's a tough client, but he has shredded lawyers constantly, almost as we go through tissues in life. But in this moment, what annoyed Donald Trump is that if you look at all 4 cases that are currently out there for him, so we know Manhattan, that happened. We know the documents case. We did a superseding indictment in that just a week ago, if we could believe it. Now we have January 6th. We're waiting on Fulton County, Georgia. But out of all 4 of those, Kana, this was the one that every lawyer, every advisor around him is saying, to quote them, boss, don't worry about it. That's how Donald Trump is referred to by his staff. When that target letter came just 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump was stupefied from everything I hear. Just couldn't believe it. Wait a second. Everyone's telling me this is not the one coming to me. I'm not going to get charged in this one. But then to hear that charges were coming, because that is what a target letter signals, Donald Trump was livid, could not believe it, could not believe that, wait, yet again, I'm here. How is this happening? And I do think that moments like today, moments like that scene we just saw of Donald Trump walking up the stairs, that does show a little bit of the guy that is just angry beyond belief.
Angry beyond belief. John Santucci and Olivia Rubin, our thanks to both of you. And we're showing you video here. This is moments ago of Trump boarding Trump Force One. And both John and Olivia pointed out his body language, saying it is very interesting. He didn't wave. They said his body language is that of a man that is facing a very difficult day today. ABC News Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas is joining us now. And Pierre, you have talked a lot about how this is a momentous case for the DOJ. You've been covering the DOJ for many, many years, and you've never seen anything like this. You also have talked about, the speed and how aggressive Jack Smith was with this investigation.
Okay, now the key here in looking at this case is that the federal government and the Justice Department did not take this lightly. In many ways, the classification, the classified documents case was more clear-cut. Those documents are supposed to be in very secure locations. They were taken to Mar-a-Lago in far less than secure status. There was an effort, the government believes, to keep the documents away from the government even after there was a federal subpoena. Here you're talking about Donald Trump's actions as president of the United States and whether he intentionally, after knowing that he lost, sought to basically steal the election from the people. And, based on the sources I'm talking to, they believe that they had no choice to do what they did, which is to indict him for going after the people's decision in a way, Kana, that they felt was striking. And we can look at the indictment and point to how they go about trying to prove their case. Now, we'll see ultimately if this, compels a jury to convict. We don't know the answer to that. But they intentionally put examples in, like in Georgia, Trump calling Georgia state officials and saying, I hear that 10,000 dead people voted somehow. And in real time, the state secretary of elections saying, no, that didn't happen. And they did example after example of that on purpose in the indictment to show that there was no way that Donald Trump thought that he could win, because at every turn, every legitimate entity, be it his attorney general, be it his Homeland Security Department, be it the White House counsel's office, at every turn, the people in a position to know these answers were saying, Mr. President, there's no wide-scale fraud. You lost. You're going to have to leave office. Yet he instead listened to these other people, and the prosecutors came to the conclusion that he knew he lost and basically went about a process to block the peaceful transfer of power. They said it more from dirty politics or using the courts to try to make your case, to something more sinister and illegal.
And Pierre, as you're talking, we're watching Trump Force One. It's taxiing out to the runway. It's getting ready to take off, of course, and head to Washington, D.C., where he will appear before a magistrate judge there, and he will be processed as a criminal defendant. And Pierre, I'm curious to you. We know, again, Jack Smith's speedy. He was aggressive. Do we have any idea if he had access to, to talk with people who couldn't or wouldn't testify to the January 6th committee?
We have reason to believe that's the case. Clearly, the power of a subpoena from a grand jury is a bit different from that from Congress. In this case, we know that they had mountains of evidence that they retrieved in terms of phone calls, interviews that they did, and including with the vice president. And that's a key moment as well. The vice president saying the president pressed him to not certify the vote. And again, in the confines of the indictment, that is viewed as part of the conspiracy, part of the process of trying to subvert the process of transferring the power to Joe Biden. We won't yet know for a while until the trial starts who some of these witnesses may be, who they may bring in to make the case. That in some cases they asked President Trump, former President Trump, if he knew he lost. Some of them were saying that he acknowledged to them that he knew that he lost. So we have a lot to come, but I will say this. It's becoming somewhat old hat, it feels like, to see the former president walk into a courthouse and be processed. But make no mistake, what you're going to witness today is something that feels different because it's about democracy, and it's also about the rule of law. And again, the central question, when does politics morph into something that's illegal?
Mm-hmm. And as the words that Jack Smith used, the disenfranchised voters, and that's something that every American takes note of. Again, we're waiting for the plane to take off. It looks like it's taxiing now again. So here it will be taking off momentarily. And Pierre, we've been talking a lot about the historical context of what's happening today. He will land in D.C., as Mary Bruce pointed out. This is just the second time that he has come back since he left for president.
Right.
And she also pointed out that he left and became the first president in some 150 years to not stay and watch this ceremonial, peaceful transfer of power.
Right. Well, again, let's go back to that day, Kana, and think about it. You had rioters take the Capitol by storm, literally. The president remained silent. Now, we're not talking about conjecture. This is what we know. He did not do anything. He was being urged by his staff, according to the congressional hearings that we saw and various reports. He didn't do anything. When they were saying, hang Mike Pence, he didn't step up and do anything. And even after it was all over, and when he asked the people to leave, he really didn't condemn them for what happened. He talked about how he loved them. And I think that we know 5 people died in connection with that day, including a police officer and 4, citizens. The officers that I interviewed who talked about a medieval fight, hand-to-hand combat for hours. Many of them who have psychological and physical wounds. So, I think that, the president, and his feeling about Washington, and I think Olivia said it, he's embraced the notion that he might pardon some of the rioters. And I can tell you, having talked to some of the law enforcement officials and officers who went through that, they are offended, they're still angry, and they're frustrated that they had to go through what they went through. And it is a great source of pain, continuing pain for them.
A source of continuing pain, and some of these people, the citizens there could be making up that jury pool there in Washington, D.C.
Absolutely. I mean, the difference here is that the scene of the crime was Washington. The people can remember that day, 7 hours plus of siege. We had never seen anything like it. Literally the seat of democracy being attacked. a man walking around the cradle of our democracy with a Confederate flag, no less. I think that sometimes as time goes by, we forget the moment. I remember being, there covering the story in real time, and there was, word of a bomb being found, near the Capitol grounds. And then suddenly, within minutes of that, it felt like all of a sudden we get word barriers are being broken. And, officers are fighting, they're being overrun. People sitting up in members of Congress offices. There's a great sign of a photograph of the man, infamous, I should say, of a man sitting there with his feet up on a desk in the office of Nancy Pelosi. They took the lectern from some of the congressional offices. They were in the well of one of the chambers of Congress. This was just stunning to witness.
Fresh wounds there, certainly, Pierre Thomas. And when Jack Smith addressed the public after this indictment was released, he touched on a lot of what Pierre was saying. And he called those officers heroes and patriots. And he said, they didn't rush to that building to defend just the people. They did it to defend who we are as a country and who we are in general as people. Thank you so much to all of our correspondents and contributors. We will be staying with this as former President Trump's plane just took off. It is now headed to Washington, D.C., and we will be picking it up there later in a few moments. I'm Kana Whitworth, and thank you so much for joining us. We're going to leave you with a look at the federal courthouse in Washington, again, as former President Trump is heading right there for his arraignment in this third indictment. So thank you so much for streaming with us. We have more continuing coverage straight ahead.
Whenever news breaks.
The crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news. This is where the newsmakers come first in the morning to be heard. America's #1 morning show.
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I can't imagine what it feels like to go from $20 billion to $100,000.
Yeah.
Are you worried about going to jail?
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
Wherever the story, ABC's Good Morning America is right there.
The doorbell rings, and I see this teenager outside. That was the end of my life as I knew it.
She shoots her in the face? What?
So my dad is Joey Buttafuoco, and my mom is Mary Jo Buttafuoco. The name might ring a bell.
Now, the story you thought could never get more surprising does.
Most people think they know this story, but they have no clue, and it's crazy.
The 2020 event, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
My name is Lisa.
Tiffany.
Rita.
Leslie.
I am a mother. My son was shot dead.
My partner abducted our son.
This is the last chance to get my kids back.
I had to live a double life to save my son.
And this is my story.
They are taking your children away.
And that's when all hell breaks loose.
I wanted him to know you messed with the wrong mother.
Mother Undercover. Now streaming only on Hulu.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
And welcome back. Thank you so much for streaming with us. I'm Kana Whitworth. We continue our coverage of this federal arraignment of former President Donald Trump facing new felony charges related to his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Again, this is the second federal criminal indictment against Trump and third indictment overall. We want to show you some live pictures. This right here is just outside the courthouse in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump's plane is currently in the air, and it is set to land in Washington in a little bit. Barricades have gone up as security measures ahead of Trump's scheduled appearance at approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon. As you can imagine, both parties feeling very differently today. Many congressional Republicans are coming to Trump's defense, and that includes House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who is calling this probe a distraction and an attack on the frontrunner for the Republican nomination. Democrats, as you can imagine, singing a different tune. In a joint statement, Senator Chuck Schumer and House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries saying this indictment is, quote, a stark reminder that no one is above the law. That includes the president. Now, our next guest is a former Democratic member of Congress from Florida and also a member of the January 6th committee. Stephanie Murphy is joining us live. Now, Stephanie, thank you so much for being here. And first to you, after sitting on this January 6th committee, what is your reaction to this indictment? Do you think there was anything missing, or are you satisfied with the direction that this particular investigation took?
It's great to be with you. And I do think regarding the indictment that it was a very thoroughly written document, and it followed in broad strokes much of what the committee laid out in our hearings. And in fact, two of the charges that the committee had recommended in our criminal referral. And that was the conspiracy to defraud the U.S. and to obstruct and impede congressional proceedings. And while I think this is an important step because we've seen the Department of Justice prosecute many of the people who were involved with the violence on January 6th, average Americans who were lied to by powerful people and who came to Washington and committed crimes. We have yet to see the powerful people who orchestrated the scheme be held accountable, and this indictment is a step in that direction.
Well, the indictment against former President Trump, he references, but it doesn't name these 6 co-conspirators who took actions right alongside Trump. And based on the information in this indictment, that's what's publicly available, 5 of these co-conspirators have been identified by ABC News to likely be some of these following individuals. We do have a graphic we can show you as well. But what do you want to make of this argument that Trump's claims about this election were not criminal actions, that they don't fall under the guise of a criminal action?
Well, I think the Department of Justice will have the responsibility to lay out the case with all of the evidence that they received to beyond the shadow of a doubt, prove that he had committed a crime. And I think when you look at the evidence that not only the committee pulled forward, but some of the evidence that the indictment teased, I think that there are a lot of people who took contemporaneous notes that provide that necessary evidence to prove that the president had committed a crime.
We talked a little bit about this tweet from the House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, calling this a distraction, an attack on the frontrunner for the Republican nomination. But the reality here is that Trump is the likely frontrunner and that he is innocent until he is proven guilty. So what is your response to Speaker McCarthy?
I think the politicians who have done an about face from their initial reaction in the days immediately after the January 6th violence, their about face, there are receipts for all of that. And it, in fact, feeds the cynicism of the American public. When politicians apply a different level of accountability, different set of standards when it comes to their own team, as opposed to putting country over party, that undermines the American people's faith in their government officials. Certainly, I wish he hewed more closely to the message that he provided immediately after January 6th and the January 6th attack on the Capitol. But, I think politicians will do what politicians feel they have to do in the moment.
In your opinion, do you think the former president could have done anything differently that day, January 6th, to de-escalate what happened?
Just as somebody who was taking shelter very close to the West Front entrance where we saw so much of that violence between law enforcement and the Capitol rioters happen, I certainly wish that he called off those folks sooner so that we wouldn't have seen the kind of injuries and death that ensued that day. But as it relates to the charges that are laid out in this indictment, he continued to press forward even on January 6th while the violence was ensuing to try to get members of Congress to slow the process of that day so that he might have some other angle to impede and prevent the certification. So this was somebody who was very committed to changing the outcome of a free and fair election in the United States.
A lot of people believe that there was a lot of information unearthed during these January 6th hearings. So how much do you think that they played in us and in Jack Smith specifically getting to this point?
I think the January 6th committee provided a lot of information. You can see some of it reflected in the indictment. But our purpose, I guess, was to find the information for what happened in the lead up to and on the day of January 6th. And our court was the court of public opinion. What Jack Smith has ahead of him is to prove his case in a court of law.
And in your opinion, what does justice look like in this case?
Justice is that our system is still strong despite the attacks against it, that people who committed crimes are held accountable, and not just the people who were the average Americans who were lied to by powerful people and came and committed crimes on January 6th, but also the powerful people, the powerful and the rich who have the ability to hire lawyers and try to fight this, that they also be held accountable for their role in orchestrating a plan to try to overturn a free and fair election in this country. We have to hold people accountable. Otherwise, there will be no deterrent for future elections for people to think that the way that they take an election is through coercion and deceit and violence.
All right. Well, our former Congresswoman Stephanie Murphy, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it.
Great to be with you.
Of course. I'm Kana Whitworth. We want to take you live again to the federal courthouse in Washington, where former President Trump will head there for an arraignment. Again, this is his third indictment. He will walk in there. He will be processed as a criminal defendant. He will appear before a magistrate judge, and another date will be set. This is just a mile and a half from the White House, where he served as president. We have a lot more ahead. Thank you for streaming with us, and we'll continue this coverage straight ahead.
The doorbell rings, and I see this teenager outside. That was the end of my life as I knew it.
She shoots her in the face? What?
So my dad is Joey Buttafuoco, and my mom is Mary Jo Buttafuoco. The name might ring a bell.
Now, the story you thought could never get more surprising does.
Most people think they know this story, but they have no clue, and it's crazy.
The 2020 event, Friday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Tonight, Trump's new arraignment, the allegations, the charges, new details, plus the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter sentenced to death. More Americans turn to the most watched program on television. World News Tonight with David Muir.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about, the new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
How cute.
Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
This summer, GMA's popping up all across the country, spreading sunshine and summertime fun in the morning. It's GMA's Rise and Shine Summer Tour.
Rise and shine.
Rise and shine.
So, could we be coming to your hometown?
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
You know Tori's deals and steals are always amazing. Now get this.
Tori, you've done it yet again.
Next week, she's popping up live every morning across the nation. Right, Tori?
We're driving in and setting up with the best local deals and steals.
GMA all next week.
You can't miss it.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we're coming on the air with breaking news as former President Trump is on his way to Washington, D.C. to face his 3rd arraignment. Taking a live look for you at the courthouse in Washington, D.C., this is where he will make his first appearance after being formally charged with 4 felony counts for allegedly plotting to overturn the 2020 election. Earlier, former President Trump, right here, left his golf club in Bedminster, New Jersey. I spent the night there. He then traveled in his motorcade in a car by himself to Newark Airport, where here he is. He boarded his private plane. He walked up the stairs. He was alone. He didn't wave, didn't say anything. Before speaking with his attorneys and his campaign staff, they all got on the plane behind him. Now, Trump is facing 4 new felony charges, including conspiracy to defraud the United States and conspiracy against rights. Special counsel Jack Smith alleging the former president led a criminal scheme built on lies, culminating in the violence that we saw at the Capitol on January 6th. Donald Trump told ABC News that these new charges are a pile-on and that they were ridiculous, just like his other indictments. Now, we have a team of contributors and correspondents that are standing by. First, though, we want to bring in ABC News investigative reporter and producer Olivia Rubin for more. And Olivia, you know, we're hearing from the president similar things that we've heard from the former president in the past when it comes to these indictments. You've been following these indictments all the way. You've been in a courtroom with the former president prior. So what do you think that we can expect today as he will walk into this D.C. courtroom, his 2nd trip to D.C. since he left office? And instead of going back triumphantly, Olivia, he's going back to be processed as a criminal defendant.
Well, first and foremost, today, Kana, is all about getting a plea from the former president. He is going for this arraignment because it's his first opportunity to respond to these charges that have been brought against him. So, you know, sources have told us to expect a not guilty plea. I don't think that's particularly shocking to anyone, but it will be really interesting to see how this exactly unfolds. Does he enter the plea himself? Does his attorney do it for him? And I think what we have seen sort of time and time again at these arraignments is that they're supposed to be standard. There's an arraignment technically usually takes 15, 20 minutes, but these are not standard cases that have been brought against the former president. And every single time he has gone inside of a courtroom, we have seen something come up. So I think a big question today is, does Jack Smith or his team have anything up their sleeve that they want to discuss with the judge, that they want to bring before the court? Just to sort of give you an example, I remember when the former president was arraigned in Manhattan for the first time, that too was supposed to be a run-of-the-mill arraignment. But I won't forget when prosecutors stood up before the judge and started passing out, Kana, Truth Social posts of the former president attacking prosecutors and the judge, and they asked for a protective order there. So really, you never know what prosecutors are coming to court with. Maybe they have something they want to discuss. So we will definitely get a plea from the president here today. That's really one of the entire points of the hearing, is that he needs to respond. But beyond that, I'm really curious to see if his legal team, if prosecutors have anything else that they want to bring up in their first opportunity in court today.
Right, something that they didn't put the indictment, something that could come as a surprise to Donald Trump and his legal team. That's a good point, Olivia. And, you know, we've talked about these past indictments, but this one, you know, those past indictments, I guess you could say, are a little bit more straightforward, right? This one is much more complex.
It definitely is, and I think it goes back to the fact that there were so many people involved in what allegedly occurred here. There were so many states. It was sweeping across, you know, 7 or 8 battleground states where the former president and his team were allegedly trying to overturn the results of the election here. And I think that's why, you know, it has spun out into a separate investigation in Georgia. It has spun out to separate charges against these so-called fake electors in Michigan, because what allegedly occurred, what Jack Smith has laid out, is a really complex, you know, allegedly coordinated effort that took place to sort of push lies that the former president allegedly knew were false in order to try to win an election that, you know, he knew that he lost. And I think it's been pointed out before, but it's really, really tricky to have to try to prove, you know, the president's state of mind. And even in recent days, since, you know, this indictment dropped, we have seen the former president lean into this narrative that the election was in fact stolen. He is constantly posting that the election was rigged, that it was stolen from him, things that we know are blatantly false and are blatantly not true. But he is still, you know, continuing to push, because that in a way could potentially help him if he still thinks that he won the election. And that goes against Jack Smith's point that he knew that the lies were false. So it's a really complex case, and that's why, you know, it took 45 pages, 6, you know, unnamed co-conspirators, and 7 or 8 states that really document what happened, you know, in the wake of the 2020 election in one succinct way.
All right, Olivia, our thanks to you. And to bring in some more legal analysis on this, I want to add our contributor and law professor at the University of Baltimore School of Law, Kim Whaley. And Kim, thank you so much for being here with us. You have been with us prior to this indictment coming down. We talked a lot about what you might expect when it came to that target letter. So now we have to talk about how, you know, Donald Trump's defense team could approach this, especially considering the fact here that we have these 6 unnamed co-conspirators that many believe, at least a handful of them, most of them, some of them, could be lawyers themselves. And Kim, there's been a lot of talk about this potentially bad legal advice that the former president received.
You know, Kana, it's a really bizarre moment in that regard, because, you know, I've been teaching law for many, many years, and it's really only been in the last couple years with the 2020 election, frankly, where I've had to tell students, listen, it's not okay for lawyers to lie and deceive the court and to make claims, you know, the 60+ claims that had no basis. And now we see looks like they're all 6 are lawyers. One of them, the 6th, is named as a political consultant, but we have co-conspirators who allegedly worked with the former president to undermine what Jack Smith's indictment calls a bedrock foundational aspect of democracy, that is the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another. At the same time, his counsel has outlined one of the defenses being, I relied on the advice of lawyers. I mean, traditionally, lawyers, you know, we care about the rule of law. We care about the potential of getting sanctioned, of losing our bar license. It's just, you know, they're aggressive lawyers, but it's very rare people color outside the lines legally. And John Eastman in particular, right? He's a constitutional law professor, and he drafted the infamous memo outlining how Mike Pence allegedly could undermine the Electoral Count Act and hand the election to Donald Trump. And a federal judge out in California, in ruling that John Eastman had to turn his emails over to the House January 6th committee, basically flagged Donald Trump and John Eastman as engaged potentially in a conspiracy here, and called the whole thing a coup in search of a legal theory, in search of a legal theory. So it's a very sad day, frankly, for the bar, or this whole scheme is sad for the judicial system and the American legal system, which really depends on lawyers doing the ethical thing and basing their work on facts and law.
Well, and Kim, what about the argument of free speech here? This is likely one that we will see Donald Trump's defense team make. And you are hearing from some, in the Republican establishment saying that, if this moves forward like this, if he is convicted, potentially, does that put anyone who speaks out against the D.C. establishment at risk when it comes to free speech?
I think that's really a distortion, and I know we played earlier the clip that Pierre Thomas put together citing the videotape of Bill Barr, former Attorney General, who, by all reports, resigned from the White House, from the Department of Justice over this entire scheme. And he said, I think accurately, that you don't have a First Amendment right to engage in fraud. You don't have a First Amendment right to engage in conspiracy. And those crimes do require speech, right? You don't have a First Amendment right to defame someone. Donald Trump has already lost a case in New York relating to sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll. Her defamation claim, that's illegal. There's lots of speech that is not legal. And here, if you read the indictment, this isn't an indictment about his speech on the ellipse. That is not what this indictment's about. It's not even, frankly, about the riots. It's about a scheme, a coordinated scheme, multi-tiered over many months, to try to get the states to ignore votes or transfer votes. When that didn't work, 7 different states of fake electors across 7 states. When that didn't work, try to strong arm Mike Pence into violating the Constitution. When that didn't work, then sort of calling people to march and making individual calls to members of Congress that when Mike Pence didn't do it, maybe the Republicans in the Congress would thwart the Electoral Count Act. So that's what this case is about. It's not about speech, and it's not even really about the violence on January 6th.
All right, Kim Whaley, thank you. We appreciate your time. I also now want to bring in contributor and former federal prosecutor of New York's Southern District, Khan Kawaday, and thank you so much for joining us. So from the prosecution side here, this 45-page indictment doesn't lay out everything. And even as Olivia just pointed out, in these past court appearances on previous indictments, the prosecution has drummed up a surprise on day one on this first appearance. So how do you think the prosecution proceeds today?
I think there will be something that comes up, in particular, something that came up before in the documents case, is the fact that the prosecution may ask that the defendant here, former President Trump, not have any contact with any witnesses. That's kind of a standard ask, and that could raise questions, because think about it. One of the people who's a witness against the former president is his former vice president, Mike Pence. And so this could, I think, raise issues, and this could be something that is definitely discussed at the former president's arraignment today.
And as Pierre Thomas pointed out, former Vice President Mike Pence is mentioned over 100 times alone in this indictment, just in his name. And, sometimes the prosecution can keep some things close to the vest. We also have these 6 unnamed co-conspirators that a lot of people are thinking now with this indictment. Plus, we have the Mar-a-Lago case and other ones ongoing. We're also awaiting this potential indictment in Georgia as well, that somebody close to the president, somebody in his inner circle who's involved in this, could potentially flip.
And that's absolutely right. And I think, frankly, if I'm Jack Smith, I wouldn't want to have an indictment like the one he issued, or the one that's been returned by the grand jury, where you've got 6 unindicted, unnamed co-conspirators. I'd rather have an indictment that says, and we've got 3 cooperating witnesses. So what this says to me is that those 6 unindicted co-conspirators, they haven't come in yet, right? They're not cooperating yet. And really what would put the last nail in the coffin, would really tie up this case with the special counsel, is if one or more of those co-conspirators turn state witness, comes on to Team USA, Team DOJ, and testifies against the former president.
All right, Khan Kawaday, thank you so much for your expertise. We appreciate it. Now bringing in our political contributor and former Trump administration official, Sarah Isgur. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. And as a former Trump DOJ official, how are you processing all of this? What are your thoughts on today?
Sure. I mean, a few things. I mean, one, within the indictment itself, there are stronger and weaker parts of this indictment. I think the more the prosecution focuses on, for instance, the slates of electors that were sent in, frankly, for all our talk about Trump's state of mind, that's a much easier state of mind to prove. That has nothing to do with what Trump thought happened in the election, but rather whether he knew that that was not an authorized, lawful slate of electors to send in to Congress. And also, today's arraignment day. And so we think about the judge who has a lot on her resume that would make you think that she will be harsher towards someone like Donald Trump. She's tried so many of these January 6th cases, given out harsher sentences than some of the other judges. But don't forget, any judge also is going to see 99 of these motions from the Trump defense team that might be meritless. And it's going to be that number 100 where the Trump team throws something against the wall, she rules against them. That's going to be their grounds for appeal. So I would look to how exactly they try to exploit that opportunity in front of a judge that otherwise may not look very friendly.
Well, and let's talk about the judge a little bit, Sarah, as we also are showing everybody Trump Force One. It is in the air. Again, it left from Newark, New Jersey today, and it is now headed to Washington, D.C., where it will land, and then the former president will appear before a judge. Now, the judge he's going to appear before today is a magistrate judge. This is not the judge that has been assigned to his trial. But, Sarah, the judge that has been assigned, this is an Obama appointee and someone who has been quite tough on people involved with January 6th.
Yes, and while Donald Trump, for instance, wasn't charged with anything related to the violence on January 6th, of incitement, for instance, of the crowd, this judge, and frankly, all of the district judges in D.C. have overseen so many of these trials. They are intimately familiar with what happened on January 6th. And so to some extent, that is going to carry into Donald Trump's case, whether it was charged or not.
All right, Sarah Isgur, our thanks to you. We appreciate your time. And as we continue to watch the former president in the air here, again, he's on Trump Force One. He is joined by his legal team and his campaign staff, as well as he is making his way to Washington, D.C. to appear in court today. And we bring back in Olivia, and we can talk a little bit more about the Department of Justice here and the changes that really that happened while he was a president. Olivia, what could happen with the DOJ if he were to be elected president again? Because there is so much talk across the board, but especially now from the GOP, Olivia, that essentially the Department of Justice has criminalized politics.
I think that's what's one of the most fascinating sort of aspects of this entire indictment is how it lays out how Trump allegedly tried to use the Department of Justice when he was president, when he had lost the election, to conduct what Jack Smith said were these sham investigations and to try to convince states to overturn the results in their state, or at least to put them on hold. And I think that's especially interesting because the former president has made attacking the Department of Justice one of the central points of his campaign. He says it's been weaponized. He says that it's, Joe Biden who is using the Department of Justice against him, even though there's no evidence of that. And yet, Jack Smith is the one who has put in an indictment Trump's own efforts to use the Department of Justice to his advantage. And I think when you speak to people, who are involved in this world, that's one of the main concerns here, is of having a former president under indictment running for election again, is that that's going to put him in place in power where he again can, have the ability to conduct much of the same that he allegedly did the first time around. And so it would be putting him back in that spot, putting him back in the position of power to have control, to some extent over the Department of Justice, when clearly what Jack Smith has laid out is really an abuse of power in that sense, asking the Department of Justice to do something for your benefit. So it's sort of a really stark contrast here, and especially since Trump has been himself so laser focused on the Department of Justice in these 3 indictments here.
He certainly has. And we know in the days leading up to this, Olivia, that, John Santucci had been talking with his team. And he described it, Olivia, as, sort of prior to the indictment actually coming down, there was a bit of panic amongst his team. Then when it came down, he was a bit relaxed. And so when you know that, and then you see him board the plane today in the way that he did today, what's your take?
Well, I think we saw, as John said again, he didn't wave when he got on the plane, and that's something that we always see him do. So it's, again, going to be really interesting to see what our reporters who are in the courtroom today take away from him, because he is someone whose body language and his face says so much about what he is feeling. It's very easy to pick up how he is feeling. He's very vocal about it, or he's very not. So I think, it was that, panic when they got the target letter to accepting when they got the call. And I think, the reality is there is still yet another indictment. So it is sort of this, roundabout circle that they're going in as they await a potential indictment in Georgia, that even when, they get the call here that, the former president has been indicted, that they go to Washington, D.C., as we see his plane sort of right in the air right now, getting ready to touch down, and make his appearance. In the back of their mind, in the back of many of his aides' minds, in the back of many of his campaign staff's mind right now, is the fact that there is another indictment looming. And that's just the reality of, the summer of indictments that the Trump team finds themselves facing right now. So, that's definitely something on their minds.
Right. Of course, Olivia is rightfully talking about this looming indictment that we could potentially see out of Georgia here at any moment. And we're watching this plane land. It did look like they had a nose down a little bit, so they may be approaching landing here momentarily. Actually, I think I can even make out some ground there. Yep. All right. So he is getting ready to land there in Washington, D.C. Former President Trump left his New Jersey golf club at Bedminster, where he has spent the bulk of his summer playing golf. He spoke with John Santucci on the phone, in fact, from the golf course the day that this indictment came down. So he spent the night there. He left there this morning. He boarded his plane along with his lawyers, his legal team, and his campaign staff, and then he will get in yet another motorcade. This, as Mary Bruce pointed out, is just his second trip back to Washington, D.C. since he left office. You have to imagine this is probably not how he wanted to make his return. He'll get into a motorcade. He'll drive right past the White House, which is a mile and a half away from the courthouse, where he will go in and he will be processed as a criminal defendant. They will take his fingerprints. He will appear before a magistrate judge, and a new trial date will be set. And here you are seeing, again, only for the second time since his presidency, Trump Force One touching down in Washington, D.C. And as we watch this plane land, I want to bring in John Katko, the former Republican congressman from New York and former U.S. Assistant Attorney, and also pointing out, John, that you voted in favor to impeach Trump for January 6th. And as we're watching this play out and we're watching his plane land, we have been talking a lot about the criticism of the Justice Department when it comes to the GOP. In fact, some even consider this some kind of political hit job, using essentially law enforcement as a guise to go after him.
Yeah, I remember when I was my days as an organized crime prosecutor in the federal system, I would often get criticized because I was prosecuting person A or gang A instead of prosecuting person B or gang B. That, to me, is not a defensible argument, because everyone's judged on their own criminal conduct. And it certainly appears that they found probable cause to believe that the ex-president was involved in criminal conduct with respect to this conspiracy to obstruct the election. We'll ultimately see if a conviction happens, but to argue that somehow the DOJ is corrupt because they presented charges to a grand jury and a grand jury returned an indictment is a different argument, to say the least, than one saying, well, we knew the president's son, President Biden's son, was involved in criminal conduct, and we knowingly avoided that. That hasn't, some smoke in that area has come to light. That hasn't happened yet because they're still doing the oversight. He still looks like he's going to be charged, the president's son, with tax and gun violations at some point. So we'll see how that all shakes out. But to me, complaining that someone else was involved in criminal conduct and they're not being prosecuted, but I am, is not a defense. The defense he has is that, the mental intent wasn't there, but even that, I think, is on somewhat shaky ground for him. I think this is a very far-reaching indictment. It's epic in that it's a former president, but based on all I saw, and I was there on January 6th, saw the whole thing unfold, this was certainly warranted.
And it certainly is raw in the point for a lot of people who live in that Washington, D.C. area. The citizens there will be making up that jury pool. And, you know, John, there's a lot of symbolism that is involved in today. As you see there, you can see his plane right there. Trump Force One has just landed in Washington, D.C. But the symbolism can't be lost, as Aaron Katursky pointed out, that he's going to drive right past the White House and he will walk into this courthouse where they prosecuted Watergate.
Yeah, there's no doubt today is rich with symbolism. But like I said in an earlier broadcast, this is one of the beauties of our system, is that no one's immune from prosecution and no one's above the law. And it's very, very sad that it came to this. But I can also tell you it was very, very sad around 11 p.m. on January 6th when we finally got the alert to come out from being hunkered down, and you see scores and scores and scores of Capitol Hill police officers that look like they've been through hell, that ripped, bloodied, torn clothes, bruised knuckles, someone almost looking shell-shocked, and then going over to the Capitol and seeing what happened there, and thinking back to what caused this all. And I couldn't help but think then, and I can't help but think now, that over the course of several months, this pressure built because of the individual we see on this plane right now coming in to meet his justice, and that is he fomented this discontent. Now, whether he technically is guilty of any crimes here, we'll find out. But I'm impressed with our justice system once again of holding everyone accountable, and that's a good thing.
John Katko, we appreciate your time as always. And you're watching with us here as Trump Force One, of course, has just landed there in Washington, D.C. We've been watching it all morning as it left his Bedminster Golf Club, took to the air, took motorcade first, took to the air, and has just landed. And he'll be getting back in a motorcade. He did ride in the car by himself this morning. You have to imagine some quiet contemplation going on there. But then on his flight, he's flanked by his legal team. He's flanked by his campaign team. There's two separate things going on here. Of course, he is also the front runner for the GOP, and he could potentially be going up against current President Biden in this 2024 election. I want to bring in ABC News' Elizabeth Schulze, who can keep us up to date on the White House. Who, Elizabeth, we know that when it comes to the White House, they have, tried to distance themselves, at least in terms of this investigation, but they have not distanced themselves in terms of January 6th.
Kena, President Biden has been very clear on where he stands on January 6th, saying that those involved that day should be held accountable. And we've pressed the White House on whether that extends to former President Trump, and they've said yes. Now, of course, they are not commenting on this specific case. When this indictment was released, they were clear to say that this is done independently at the Justice Department, that President Biden knows that if he weighs in on this, it will give political fodder to former President Trump and to Republicans who are continuing to decry the weaponization of the Justice Department. But we have heard time after time President Biden repeat his disdain for what happened at the Capitol that day. This was very personal for him, and he talked about watching, and he talked about how he went on television the day of the Capitol insurrection and called on former President Trump to accept the election results, to continue to tell those rioters to go home. So this is a central theme. January 6th has been a central theme here in Washington since it happened, but it undeniably is a central theme of the election, and we're really going to see this play out on a different level as we're watching this go down here, Kena, today.
Right, Elizabeth, it's fascinating to think that they could both be frontrunners, they could be facing each other, and yet this indictment could be the cornerstone of both of their campaigns.
Cornerstone of both, and we've heard that in former President Trump's events on the trail. I was at an event of former President Trump's after the special counsel's first indictment came out, and he absolutely seized on this moment to say that it would rally his supporters. And some of the supporters that I talked to there, Kena, were firm in saying that they did not believe this indictment. They told me they wouldn't even read the indictment. In fact, we heard special counsel Jack Smith urge everyone to read the indictment this time around, as he did the last time. One of the big questions is if they will even take a look at it this time, some of those staunch supporters of the former presidents. But of course, too soon to say really how this will play out as far as this impact of the indictment here. The stakes here are higher, as we've been talking about since this came out, that this is really a different level of charges. We're talking about the former president continuing to lie about the election results. And really, the fact is that right now they are the two. He is the front runner. He is tied with President Biden. Obviously, we're going to have to see how the former president continues to use this on the trail, as well as President Biden, too, in his own messaging. Kana.
And Elizabeth, I'm curious to hear from you a little bit more about some of these staunch GOP voters that you spoke with, because his support really just seems to continue to grow, no matter what legal woes are thrown his way. And I have heard from some, and I'm curious if you've heard the same notion, that, you know, the vote in 2024 comes down to, do you support Donald Trump, or do you just not support in general the Democratic Party at this point? And if he's the leading frontrunner, you know, if he's leading it, that's who you have to vote for.
Well, and so many of former President Trump supporters are going to be with him and have made clear that they want to stand by him regardless. And even when he's speaking next to some of these other candidates who are really trying to walk this tightrope and how far they go in criticizing Trump, some of those supporters I spoke with said they're just not even open-minded when it comes to candidates like Mike Pence or even Ron DeSantis. Now, this is early days, of course. We are still waiting to see the debates. There's, you know, it's really important to point out how so many of these legal dates that we're looking at on the calendar here time out with so many of the important dates going up to the election in November of next year. But ultimately, you know, the question of whether some of those people would give their support to President Biden, that, you know, is something they firmly have said no. And some of the recent polling has shown that a lot of supporters say they don't really like either of these two frontrunners right now. In every sense, though, right now, though, still, Kana, we are still headed very much for a rematch of what we saw just a few years ago.
Yeah, you're not kidding. They are both absolutely dominating the political headlines. Again, we're watching right now as Trump's private plane has landed. Technically, they're in Arlington, Virginia. We just saw some people walking off. We've already seen the motorcade arrive, and so we're awaiting for him to deplane at any moment and join that motorcade, in which he will be driven right past the White House and then just a mile and a half away into this courthouse, where he will face a magistrate judge and be processed as a criminal defendant here today. I want to bring back in Olivia Rubin, and Olivia's been with me all day. We've watched the former president board his private plane. He had mannerisms that was, you know, shocking to her and John Santucci. Didn't offer a wave or anything like that. Was laser focused on getting on the plane. So I'll be curious to hear your thoughts on his demeanor, Olivia, as he deboards. And as he is going to face this this third indictment, we know, Olivia, that there is yet another one looming. We're talking about this potential indictment coming out of Georgia.
As we wait for him to get off the plane. What we're seeing right now is really typical movements for Donald Trump. When his plane touches down, you know, everyone moves first, and he's the last to move, because really nobody waits for him. Or I'm sorry, he doesn't wait for everyone. Everyone waits for him. So we have seen all of his Secret Service, all of his staff really come off the plane now, and now we're just waiting for that final step, which is him, which will trigger the movements of the entire motorcade to make its way over to the courthouse. And it's at that point that I just want to point out one more time that there's really going to be sort of a power dynamic shift, that, you know, Donald Trump is in control right now. He has his motorcade, he has his Secret Service, and when he arrives at that courthouse, he's going to be the defendant, and he's going to be surrendering. He's going to be booked. He's going to have his fingerprints taken, and then even more so, Kana, once he gets inside of the courtroom, he's going to be a defendant who is at the will of the presiding judge. And it's likely, as we've seen, you know, in these last few arraignments, is that he's going to have to sit there for a little bit inside of that courtroom, and he's going to have to wait for the judge to come out and tell him it is his turn for an arraignment, which may seem like something that's very small, but when you are the former president of the United States, that's something that's very significant, because the president waits for no one, and the former president often waits for no one. But as you also just said, to your second point about Fulton County, he is also waiting for potentially a fourth indictment. And I think, you know, as we are talking here about who's in this indictment, who's potentially, you know, cooperated, the co-conspirators, you know, I think it's very likely that a lot of people are on edge about the fourth indictment that is looming, because it's been very broad, Kana. Multiple of his close aides and allies have had to go before the grand jury in Fulton County. Even Senator Lindsey Graham has had to go before the grand jury in Fulton County. And there were a lot of activities that went on in Georgia in the wake of the 2020 election, some of which is cited in Jack Smith's indictment here today, as he listed, what Trump did in Georgia, but it went far beyond that. And Rudy Giuliani was down there. His, former chief of staff Mark Meadows was down there. So really, we could be bracing for something quite sweeping out of Georgia.
And Olivia, we're now seeing him deboard the plane. It looked like he mouthed the words, "Thank you." He is now walking down the plane, and we're going to take you now to a special report with David Muir.
Now reporting, David Muir.
Good afternoon. We are coming on the air as the nation witnesses an historic moment in Washington, D.C., a first in U.S. history. A former president criminally charged with allegedly working to overturn the results of a presidential election that the special counsel alleges Donald Trump knew he lost. There you see Donald Trump, obviously emerging from his plane. It has just landed at Reagan Airport in Washington. He will now head to appear in federal court for the arraignment to answer for the first time to criminal charges stemming from the special counsel's investigation into attempts to overturn the 2020 election. The former president traveling today from Bedminster to Washington. This was not quite the return to Washington this former president had envisioned for himself. This is Donald Trump's third criminal indictment, but these are the most serious charges that he or any other president has ever faced. The former president's motorcade will now take him from Reagan Airport, right there in Washington, of course, through the streets of the Capitol to the E. Barrett Prettyman U.S. Federal Courthouse. It's just blocks from the White House and the Capitol. ABC News has learned that once he is there, he will be fingerprinted, but not photographed or handcuffed. And then he will take the elevator to a second-floor courtroom to be arraigned before a judge. As you all know, we have been reporting here. It was just 2 days ago, late Tuesday, special counsel Jack Smith filed his indictment of the former president, alleging Trump knew he lost his re-election bid, but was determined to remain in power, and that he allegedly engaged in a months-long conspiracy of lies and actions to change the outcome of the election. Trump faces 4 felony charges he will answer to today. Count 1, conspiracy to defraud the United States. Count 2, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding. Also, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding. And then count 4 right there, conspiracy against rights. Now, this involves denying voters rights to have their votes count, to have the actual results certified there in Washington. Now, the indictment claims that the former president, quote, targeted a bedrock function of the United States federal government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election. The indictment also describes 6 unnamed co-conspirators who, we should point out at this point, are not facing charges, but of course that could all change as we move forward here. The indictment alleges that Trump and the co-conspirators created fake electors in, quote, 7 targeted states, compelled, quote, the Justice Department to conduct sham election crime investigations, that he pressured Vice President Pence to, quote, reject legitimate electoral votes, and sent supporters, quote, to the Capitol to obstruct the certification proceeding and to exert pressure on the vice president. Again, you're looking at live pictures. This is the motorcade taking the former president now from Reagan Airport, where he just touched down a short time ago, to that federal courthouse in Washington, D.C. Today's filing is, of course, the second federal criminal indictment stemming from Jack Smith's months-long investigation. And we always try to remind everyone here that these were grand juries, jurors who looked at the evidence gathered in both of these cases and handed up indictments. In June, Donald Trump pleading not guilty to what is now a 40-count indictment involving his handling of classified documents after leaving the White House. Last week, the special counsel filed what's called a superseding indictment, essentially additional charges, adding 3 more charges against Trump, alleging Trump himself got on the phone, that an aide then secretly traveled to Mar-a-Lago, walked through a tunnel with a flashlight with Mar-a-Lago's property manager to find the surveillance outside the storage room where the classified documents had been placed to erase what was on the server. Also, charges for that aide and the property manager at Mar-a-Lago. Also for the alleged efforts to delete the surveillance, which, by the way, because of employee number 4 in that superseding indictment, when that employee was approached, allegedly saying, I don't believe I have the right to do this. That's why it's believed Jack Smith has surveillance, actually, that was not deleted from Mar-a-Lago. We should mention the trial in that case is set to take place in Florida next spring. That's next May, right in the middle of this race for president. Trump also faces criminal charges in a separate case in New York City. As you know, in March, a Manhattan grand jury indicting him on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Those charges stem, of course, from hush money payments before the pivotal 2016 presidential election. So let's carefully take you through what we're going to witness here as a country today. We're watching the motorcade now, taking the former president to Washington. And we have been on the air here at ABC covering each one of these indictments. But legal observers watching this case say this is the one that makes history. Not that the others aren't heavy, that the others aren't important, but this one alleges a former president for the first time in our history tried to overturn an election that he knew he lost. I want to bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, who is watching along with me right here at the desk in New York with the rest of the team. And Pierre, Jack Smith's motorcade, we also learned just moments ago, making its way to the courthouse. It's believed the special counsel will be right there in that courtroom today.
Just like he was in Florida, we anticipate that he will be in the courthouse to witness the proceeding and to, in some cases, look Donald Trump directly in the eye. David, suffice it to say, this is the most consequential case the Justice Department has ever brought. It was not taken lightly, according to my sources, that the special counsel had to come to the conclusion that Donald Trump was a criminal president, that at the end of his presidency, faced with losing, he got information that he lost. And the special counsel, and as you pointed out on Tuesday, locked in on the notion that Donald Trump was allowed to make false claims. He was allowed to go to court to make the case that he won. But the moment that he used the power of the presidency to try to stop the certification of his rival, Joe Biden, to become president, that this became illegal.
And that is a key point here, Pierre, because what the special counsel, it would seem, is trying to do here is to take away a key part of what Donald Trump's defense will likely be, that he is constitutionally protected, that speech is protected. What Jack Smith essentially is saying in this speaking indictment is that you're right, your speech is protected. You can even make false claims, but the way you fight it is through lawful means, and he said, which is what the former president did and was unsuccessful repeatedly, and in many of those cases, with Trump-appointed judges.
Absolutely. The fact that former President Trump went to court after court and was rebuffed. And the other thing that sources are pointing out, when you read the indictment, the special counsel takes great care to expose the notion that Donald Trump was pursuing the notion of wide-scale fraud in state after state. And in time after time, for example, there's a case in Georgia where 10,000 votes, he said, were put forth by dead people. But in every case, the people in a position to know would tell him, Mr. President, that is incorrect, it's false. So they said he had no reason to suspect that he won.
Let's listen to this for a moment from the control room, if we can bring up the audio on this motorcade in Washington. For those of us who have covered Washington and presidencies, we know the familiar sound of the sirens from presidential motorcades, though it's quite surreal to hear it play out in this scenario. Aaron Katersky is at the federal courthouse in Washington as we watch these live pictures of former President Trump's motorcade take him to that courthouse where he will be arraigned just a short time from now. We have just learned that the former president is alone in the motorcade. This is how it played out in South Florida in the classified documents case, and again today. To imagine what must be playing out in his mind as the former president returns to Washington. And again, this courthouse, not far from the White House and actually just steps from the Capitol as well. Aaron, take us through what we expect to play out once the former president arrives.
Former President Trump, David, is now approaching a courthouse where Watergate defendants were prosecuted. And as soon as he arrives, he is going to see a scene of protesters, both for him and against him. Across the street, protesters have been blaring music and the Pledge of Allegiance with a giant speaker set up across Pennsylvania Avenue, and he is going to be immediately taken to the second floor for processing as a criminal defendant. His fingerprints will be scanned. He'll have to give over some basic information, his social security number, his address. But at no time is he going to be in handcuffs, and there's no need for a mugshot, we're told, because the former president, David, is already one of the most photographed people in the country. So after this quick bout of processing, He's going to be taken into a courtroom that's normally used by the chief judge in this district. He's going to appear before a federal magistrate, enter a plea of not guilty, and he will be seated with two attorneys at the defense table. John Lauro, who was only recently hired by the former president after he received a target letter formally informing him that he is a target of the investigation by the special counsel, and by Todd Blanche, who's been with him for indictments previously. Otherwise, it's the two of them, the former president. There are others in the motorcade, political advisors, legal advisors, but as you say, David, he is riding to this courthouse alone.
Extraordinary to imagine, John Carl. We know this route very well ourselves. You know, he's crossed the Potomac now, past the Jefferson Memorial, on his way back to very familiar territory for him. He'll be just a couple of blocks from the White House, where obviously he served for 4 years, was hoping he would serve longer. Steps from the Capitol, where the scene played out on January 6th, and where the country witnessed the January 6th hearings. But again, some of that evidence that they uncovered, perhaps the foundation of this indictment, but the indictment goes much further. Jack Smith has shed light on things that we did not know. And one of the main questions going into today is just how much more? What did Jack Smith hold back? That is a key question as we watch this play out over the next several months.
Just last night, his former Attorney General, Bill Barr, said that he believes that Jack Smith held back quite a bit. I know that I had big questions going into seeing this indictment. One of the big questions that I had is, what about Mark Meadows? No person spent more time with Donald Trump on January 6th or in the days leading up to it as his chief of staff, Mark Meadows. We've heard very little from Meadows over the past several months. We know that he's talked to the special counsel. We have no idea what he's had to say, what his level of cooperation is. And there's very little in this indictment that sheds any light on that. So there are, it's just one example of questions that we have. One thing that is new in here is the testimony of former Vice President Pence. As you recall, Pence refused to talk to the January 6th committee. He challenged the special counsel's right to interview him in this case, at least in regard to his duties on January 6th, and the special counsel had to fight in court to compel Pence's testimony. So there, we see some very interesting things in this indictment from Mike Pence's testimony, but there's a lot else that we know that he's looked at that we don't see in here.
That we have yet to see from Jack Smith. And again, you'd point out that Mike Pence, one of the things in the indictment, of course, the contemporaneous notes from Mike Pence that have been handed over to Jack Smith. And we're now staring down at a potential trial where Mike Pence, the former vice president, will be the star witness in the federal criminal case against Donald Trump, alleging that he tried to overturn an election that the special counsel says he knew he lost. As we look at these live pictures, I want to bring in John Santucci, who has covered Donald Trump for us for years as a candidate, then president, now a candidate again. And John, when you hear that the former president is traveling alone in this motorcade, take us into his thought process and what's played out so far today. And the other question for you, John, people at home are really going to want to know, does the former president understand, recognize the weight of what is playing out here today? We know what he's saying publicly, but privately, does he understand the weight of this?
Well, David, I'll go in that order with you. So on the latter question to you, he absolutely understands the weight of this. I think Donald Trump was stunned, stupefied was the word I heard when that target letter arrived just 2 weeks ago to his lawyers late on a Sunday night. This was the case, David, that he was told repeatedly, this is not going to hit you. Don't worry about this one. So the fact that these charges were brought, the fact that Donald Trump is heading to D.C. right now, Donald Trump himself truly, from what I hear, David, cannot believe it. Now, as far as Donald Trump's day today, rather routine. As one person said to me, we're kind of used to it at this point. Donald Trump waking up this morning in Bedminster, New Jersey, playing a round of golf, getting off the course, doing some campaign calls, because, David, as you and I both know, he is a candidate for 2024, and then getting dressed, getting in that motorcade, and by himself again, David, which as somebody else noted to me, he enjoys that ride by himself. And I said, well, how does that make sense? Donald Trump likes talking to people. And they said, well, for this, you have to understand it's a little moment of actually reflection for him. He doesn't want to be bothered during these times, which for a guy, as we know, we've all been around Donald Trump, David, for many years now. Donald Trump likes feeding off the people around him. He likes asking people for their opinions. So to think that he's alone right now, yet again, every time we do this, David, we say it's astonishing, but yet again, the word is valid. It is just astonishing.
That is striking to hear from some who are close to the former president that he actually enjoys traveling alone, what John Santucci just reported here, but also that the former president certainly knows the weight of what is playing out today. In fact, John had reported before, along with the rest of our team, that the former president believed charges were coming in the Mar-a-Lago case, but thought somehow that they would skirt charges related to trying to overturn the election, related to January 6th, that somehow that would not happen. But once that target letter arrived, it was painfully clear to them that charges were in fact coming. Martha Raddatz, our chief global affairs anchor, I wanted to get your reaction to something else John Santucci just said, that even the team around the former president has become somewhat used to this, you know, immune to the historical weight of what it is we're watching. You were there on January 6th, and I know it's something you and I have talked about for quite some time, that the hope that as we report these moments in history out, and it's our aim to report them as fairly and as steadily as possible, that the country doesn't become immune to what they're seeing, because you certainly witnessed what you saw on January 6th, and you've also traveled the country since, and you're fully aware that there are many voters out there who still believe that the election was stolen.
Absolutely, David. And as I watch that motorcade and think about what you just said, that he will be near the Capitol. He just passed the Jefferson Memorial. He has the Washington Monument in his view. But most of all, the Capitol. The whole country watched that. I was there. I saw the chaos. I saw the violence. But so did Donald Trump. He watched that from the White House, about 187 minutes from the time he gave a speech to when he finally tweeted out for people to go home. He watched all of that. And that is part of this indictment, that the president fueled this. I talked to an official the next day who said, look, I listened to that speech, and Donald Trump gave all those people the green light. But you go around the country, I remember in Wyoming last year, and talking to a man, he said, oh, no one was hurt. It was fine. They were just protesting. And I pulled out my phone and said, let me show you some videos from that day. And he actually said, oh, maybe I should take a look at that. But there are others who will say, no matter how many people have been prosecuted, no matter how many people have been put in jail, that it doesn't really have anything to do with Donald Trump. When I was riding up to the Capitol that day and hollered at some people as they were approaching the Capitol, I said, they breached the Capitol. They breached the Capitol, and they'd say, well, we have to do what we have to do, telling me in instances that they were there because Donald Trump sent them there. And there were armed people, according to testimony, that they thought were in the crowd at Donald Trump's speech, and yet that continued, and yet Donald Trump said, give them hell, stop this deal.
Martha Raddatz watching this play out with us here today as well. Martha, thank you. The former president is headed to the same courthouse where more than 1,000 others have now faced charges for their role in the January 6th Capitol siege. Today's proceeding will be overseen by a federal magistrate, Judge Maxilla Upadhyaya. She'll oversee this case, but look at this. This is the judge who will then, we just had it up on screen, we can show it again, Judge Tanya Chutkan. She's an Obama appointee. She will be the judge who will be overseeing this case once it's in full swing, if you will. She's already tried a number of January 6 cases. She's already handed out very stiff sentences in these cases related to January 6. In one case in December of 2021 saying, quote, it has to be made clear that trying to violently overthrow the government, trying to stop the peaceful transition of power, and assaulting law enforcement officers in that effort is going to be met with absolutely certain punishment. That quote from Judge Chutkan, who will be presiding over this case, not today, but once the case moves on from here. You don't need me to tell you that as we look at these live pictures here today, that all of this is now playing out amid the 2024 presidential election, just as it begins to pick up steam. The former president, by far the leading Republican candidate for his party's nomination, some 37 to 40 points ahead of the closest challenger on the Republican side, Ron DeSantis. He also is being challenged by who I mentioned will be the star witness in this case, if this goes to trial, Mike Pence, his former vice president, who just today is now selling merchandise based off of what was in the indictment. And I believe the control room has an image of this, but T-shirts and hats that say "Too Honest." In that indictment, the president is quoted, the former president Donald Trump, saying to Mike Pence, leading up to the certification that, Mike, you are too honest. And Mary Bruce, who is our chief White House correspondent, covering the race for president, we saw that moment with Mike Pence being pressed by voters for his role, not supporting him, but instead questioning him, saying, because of what you did that day, we have Joe Biden. Again, this point that there are still many voters in this country who believe Donald Trump's words leading up to January 6th.
David, in fact, according to a new poll out today from CNN, about 70% of Republican voters, Republican-leaning voters, still believe that this election was fraudulent, that Joe Biden did not legitimately win the presidency. That is the environment in which this case is now playing out. And Mike Pence is in an incredibly difficult situation here. He has long maintained, and did so just in the last 24 hours, that he was fulfilling his constitutional duty by going ahead and certifying the results of this election. And he has ramped up his rhetoric. I wouldn't call them attacks because he's not necessarily going that far, but we have seen harsher comments from him in the last 24 hours against Donald Trump, saying anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. He is, though, arguing that history, that voters, not the court, should hold Donald Trump accountable. And that is an argument that you are seeing repeated by other Republican rivals on the campaign trail, David.
Well, this is a very delicate dance for Mike Pence, who continues to say, yes, that this should not be playing out in the courts, that the American people should decide. Yet he's selling merchandise today off of the fact that he was, in the former president's words, quote, too honest. And as we look at live pictures, we'll come back the moment we see the former president. We'll stay with the live pictures. But in addition, I want to show you this question I asked Mike Pence, because this goes to this question that will be debated, but that Jack Smith contends that Donald Trump knew he lost the election. And so I had asked Mike Pence in his first interview about January 6th, I asked the former vice president, did you tell Donald Trump point blank, we have lost here? Here's what he said. Did you ever point blank say to the president, I will not do this, I will not intervene, we lost this election?
I did, David, many times.
So let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams, because this will be part of what the defense goes to, what was playing out in Donald Trump's mind as Jack Smith tries to make the case that it wasn't just Mike Pence, it was a multitude of people who were very close to the former president and the former president himself who knew they lost.
Well, and that's the critical piece here. When you're talking about the witnesses in this case, they're going to be Donald Trump's inner circle. Those are the people who are going to be the critical people testifying in this case. It's not going to be a bunch of Democrats coming in and saying, oh, Donald Trump was wrong and we were blaming him from day one. This is going to be people who either worked for Donald Trump, worked with Donald Trump, supported Donald Trump. Those are the key witnesses. And Mike Pence is certainly going to be one of those star witnesses. And I think it's entirely fair to say that he's going to be the star witness, particularly on one of the counts, right? Because remember, there are kind of differences and nuances between the counts here, right? One of them is with regard to the fake elector scheme, right? And Mike Pence will be a little less important with regard to that one. He's more important with the effort to try to stop the election from being certified on January 6th. On that one, Mike Pence becomes a critical witness. And when you're evaluating these two legally, you know, you hear people say, well, free speech, First Amendment, et cetera. That's a much tougher argument to even make when it comes to the fake elector scheme, right? Because there you're talking about a fraud, right? A group of people getting together to try to perpetrate a fraud on the United States by suggesting that people in various states, Republicans, were the actually duly elected electors when they weren't. documents being sent in, paperwork to the United States. That's a very different case. It'll be a different defense. And so when we talk about all these charges, I do think as a legal matter, it's important to separate them out because there will be different evidence and different defenses.
And different witnesses who play into each one of those counts. And as you point out, for example, the fraudulent electors, the fake electors, Mike Pence will play a lesser role in that argument. But one of the things that we were on the air when the indictment was released just 2 days ago, that John Carl, if my memory serves me correctly, pointed out first, was that this is an example, Dan, of where they have direct evidence involving former President Trump being part of this notion to create fake electors, alternate electors from 7 key states.
Well, and they needed that, right? It can't just be, well, Donald Trump was pleased about what they were doing and he was thrilled about it. There has to be evidence that he was leading it, that he was making calls. And that's what the indictment says, is that he wasn't just a passive recipient of good fortune. He was the one who was leading, according to the indictment, this effort to create these fake electors, they call them alternate electors, these fake electors in these different states. That's, you know, on that one, if they have what Jack Smith says they have, which is Donald Trump making the calls, et cetera, it's almost a harder defense. I mean, look, this is all going to be a tough defense, I think, but that's almost a harder case to defend than the one with regard to January 6th, where Donald Trump will say, I believed it, I thought it, I was just trying to advocate for what I was being told by my lawyers was our legal rights. When it comes to the fake electors, it's tough to figure out, like, how you can say, I thought it would be okay for us to send in these documents with people who were not the duly elected electors being named as the actual people who should represent the state.
That's really fascinating, Dan. And I want to ask you for a follow-up to what you just talked about, because you hit on another key part of what will likely be Donald Trump's defense, and this is on the language in front of the American people in the weeks leading up to January 6th. And of course, that morning, you suggest, and it's not a leap because his attorneys have also suggested this already, that Donald Trump will say, well, wait a minute, I believe this. You know, I believed that there were fraudulent things going on with this election. And it's really fascinating that in the indictment, Jack Smith says he has every right to say that publicly. Jack Smith says, go ahead. You have the right to say that. You have the right to actually spread lies. But what you have to do is fight what you believe is fraudulent through lawful means and in the court system, which Jack Smith says is exactly what Donald Trump did, and he lost.
It's the conduct, right? Not the words, it's the conduct. And they're going to have to show legally that he knew that what he was doing was corrupt, was wrong. And they believe that they have enough evidence to do that. It's not going to be enough for just a witness, right, to come forward and say, well, I told him that he'd lost. That's not in and of itself. Donald Trump could say, yeah, but all these other people told me that there was fraud going on in this state and fraud going on in that state. And my lawyers were telling me that I had every right to challenge this on January 6th. That's why it becomes so critical what the evidence is that he knew that he'd lost. He knew. And that's where your interview with Mike Pence is important. People like Mike Pence telling him, no, this thing is over. I'm being told that I have no autonomy here. There's nothing else that I can do here. And that's going to be one of the big fights here. So I think the defense, when they talk about freedom of speech and First Amendment, is more a political defense. I think the legal defense is more, this is what was going on in Donald Trump's head. He was accepting the counsel he was getting from his lawyers. He was accepting other people's accounts of what was happening, and that's why he did what he did.
And the legal defense is what matters here.
Yes,
moving forward.
But his lawyers are citing this First Amendment. I'm just saying it's not. It's a little bit of a frivolous argument to suggest that, oh, it's freedom of speech. I mean, this is what Bill Barr, his attorney general, said last night, and he's right, which is any fraud involves words. Right? Just because you use words to commit a crime, it doesn't mean, oh, it's all protected by the First Amendment. You can still commit crimes with words. I mean, think about conspiracy to commit a murder, right?
You could ask a hitman, go and kill that guy.
Yes,
That's not protected speech. But this question of what he knew and what he believed is an important one. I think that there's one very crystal clear example in this indictment of where Donald Trump was saying something publicly, not only that was false, but that he knew was false. And it's directly relevant here. And that's regarding what Pence was going to do on January 6th. He goes through chapter and verse and details some of these meetings that had been previously reported and talked about, that Pence has spoken about, all the times leading up to January 6th, where Pence had told him point blank, I don't have the power to do what you are asking me to do. You are asking me to single-handedly overturn the presidential election during what is only a ceremonial role in this proceeding. And Pence told him over and over and over again that he couldn't do it. And after one particularly contentious meeting on January 5th, where Pence said, I can't do it.
The day before, saying, I will not halt the certification.
Yes, I will not do it. Donald Trump puts out a statement, and Smith cites it here, puts out a statement that we all saw that night, where Donald Trump said, the vice president and I are in total agreement that the vice president has the power to act. And that is not what was going on, and Trump knew it was not what was going on.
And of course,
so you can't say he believed it, because he didn't. He knew that it was false.
And the key person, the other part of that conversation, is Mike Pence,
Yeah.
who also shared that moment with me, fully aware of what he said to his boss on that day, which is what he had been saying, as you just pointed out, John, for weeks, which is, I will not stand in the way of the certification of this election. You're looking at a moment from the indictment there, but again, these are live pictures in Washington, D.C. as we are on the air today. We know that the former president is now inside that federal courthouse. Aaron Katersky is standing by outside the courthouse. Catherine Falders, our senior reporter with our investigative unit, is inside the courthouse. The moment she emerges with color from inside, we will go to her. In the meantime, Aaron, what's the belief right now as to what's playing out?
The former president's motorcade went underground into a parking garage, David, so we did not physically see him enter, but we know he's in the courthouse, and his first stop is to the U.S. Marshals for processing as a criminal defendant, a process that he's familiar with because he's done it twice before in 2 other courthouses, fingerprint scanning, turning over some personal information, and then he'll be brought to a second-floor courtroom for an arraignment. Outside, and the former president may have seen this on his way to court, there are supporters and detractors of the former president gathered, including someone you may be able to hear shouting into a microphone dressed in a Revolutionary War costume. He has been singing and shouting for the last 20 or 30 minutes or so. And there are people waving flags. There's an inflatable Trump balloon. There are impersonators, a man wearing a jail costume that we also saw when the former president was arraigned in Miami federal court. And so with each of these, there is a bit of a carnival atmosphere. But I think this one, David, is a bit more subdued, and that may be due to the location. The federal courthouse here is within sight of the United States Capitol, so as the former president's motorcade pulled in, he's very much returning to the scene of the crime.
It's quite a juxtaposition, Aaron, when you talk about the calmness, the relatively, laid-back nature of those who have gathered there today, when you think about that being the very route that some of those on January 6th took to get to the Capitol, which is just steps from where you're standing, Aaron.
Really, David, this area was overrun with protesters. And as you mentioned, more than 1,000 defendants have been charged for their varying roles in the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol. And David, while the former president isn't charged directly, he is now facing criminal charges, in part because of January 6th.
Alina Habba, spokesperson with the Trump campaign and for the former president. Let's listen in.
Look at the facts. On March 17th, Hunter accidentally admits that it was his laptop from hell. The next day, DA Alvin Bragg indicts President Trump. June 8th.
Alina Habba making the case that this is politically motivated, bringing up the current president's son, Hunter Biden. And we should point out that we have reported in depth on Hunter Biden and his own legal woes. And the Biden administration, their handling of the president's son. But on this day, given the history playing out in Washington, we remain focused on this federal criminal indictment. In fact, the first time this has ever happened involving a former president. Again, Donald Trump inside that courthouse, where he is being arraigned on 4 counts related to his alleged attempt to overturn the 2020 election to hold onto the White House, even though Jack Smith, the special counsel in this case, believes Donald Trump knew that he had lost the election. Of course, that will be a key part of the prosecution's case, as we've been talking about with Dan here. Also key is the scheme to set up fake electors from 7 key states in this country to try to overturn the results. Jack Smith making a direct connection through phone calls involving the former president. Again, there were questions about whether or not they would somehow find evidence directly linking the former president to that strategy of putting in place fake electors to represent these states and the actual outcome from the states instead of an outcome that would have given Donald Trump those particular states. I'm curious because we hear about co-conspirators, Dan Abrams. They have not been named. Obviously, through what's in the public reporting and reporting from ABC News, we know who some of them are, given the evidence here. They have not yet been charged. We don't know if they will be. How much evidence do you think Jack Smith is still holding close to the vest here?
Well, look, I think if they were going to charge these conspirators, they probably would have done it. Meaning, that's not always the way it happens, but in a case like this, I would expect that if they were going to charge the other co-conspirators you see up there, ranging from Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Sidney Powell, et cetera, and if they were going to be charging them, I would have expected it. Now, is it possible that they could still get charged? Yes, it is still possible. But any good trial lawyer wants to hold back something, right? As a prosecutor, you have to turn over evidence, something called discovery. You're going to have to let the defense know what the arguments are you're going to make. You're going to have to turn over to the defense key pieces of evidence to them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to disclose every single argument that you will make in the context of the case. So I don't know how much he may still have in terms of video, audio, et cetera, but the defense will know that well before the trial, if any of that exists. So there won't be surprises at the trial. Suddenly, the video shows up and the defense wasn't ready for it. That will have had to have been turned over.
And what do you make of the judge, Tanya Chutkan, in this case? We know that she was appointed by the Obama administration, that she has presided over January 6th related cases, that she's handed down very stiff sentences. We should point out that that is not something that is characteristic of her courtroom only. Every federal judge in this district has presided over a January 6th case, and many of them, many have handed down very stiff sentences, including Republican-appointed judges and judges appointed by Donald Trump.
Yeah, and look, when you look at her background, right, someone who oversaw a public defender's office, for example, that's not typically who Donald Trump was probably going to want as the judge. But the bigger picture question is, how much power, how much change can the judge make in this case? How much influence can the judge have? The most important thing that this judge is going to have control over is the timing. It is clear that Jack Smith and the special counsel want to move this quickly. It is clear that Donald Trump's lawyer believes that you're talking about a very long process to prepare for trial. That's going to be the first issue that she has to resolve, and the most important one in the short term.
Is how much time you give the defendant to prepare versus what is an appropriate amount of time to keep this thing moving, with voters knowing they have to make a big decision in 2024.
Right. Does it happen before the 2024 election?
And does it?
I initially thought yes, but the number of people I have talked to, including some who've practiced in her court, think that it's likely that it won't.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that if she decides she wants to move this quickly, she'll be able to. But what you're going to see is if she starts moving this quickly, you're going to see the Trump team trying and appealing as much as possible any rulings, asking for permission to appeal particular rulings, et cetera, in an effort to further delay the case. It really is. This is one of these things where there is no way to answer the question definitively. You have to let it play out and see how serious is she about moving this really quickly. And that is the ultimate intersection of politics and law.
I want to bring in Sarah Isgur, who was with the Trump Justice Department. And Sarah, I'm curious how much of an impact you believe the judge could have in this case.
Well, you know, after the judge was selected down in Florida, there was a lot of conversation about whether that was too friendly to Donald Trump. And something I pointed out at the time was that, in fact, this can be a problem for a team. You know, you get everything you're asking for, then there's no real issues for appeal. Here, I think Trump's defense team may well see an opportunity with a judge who would otherwise be hostile to them. They're going to throw 99 ridiculous motions at this judge to the point that you can get into a sense that all of their legal arguments are meritless. But number 100, she rules against them. There's your argument for appeal. As Dan was saying, there's your ability to delay this trial further. So she's going to have to stay on her toes as well.
And Sarah, you're an observer, obviously, of the justice system, having worked in the Trump administration, the Bush administration before that. It's important to point out, as we did just moments ago, that all of the judges in this district have presided over January 6 related cases here.
Absolutely. And, you know, this judge, I think, has overseen 58 such trials, while Donald Trump has not been indicted for the violence related to January 6th, the insurrection at the Capitol, like those defendants have. These judges are all intimately familiar with what happened that day from a legal standpoint as well. So in some sense, that's already baked into Donald Trump's trial, regardless of what the prosecution actually is charged here.
And Asha Rangappa, former Associate Dean of Yale Law School, a legal professor, will be checking in with her a bit later for her perspective, because the question for so long has been, would it be simply the people who showed up and marched on the Capitol at the request of their former president, who was standing before them and saying, we must, in so many words, take back our country? We reported on it on that day, but John Carl, a lot of people asked, will those who delivered that message be held accountable, or at least prosecuted for those words and actions, the strategy leading up to January 6th? Or would it be simply the people who, you know, took action on that day at the Capitol, broke windows, took aim at officers who were gathered there, and we saw make their way through the hallways of the Capitol to Nancy Pelosi's office, for example? And in this case, it's a question not only many Americans have asked, but even some of the officers who came under attack on that day.
Yeah, and then let's look at Kevin McCarthy's words. I mean, the now Republican Speaker of the House, who was then the Republican leader in the House, on January 13th, exactly 1 week after the attack, stood up in the well of the House and said Donald Trump bears responsibility for what happened here. It was glaringly obvious that the people were at the Capitol because of Donald Trump. I mean, they were carrying Trump banners and Trump flags. They draped massive Trump flags over the eastern front of the Capitol, right by where they barged through and broke past Capitol police officers to get into the building. They were there. Whether or not you think it was incitement in the legal sense of that word, there's no question that they were there because he asked them to be there. And one of the things Jack Smith does in this indictment is he goes through all the times in the weeks leading up to January 6th where he asked people to come to Washington. The famous tweet on December 19th where he tells people to come and says it will be wild. But there were many other examples of that. So yes, we've had all these others, the foot soldiers, if you will, but now we at last, 2.5 years later, have the person that was that was really calling the shots, if not the shots in terms of the violence on the Hill, certainly calling the shots in terms of the overall effort to overturn the election results.
And we heard it so many times, John, in covering these cases, each one of them. And then when you hear those numbers, you know, hundreds and hundreds of cases. You mentioned foot soldiers in late terms. These were supporters of Donald Trump who time and time again said, you know, we were following the words of our president. We were doing what he had asked us to do. And quite frankly, we supported him. That was their defense. And we have that moment on January 6th. You know, there were many moments leading up to January 6th, but of course there was what he said that morning, and let's listen.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you, because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength, and you have to be strong. We fight like hell, and if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
And I'll be there with you. And of course, John, also in the indictment, even though there are no charges for insurrection per se. But in the indictment, they detail how long the president spent in the White House, in that room off of the Oval, watching all of this unfold and not taking action to try to halt it.
Now, it's important to point out, and Trump supporters will say this every time that sound is played, that Trump also in that speech said for people to be peaceful. Now, it was one line where he mentioned being peaceful, and it was many, many other lines where he talked about fighting like hell and we have to take our country back. But he did say peaceful. But what this document does is it talks not only about what Trump did while the attack was underway, which is do nothing to stop it until finally at 4:17 that afternoon, more than 2 hours after the Capitol has been breached, the barricades have been breached, he tells people to go home. But even as he tells people to go home, he says, we love you, you are very special. But what Jack Smith does is he talks about what happens after the violence took place and after the Capitol was cleared of the protesters. What did Donald Trump do? He continued to, in the allegation here in this indictment, try to exploit the violence and take advantage of the chaos at the Capitol by calling lawmakers to tell them to continue to stop, to stop the certification of the election. And David, this is important because it's a series of phone calls that are placed by Trump from the White House, from the West Wing, and by Rudy Giuliani, his primary lawyer at this point. And it talks about at 6 p.m. Remember, the Capitol is cleared by now. He tries to reach out to 2 United States senators. And then from 6:59 to 7:18, again, the Capitol has been cleared. They haven't started they haven't started the certification process again yet. But co-conspirator number 1, that's Rudy Giuliani, places calls to 5 United States senators and 1 U.S. representative. And it goes through and talks about what was said on those calls. Because Giuliani actually mistakenly left a voicemail message on the wrong senator's phone. And in that message, he's asking them, delay the proceedings. Don't let them certify Biden's victory yet. We're still bringing in evidence. And the White House counsel that evening, Pat Cipollone, gets wind that these calls are going on. I mean, again, this is after the riot. This is after the Capitol has been attacked. And they're still making this call. They're still trying to stop the certification. Cipollone, the White House counsel, the top lawyer in the White House, confronts Donald Trump about this and asks him, please drop the objections. It's over. And according to this indictment, Trump refused.
John Call reporting out a key part of this indictment, which is just one more example of what Jack Smith and his team have uncovered. There are several examples of this in this 45-page, what they call a speaking indictment, written essentially in language that all of us can understand, the voters at home across this country. He came out before the cameras and asked the American people, as he did with the Mar-a-Lago case, to read this indictment. It has purposely been written in terms that all of us can understand, not those of us with a law degree. Thank you, Dan Abrams, though, for being here anyway. You help us along every step of the way. But again, John Carl pointing out an example of what Jack Smith has uncovered. The question is, how much more does he have? And how little is he going to show to make the case and then present through the course of discovery as this moves forward, as Dan rightly points out. There's not going to be a surprise for the defendant, the former president, once the trial begins, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Jack Smith is going to present everything right now before the American people. We do know, as you look at live pictures there at the federal courthouse in Washington, that Jack Smith, the special counsel, is in the courtroom. He is there along with the former president, Donald Trump, and the 2 lawyers who are going to be seated beside the former president, John Lauro and Todd Blanche. We know the president traveled down with a team of 4, although in the motorcade itself, traveling from Reagan Airport to the courthouse, Donald Trump traveling alone, just as he did in South Florida. That was reported out earlier by our team. John Santucci actually reporting out that that is the way the former president prefers to do this in these moments. And now there have been a number of them. which is another thing to sort of take into account as we witness what's playing out on this day. There you see it on the screen there. Obviously, Jack Smith, the special counsel in this case, from upstate New York, went to SUNY Oneonta here in New York before going to Harvard Law. We know his legal background, tried war crimes at The Hague before being appointed by Merrick Garland, the Attorney General. And we know that that appointment came amid the talk that Donald Trump was going to be running for office again, running for the office of the presidency again. And that's when the Attorney General came out publicly and said we need to distance this Justice Department from this investigation. We are naming a special counsel, and Jack Smith was then named. On the right-hand side of your screen there is the Trump defense team, again, traveling with several lawyers, but those are the two lawyers who will be seated beside the former president. The fact that Jack Smith is in that courtroom today, not a surprise to you, Pierre Thomas, but it does signal something important.
Two things. Again, he wants to emphasize to the president, former president of the United States, I'm the one who did this, and I'm going to prosecute you fully before a jury. Secondly, it's a sign of support to his staff, that I believe in what you've done. I believe in the work of the FBI. I'm here to say we stand by the case. We're confident in our case. You do that, it's rare for someone of his level to be in the courtroom at this stage. The other thing, David, that I was struck by as we've been watching this unfold, source said to me, when you think about this indictment, you have to think about two things. Number one, what happens if things unfolded if the way former President Trump wanted them to? What happens if Mike Pence says, I will not certify the election? What happens if the fake electors are allowed to form and be counted? The source said the country would have been paralyzed. Paralyzed. Imagine day after day with Pence not certifying and the country in limbo. And the source said Jack Smith and the team focus on that as well, that if this had unfolded the way Donald Trump wanted to unfold, the country would have been perhaps in chaos. And the other thing is, a few moments before we went to air, I took the opportunity to give a call to Harry Dunn, one of the officers who was injured, not injured, but injured psychologically by that day. And he said he planned to get off work and to go down to the courthouse. He wasn't sure if he would be able to get in the courthouse. And David, I was struck by the fact that this man is still living with the images of that day, the fighting that he took part in, being called the N-word multiple times that day, the tear gas that he described, asking the question, is this America? And the fact that he's still dealing with this and wants to be at the courthouse today really struck me, because it's a reminder 140 plus officers were injured that day, and what they described as medieval conflict, hand-to-hand conflict. And there's still the personal and emotional toll that that day took.
We have just learned that the former president, Donald Trump, is now in the courtroom. We know Jack Smith, the special counsel, in that courtroom as well. We know that two attorneys have joined the former president at the defendant's table. And John Santucci, you have been reporting from sources very close to Donald Trump what this former president and this legal team is most nervous about.
Yeah, David, the biggest thing for Team Trump right now is the indictment and the unnamed co-conspirators, the 6 of them. So, David, like us, like we've been reporting out, trying to figure out who it is, Donald Trump's team right now has been doing the same thing for the last several days over at Bedminster. They've been trying to piece together who the other individuals are. And as one source said to me, the thing, honestly, right now, God forbid one of them is another Michael Cohen. And what I mean by that, David, is Michael Cohen, as we all famously know, was Donald Trump's fixer. Anything that Donald Trump needed taken care of, Michael Cohen proudly say, put me in. I think he once described himself as Donald Trump's pit bull. That pit bull flipped on Donald Trump. He's part of the reason why many of Donald Trump's legal troubles have come to fruition. So right now, David, the problem for Team Trump is that communication with some of the folks of the 6 is still good. There's still a relationship with Rudy Giuliani, obviously. The two of them have been friends for nearly 30 years. But with the other individuals, David, that is a concern right now for Team Trump. Obviously, those conversations that we were just talking about with Pierre, John, and Dan, those are the scenes. Those are the problem incidents, if you will. Jack Smith's indictment lays it out very clear. Those are the moments that are a problem. And if one person crosses over, if you will, and says something that could cause Donald Trump even more problems, that's when this is going to get serious.
John, I'm curious who you think the Trump team is most concerned about. Is it Mark Meadows, the former chief of staff? We know we have seen him just briefly in recent days being pressed by reporters on Capitol Hill, going into a doorway. What did you say to the special counsel? What did you say before the grand jury? Obviously making no comment, and no one really has heard from Mark Meadows in quite some time, which must be one of the examples of people they're most concerned about.
David, I don't think anybody could be crossed off that bingo board. And again, look at Michael Cohen as an example. Many people said to me in real time when that started years ago, oh, we're fine. Michael would never go against him. Look what happened. Mark Meadows, any of them. Rudy, I think anyone is a possibility. David, if anyone could avoid going to jail, nobody's going to do it. I think the only person that has ever remained silent so far is Paul Manafort. Look what happened. He did go to jail. It took him several months, almost, I think, 2 years later, to get a pardon from Donald Trump. Here's the problem in this new world order. Donald Trump can't give anybody a pardon. He is not the president right now, David. So if anyone was to fall in line, at the end of the day, they're left all on their own.
Remarkable scene playing out in Washington, D.C. at this hour. A relatively calm crowd gathered there. You can see Trump flags flying. John Santucci reporting here moments ago that the Trump team most concerned about those who could flip on the president. Former President Donald Trump. They have tried to engage and remain in contact with many who were in that inner circle, particularly in those final weeks leading up to January 6th. As John points out, the conversations continue with some, but not with others, which always makes you wonder if you're part of a legal team, a defense team, what could be playing out with some of those key players. Mary Bruce sitting here at the desk with us. And Mary, the other juxtaposition, you know, when we think about the crowds gathered on January 6th and now instead in this very same place, this is what we're now seeing instead of those who are marching on the Capitol. The other comparison, though, from January 6th is what we heard from Republican leaders in the 24 hours after what we witnessed at the Capitol. John Carl mentioned it earlier. Kevin McCarthy, among those who spoke out most forcefully about what he believed was wrong, unjust, and that Donald Trump should be held responsible for what played out at the Capitol. Fast forward to now, and a very different message we're hearing, not only from Speaker McCarthy, but from the Republican Party as a whole on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, the complete turnaround is nothing short of astounding, I think, when you consider what we are seeing today and what played out in the days immediately after the attack on the Capitol. I think back to Inauguration Day. Donald Trump left Washington a political pariah. I remember sitting there in front of the Capitol as the ceremony was going on, looking up and seeing Donald Trump's helicopter doing a flyover as he left Washington, of course, not attending that ceremony, the first president in 150 years not to attend the ceremonial transfer of power. He was driven out of town. You saw Republican leaders, including Kevin McCarthy, saying point blank that he bore responsibility for what had happened at the Capitol that day. Flash forward to today, and Donald Trump is returning to Washington, not in a way that he had hoped, clearly. This is not his own inauguration. He's now being arraigned for the third time in less than 4 months. But he is returning defiant, the overwhelming frontrunner in the Republican Party, with the support and backing of leaders like Kevin McCarthy, who are now coming to his defense, getting in line with Donald Trump's argument that this is all politically motivated, that this is a political vendetta, that this is simply Joe Biden and Democrats trying to weaponize the Justice Department. It is a remarkable turn of events. And I have to say, you know, as a lifelong Washingtonian, it's pretty remarkable to see these scenes. You know, this was a city that, like the country, was completely rocked by January 6th. We all remember the National Guard coming in. We remember the barricades that were put up around the Capitol for weeks. And that is another concern of the Trump legal team here, that the jury that they are going to face, concerned that this will not be a favorable jury to him.
That they lived through this personally.
Yes, personally. It is very raw for many Washingtonians still.
I want to ask you about the current president, Joe Biden, who has talked infrequently about Donald Trump using his name as it pertains to these federal criminal indictments. He has talked loosely about what played out on January 6th. It's among the first key images of the campaign launch, his launch for re-election. But he hasn't talked specifically about the former president. We have learned that this was part of the discussion with former President Barack Obama, who, of course, Joe Biden served under as vice president when they had lunch just in recent days. And former President Obama had concerns given the numbers we're looking at in this country right now. If we can show the polling as we look at this live picture, the current polling where it stands from the New York Times this week, the New York Times Siena poll showing that Donald Trump and Joe Biden, if the election were held this week, right now, it is a dead heat in this country, 43-43. You read a little deeper into the data points. It shows a number of people who were not happy with Donald Trump, with what they witnessed January 6th, hinting that they would not vote for him again, but not willing to say they would vote for Joe Biden. So there is a little bit of room in that polls. I know the Democrats will point to, although you have to wonder if you're the sitting president. This is the third indictment of Donald Trump. You have the images of January 6th, and you're still in a dead heat, 43-43, and this is why the former President Barack Obama is so concerned.
Well, look, at face value, you would think your political rival has now been indicted 3 times. You would be attacking him on it. Joe Biden isn't doing that. He is staying far away from all of this because he is well aware that Donald Trump is campaigning off of all of this. And Joe Biden doesn't want to say anything that would fuel Trump's argument that this is somehow politically motivated. So instead, the White House stresses over and over again the independence of this Justice Department. But there are clearly concerns. And Barack Obama, in a lunch recently, reportedly said to the president, you know, that he is concerned about Trump's political dominance. That's not to say that he's concerned about Joe Biden's ability here in this campaign, but that he is concerned about how Donald Trump continues to just soar in the polls. And those numbers, 43%, that is a very close, very concerning matchup, I think, for a lot of Democrats. So Barack Obama is offering all that he can to help and assist in this campaign. He, of course, is one of the most popular superstars the Democratic Party has. To get him out there and help Joe Biden is something that I think the Biden campaign, of course, would welcome. But a lot of people are wondering, how long is Joe Biden going to wait before he goes ahead and attacks Donald Trump on this? And of course, while he hasn't gone after Donald Trump on this, he certainly has been very clear about what he thinks about Trump's role in January 6th. The attacks on January 6th playing a prominent role in his re-election campaign. Joe Biden is once again arguing that this election is about a battle for the soul of this country. And the fact that January 6th is now going to be a dominant topic of conversation because of the way that this case is going to play out, I think is something that will, Joe Biden certainly hopes will help him going forward.
A moving strategy day to day, I'm sure, within the White House and within the Biden campaign, how much to say and when to say it. But very interesting to hear that he had lunch with former President Barack Obama, who suggested that at some point here you might have to engage. Mary Bruce, thanks for the reporting on that. You're looking at live pictures again of the federal courthouse in Washington. We understand that the proceeding is underway. Donald Trump now sitting at the defense table in the middle of his attorneys, Todd Blanche and John Lauro. Jack Smith also in that room. Our reporters inside the courtroom reporting that Jack Smith could be seen looking across the room to the defendant, obviously the former president, Donald Trump, while Trump was seen whispering with one of his attorneys, Todd Blanche. We're told that the former president's hands clasped at the table, and we have been reminded in these scenarios of the public version of Donald Trump and what you would expect. Sort of the bravado, the political talking points, the signals of strength publicly, and then when you look at those images from inside the courtroom, although we don't have live cameras, though we'll get sketches afterward. But when we have seen inside the courtroom John Santucci, that is a much different version of Donald Trump, and someone who you can see generally in their facial expressions and their body language that they understand the weight of what is playing out.
Absolutely, David, and we're learning in real time just from our folks that are able to watch that feed. Alex Mallon and Mike Levine putting out reporting to our team right now saying that Trump has looked around a little bit, has talked to his attorneys, but has been rather silent, reserved. And David, you know, unfortunately with federal court, there are no cameras in court, as we know, but we have seen that image before of Donald Trump at a defense table. We saw it at Manhattan, that one still image of Donald Trump there, rather quiet, rather reserved. A Donald Trump, David, quite frankly, that most people never get to see. But regardless, in all three incidents, and from our team's reporting that can see inside federal court right now, that Donald Trump, the Donald Trump that is sitting there taking it all in, it all weighing on him, a silent Donald Trump. That is the Donald Trump that is the courtroom guy.
John Santucci describing what we have seen from the former president before, although we have yet to hear the full readout of his demeanor inside this courtroom, though we just heard from John and from our team reporting in that he is flanked by an attorney on each side, that he is looking around the courtroom somewhat. Jack Smith with his eyes trained on the defendant. Jack Smith, of course, the special counsel. The former president, before reaching that courtroom, was processed. That obviously means fingerprints were taken in this case. Had to give over personal information. No mugshot, no handcuffs. Neither were expected. Obviously, we're dealing with one of the most recognizable people in the world, and this has played out before. Sadly, in South Florida as well, and a very similar scene there. No mugshot, no handcuffs, because it was simply not necessary. I want to bring in Martha Raddatz in Washington, watching this play out with us as well. And Martha, just to pick up on this discussion with Mary Bruce a moment ago, and the absolute reversal of what we saw from Republican leaders in the hours after January 6th and what we're hearing from them now, and take that a step further to the Republican candidates who would like to beat Donald Trump for the Republican nomination. The very delicate dance that we were talking about earlier that they're playing on the campaign trail, some that have actually said, we will pardon the president.
And that, of course, includes Donald Trump. If Donald Trump becomes president, and you just saw those poll numbers, he has said he will give a full pardon to a large portion of the January 6th rioters and an apology from the government. These are the people who stormed the Capitol, who broke windows, who beat up police officers, who were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." Donald Trump says he will pardon them. In fact, that is part of his campaign. He goes out on the campaign trail and they run a video. And in that video is what is called the J6 Choir. The J6 Choir is 20 men who are in prison right now for January 6th, singing the national anthem. Donald Trump is portraying them as political prisoners. And again, if he becomes president, he said he will pardon a large portion of them, David.
Some of this mirrors, it seems, some of the stories you've covered around the world, Martha, when you travel as our foreign correspondent as well. Sort of striking when you describe the singing from behind bars and the promises that have been made should there be a re-election. But the larger question here, at least in this moment, is how the world is witnessing it. We know, obviously, it wasn't just the nation stunned by what played out on January 6th. The world was watching that moment. The seat of democracy, you know, the example of democracy, the United States. And how is this being viewed today around the world?
They watched on January 6th and were appalled, and allies today are appalled as well. That a former president, who was president at the time, had this assault on democracy and is accused of trying to overturn an election. This reminds me certainly of authoritarian regimes that we always say, oh, well, maybe he didn't really get elected. These are in developing countries. This is the kind of thing that happens. It doesn't happen in the United States, but it has happened now. I was struck, David, too. I was thinking about this a lot the last couple of days and how the world views this. I was thinking of NATO, and they have not yet invited Ukraine, for example, to be in NATO because they have a few more steps to take with their government. But the number one thing you have to do to be a member of NATO is uphold democracy.
Martha Raddatz with us here this afternoon. Martha, thank you, as always, for your insight. I want to bring in our senior political director, Rick Klein. who you at home will know from election night, standing in front of the wall, if we call it all different things, but the map, and so carefully guiding us through as these election nights unfold. And we're so, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, Rick, but at the same time, there are a lot of people at home just asking, the questions that we should be asking on the air, which is, we have a couple of federal criminal indictments now, and they are significant, historic. We've never witnessed this before as a country. So a lot of questions that we just haven't seen before. Donald Trump has answered a couple of these questions. On a radio show in recent days, he was asked point blank, if you're convicted in either of these cases, what happens to the campaign for president? And Donald Trump was very clear in his answer.
Yeah, and look, to Mary's point earlier, Donald Trump has only gotten stronger. His beliefs have gotten stronger inside his own party. If you look back to right before that first indictment in connection with the hush money payments in New York, he was leading the Republican primary field by about 20 points. Ron DeSantis' closest rival. Fast forward to right before the first indictment from Jack Smith, he was leading by about 30 points. As of today, according to our 538 polling average, he's leading by about 38 points. Now, you can't say this is only because of the indictments, but clearly they haven't hurt him politically. And the more you see the other candidates feed into the argument that this is a witch hunt or this is part of a two-tiered justice system, it only strengthens him politically. And in fact, Republican voters have said consistently in polls, not that they think this will hurt him politically, they continue to believe that he is the strongest candidate to take on Joe Biden, that he is, to borrow a common phrase, the most electable candidate. So the argument the other candidates are making, even as it gets sharper, his rise might be even stronger because so much of what they're saying right now is fueling that key argument that he is only now enduring these multiple indictments because of who he is and what he is trying to do on behalf of his supporters.
And we just don't know because, again, this is uncharted territory, what and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but a potential conviction would do to some of those numbers. It is helping the political campaign in the short run. We just don't know what it would mean down the line, given we don't know how either of these cases will proceed. I did want to ask you, though, you mentioned 37, 38 points ahead of Ron DeSantis, who is the closest candidate behind Donald Trump. Historically speaking, Rick, has anyone ever made up that ground?
No, this is a larger lead than any candidate realistically can be expected to surrender. It would take cataclysmic external events for you to normally think. Now, maybe we see that. Maybe a conviction or maybe kind of the accumulated weight. What a number of campaigns have told me is that they're banking now on Trump fatigue. But that's essentially hope. That's not a real strategy. They're hoping that those Trump voters are going to tire of him, worry about the baggage, and then look to park their support somewhere else. That isn't really a fully formed campaign strategy, and that's the problem with so many of these candidates. It's also what makes Mike Pence a little bit interesting in this moment. As we reported a little bit earlier, he's gotten much sharper in his critique of Donald Trump in the last couple of days after the indictment came out, now saying flatly that anyone who's engaged in the kind of conduct that's alleged in this indictment should never be president.
But when you've got a candidate in Donald Trump who is ahead by almost 40 points, is that also a gamble on the part of Mike Pence?
100%. Look, Pence right now is struggling to even qualify for the first presidential debate just 3 weeks from now. He needs the traction, as do so many of the other candidates. And they're making these kind of bank shot calculations about how you can do it. No one is able to, or is proven to be able to, defeat Donald Trump head on in the Republican primary. And as of now, I don't see any of the candidates who actually have a strategy that can get from here to there.
That's just an extraordinary scenario that Rick Klein, our chief political director, is laying out here. The numbers bear this out from the latest polling. Donald Trump, by far, is the leading Republican candidate in the race for president, leading Ron DeSantis, the closest person behind him, by 37, 38 points. Historically speaking, no one has ever been able to make up that ground. It would seem, at least so far, these cases against Donald Trump, these indictments, have only helped to solidify his base, to make his case. And you've heard what his argument is, which is that the Biden Justice Department is taking aim at Donald Trump precisely because of where we are right now, in the middle of a cycle, the run for president all over again. And again, we're just in uncharted territory as we watch these cases now play out on two different paths, these two federal criminal indictments, the one in in South Florida, the one that will play out right here in Washington, D.C., which, of course, is what you're watching live pictures of right now. Any moment, we are expected to gain more color from the courtroom. We know the proceedings have begun. Donald Trump has been processed in Washington, just a couple of blocks from the White House, also just a couple of blocks from Capitol Hill. His return to Washington, obviously not the kind of return that he was hoping for today in making this trip from Bedminster to Reagan Airport in Washington, then the motorcade driving him alone on the way across the Potomac, past the Jefferson Memorial, past so many of those monuments that were a temporary home to Donald Trump for 4 years, as he made his way to this federal courthouse today to answer an indictment, the kind of which we have never seen here in this country before. A former president being accused of trying to overturn an election that he knew he had lost to try to hold on to the White House. I want to bring in Aaron Katursky reporting out more color from inside that courtroom as we get bits and pieces from our reporters who are inside. What have you learned, Aaron?
David, former President Trump is seated at the defense table, flanked on either side by his attorneys, John Lauro and Todd Blanche. He's been seen conferring mainly with Blanche, shuffling papers. But there was a moment, and it only lasted a few seconds, but it was unmistakable when former President Trump appeared to look straight at Special Prosecutor Jack Smith. The last time they were in the room together was June 13th in Miami federal court after the indictment had been handed up in connection with the classified documents case. During that appearance, it didn't appear that the two men locked eyes. Here, Smith has been seen staring at Trump, and at a different point, Trump has been seen staring at Smith with his hands kind of clenched at the defense table. And it was a moment that clearly shows how perhaps angry the former president is with this particular indictment and the special prosecutor who has brought it, who he is accused of trying to undermine the election by specifically prosecuting the Republican frontrunner. This proceeding in court is still waiting for the appearance of the federal magistrate who will hear Trump's plea of not guilty. Maxila Upadhyay is not the judge who is ultimately going to hear the case. A federal magistrate, they're appointed by other judges. They're not subject to political appointments, and they handle mainly ministerial duties. After this, we expect the judge, Tanya Chutkan, the district judge, to take over the case. Someone, David, you've pointed out, has heard a number of January 6th cases and who has ruled against former President Trump in the past in a case involving the January 6th Congressional Committee when Trump tried to withhold documents. She ruled against him, writing, "Presidents are not kings." David?
The moment you learn more, Aaron, raise your hand. We'll come right back to you for any kind of reporting from inside that courtroom. I want to bring in Asha Rangappa, Associate Dean, former Dean at Yale Law School, current law professor, former FBI Special Agent. Asha, always great to have you with us. And I wanted to ask you, how difficult a case will this be to prosecute on the part of Jack Smith? And then on the flip side, how difficult will it be to defend the former president?
Well, based on the evidence that's in the indictment, I think that he's got plenty of witnesses and documentary evidence at his disposal. And we have to remember that unlike the Mar-a-Lago case, this won't encounter the same kind of procedural hurdles because it doesn't involve things like classified documents. So I think that he has the potential to move forward on this. And I think this one is the most important indictment that we have seen so far. Remember that the Manhattan one is from before Trump became president. The Mar-a-Lago case is after he left office. This is especially significant because this concerns his actions when he was president of the United States. He was using the levers of power to try to weaponize the people under him, the Department of Justice, the military. It's an abuse of power. And I think in many ways it has a through line from impeachment to now, because you'll remember that many of those Republicans who refused to vote to convict him said that the criminal justice system is the right venue for this, and here we are. And this is an important historical record for whoever occupies the Oval Office moving forward.
Asha, stick with me here. We know the judge has just entered the courtroom. All rise could be heard. Proceedings expected to begin at any moment. This is about 20 minutes now after the former President Donald Trump arrived in that courtroom. Again, the judge is now in the courtroom. Asha, I want to bring this back to you. You just laid out a scenario by which Jack Smith could try to move very quickly to prosecute. That, again, this doesn't involve, you know, boxes and boxes of classified documents like Mar-a-Lago, which could get delayed in the discovery process and in motions to the judge. This case is clearer cut. Now, having said that, what do you think would be the former president's defense, and how difficult will it be to defend him?
I think that it looks like from his public statements, he is testing out a few different defenses. There's the advice of counsel defense, that he was just relying on the advice of his lawyers. The indictment makes clear that he was an active participant in this scheme, and that he knew that he hadn't won the election. You know, that I don't know that will go very far, especially because he would have to testify in his own defense and discuss the conversations that he had with his counsel, which would, of course, waive attorney-client privilege. The other defense that he seems to be floating is that he truly believed that he had won the election. And again, this is really a non-starter for the kinds of charges that are here, because what is being criminalized is not the lying, it's the use of illegal means and intimidation to overturn the election. The analogy here would be, you know, if you believe that your bank account, you know, contains $10,000 more than it actually does, you can use all kinds of means. You can talk to the manager, you can take them to court. You can't go with a gun to the bank and rob it just because you think that you should have more money. And so I think these defenses are going to not get very far. It will be very difficult for him, I think, to defend against these charges, especially if many of these co-conspirators end up cooperating with the special counsel.
And again, Asha, that goes back to the point that Jack Smith spelled out, that the former president had every right to speak publicly, to even talk about, you know, to share falsehoods if that's what he wished. But that the way to argue this is through lawful means. Jack Smith said he did a number of different ways, and in many cases in front of Trump-appointed judges. More than 60 cases we've reported out back during and right after the 2020 election, and that they did not rule in his favor, saying that there was no, and we heard this from Bill Barr, the Attorney General, who was so closely allied with the former president for so long, saying there was no significant evidence showing that there was any sort of fraud to the level that would have changed the outcome of the election.
Yes, and on that point, David, I want to just echo back to what Martha said earlier about, you know, how we see these coups in third world countries. This is an example of a self-coup, an attempt to stay in power. It's not, you know, trying to overthrow the government to get in power. But what's really important here is it follows a pattern that we see across the globe. You know, military coups are out. What's in is using legal cover to get in or stay in power. And one of the things that the indictment highlights, which I thought was fascinating, was the use of these lawsuits, which you just mentioned, as a way to create cover for these fake electors to be meeting and creating fake slates. They wanted to act as though the outcome of the election was in doubt, to give this legal cover. The John Eastman plan is a legal blueprint. You know, they're trying to create this veneer of legality to engage in an illegal takeover of power. And I think that that's really important to understand when reading the indictment.
Asha Rangappa, former Associate Dean of Yale Law School, former FBI Special Agent, with us for our coverage here today. Asha, thank you as always. We know that court personnel inside the courtroom just announced moments ago the case, the United States of America versus Donald J. Trump. We understand there's another woman at the prosecutor's table, an FBI agent there at the prosecutor's table. Jack Smith, the special counsel, also in that courtroom. As we reported here, Donald Trump, each side of him are his two attorneys who are sitting in court. At the beginning of the proceedings, the judge said to Donald Trump, "Good afternoon, Mr. Trump." And then he was sworn in for the beginning of this arraignment before the judge. We heard Asha talk about potential defense strategies here, Dan Abrams, and as we await to get more color from inside that courtroom, from what you've heard so far, what is the strongest defense Donald Trump's team can put forward?
The strongest legal defense is going to be that he believed it. The strongest legal defense is going to be that he discarded and rejected the accounts, the conclusions, the advice from many of those around him. And he accepted, and it's not just accepting advice of counsel, it's also, he's going to say, he believed accounts that were coming in from the various states about misconduct going on around the election. He was told that, et cetera. And this becomes why it's so important to show that he knew that that wasn't true. Now, there's something else that's interesting here about the other January 6th cases, because we've been talking about that a lot. And we've been talking a lot about the timing of this case. How quickly could it move? Could it happen before the election? One of the reasons one would think this case could move a little more quickly is that a lot of the legal issues have been resolved and have been litigated in connection with the other January 6th cases. So some of the questions about can you use, in fact, one of the laws that Donald Trump is charged with here has been litigated about what does it mean? What is the definition? What is the standard? Those are the sorts of things that take time and that have actually been resolved to some degree in connection with the other January 6th cases.
And very likely some of those issues resolved in Judge Chutkan's courtroom because she's presided over many of these January 6th cases already.
Right, the first ruling there, then they go to the appellate court, in particular sort of a definition of how high a standard is there for obstruction of a proceeding. I think that's very important. But look, you know, the defense is going to be arguing, as Asha said, a whole lot of different kinds of defenses here. You know, I think that it's not quite as clear-cut as Asha thinks it is. I think that this is a strong case that he's got, but, you know, there's going to be some wiggle room here. There's going to be much more wiggle room here, I think, for the defense than there is in the documents case. I mean, the documents case is so straightforward. It's about, did you have these documents? Did you refuse to turn them over? Did you try and destroy video, surveillance video, et cetera? Were you trying to prevent them from getting the stuff? That's pretty straightforward in terms of legal questions. Here are the questions of intent.
Frame of mind.
Frame of mind, intent. These do become significant issues. And as I talked about, bigger issues on some of the charges than on some of the other charges. But, you know, I think it's important to distinguish from the political defenses, which are, you know, they're just out to get us. They just want to prevent Donald Trump from winning. By the way, which is an interesting argument, this idea that, oh, they're trying to interfere in the election, and yet all we ever see every time an indictment happens is Donald Trump go up in the polls.
At the judge's request just moments ago, Donald Trump offered his full name in court, saying, "Yes, Your Honor, Donald J. Trump, John." He also gave his age in court, 77. The judge is now, we are told, reading the charges to the former president, Donald Trump. Again, this is where it starts to come into focus, just the historic nature of what it is we're watching unfold. And John, you and I looked to each other when we heard how long the former president had been left to wait for the federal magistrate. Again, this is the judge, at least in this initial phase, who's presiding before it turns over to Judge Tanya Chutkan in the future. But just the idea that the former president is sitting there waiting, has to spell out his name, confirm his age, 77. That's also a very harsh reminder to the former president himself that this is serious.
He had to sit at that table for 20 minutes, David. He had to sit at that table for 20 minutes waiting for somebody else. Donald Trump never waits for anything. He's always the biggest guy in the room. He comes in and everybody's waiting until he gets there, and it's let's go. He had to wait for 20 minutes, and then, of course, the familiar call we hear every time we're in a courtroom and the judge comes in, all rise. Donald Trump, like everybody else in that courtroom, had to stand up and, you know, give deference to that judge. And remember, he's not free to leave. He's not in handcuffs, but he's under arrest. He has to be there for this arraignment.
The judge just advised the former president of the penalties he could face if convicted. Count 1, the judge said up to 5 years in prison. Count 2, up to 20 years in prison. Count 3, up to 20 years in prison. Count 4, up to 10 years in prison. The former President Donald Trump, according to our reporter in the room, was leaning forward in his chair, listening intently to the judge as she went down the list of each count and the potential time in prison that someone convicted of that count could face. The judge also read Donald Trump his rights in connection to this case and asked if he understands those rights. Again, Pierre Thomas, this is the kind of moment that reinforces really the weight of what it is we're reporting on here today.
David, there's always that pregnant moment in a courthouse when a defendant walks in and sits before a magistrate or a judge, when the charges are read and the potential penalties are laid out. It's a moment when you're there covering it, you try to put yourself in the position of the person hearing it. This is a former president of the United States hearing, hey, if you're convicted, and again, the prosecutor has to prove his case in court before a jury, but if you're convicted, you could face up to 20 years maximum in prison. Just think about that.
We have just been told, Pierre, that the former president himself said not guilty to each of those counts in the courtroom. Alex Mallon, part of our reporting team there, witnessing this, saying Donald Trump has said in court himself not guilty. Not through his judge, or not through his legal defense team, the two lawyers on each side, but himself saying not guilty in that court. But it is stark, John Carl, to hear up to 5 years for count 1, up to 20 years for counts 2 and 3 each, and up to 10 years for count 4.
I mean, you're talking about, these are maximums, but those are all life sentences. You know, and maximums are rarely what you would see here. But I want to point out another aspect of the defense, David. Surely there's the free speech defense that they've signaled they're going to make. There's the advice of counsel defense they're going to make. They're going to talk about state of mind. But the other one is delay. Delay, delay, delay. And that's the central strategy, I think, in each one of these cases, in New York, in the classified documents case, and in this case, to delay the proceedings in every possible way in the hopes that he will win the Republican nomination and that he will win the general election, and then he can call it all off.
It's something that has worked for Donald Trump many times in the past.
Yeah, I mean, this has been his strategy since long before he was in politics.
But think about this. If he does win, right, and the New York or Georgia cases continue, because he can't just end the New York or the Georgia case. Those are state cases brought by state prosecutors. He could probably figure out a way to end the federal cases. I think that's pretty clear. But what happens then? I mean, he's president of the United States, and Georgia, let's say the Georgia case hasn't gone to trial, and the Georgia prosecutors are insisting we just still want to move forward to prosecute the president of the United States. I mean, it's a scary thing to think about.
Well, especially because he has shown that he is willing to use the power of the federal government and the power of the office of the presidency to further his own ends. So, I mean, how is Donald Trump, as the now 47th president of the United States, going to willingly and, you know, go down to Fulton County, Georgia, and stand trial?
No, I think that's clear.
I think there's no way.
Right.
So you'll have yet another constitutional crisis.
Aaron Katersky outside federal court in Washington. He's reporting live for us. And Aaron, as we've been reporting here, each count laid out before the former president, pleading not guilty himself in that courtroom.
Uttering the words while standing before the federal magistrate who heard the plea, and former President Trump is used to have people standing before him, but he had to do it, face the judge, and enter the not guilty plea to each of the 4 counts after the judge had read them aloud and after she had told the former president the potential penalties if convicted, a total of 55 years. It's unlikely the former president would serve anything close to that, if any time at all, if convicted of these counts. But it was a stark reminder of the consequences. The former president also had previously to enter his age, 77. He had to remind the judge of his middle name, John, when he first appeared before her. And now this proceeding should be winding down. We may hear when the next date is before the district court judge that will be ultimately hearing this prosecution. And then the former president is expected to quickly depart this courthouse and return to Bedminster, New Jersey. But David, just an extraordinary proceeding in 3 separate cases in 3 separate cities. The former president has pleaded not guilty to each and every charge he's faced.
Aaron Katersky outside that courthouse, the federal courthouse, just steps from the Capitol in Washington. We're getting a readout of what's described as a somewhat awkward moment inside that courtroom. When the former president was asked to say his name, he apparently stood up and walked over to a microphone at the counsel's table to say his name. It was then the judge said he didn't have to stand. The former president walking back to his seat, sitting down, and then proceeding to say his name, his age, pleading not guilty himself. We are learning terms of release at this point, and John Carl aptly pointed out a moment ago that, again, he's not handcuffed. There's been no mugshot, but he's, in essence, under arrest in that courtroom. They have just agreed to conditions of Donald Trump's release, and let's bring in John Santucci. What's the team learned on that, John?
David, we're learning from our Alex Mallon and Mike Levine that are watching this in real time that the prosecution and the defense have agreed on several conditions. 1, Donald Trump must not violate any other federal or state laws. 2, Donald Trump must appear in court as required. Obviously, we'll be yet to see a calendar on this case, David. Trump must sign an appearance for bond. And as one of the prosecutors put it, he must not, quote, communicate about the facts of the case with anyone Trump knows to be a witness, except through counsel or in presence of counsel. And David, that one is duplicative to the other case that was brought by special counsel Jack Smith, the document retention case. Witnesses that are involved in that case cannot talk about the case with Trump. We see here in this case now on the efforts to overturn the 2020 election, same thing. Donald Trump cannot talk to any other witnesses that are known to him and his lawyers. And that is obviously, as we talked about, David, several weeks ago here with you, that's going to be a problem for Donald Trump, because the one thing we all know Donald Trump likes to do is talk about his current situation. He talks about these cases, talks about what could be next. How is this playing for me? It's a phrase we have heard many, many times over the years from Donald Trump. That one in particular, David, that is going to be a problem for Donald Trump, but if he wants to avoid any further issues, he's going to have to stick to it.
So for an example, Dan Abrams, if Donald Trump wanted to talk to Mark Meadows, let's say, he can only do it through counsel or in the presence of counsel. He can't pick up the phone and call Mark Meadows.
To talk about
this case.
Anything related to the case.
That is not surprising.
Right, not surprising, but remember, you still have to get caught, right? I mean, you know, I mean, I hate to phrase it as if it's so cavalier, because it's not. But, you know, these are the sorts of orders that happen that as long as someone doesn't report it, as long as he doesn't say it in public, as long as the witness is still on the same page with Donald Trump, no one's really gonna know about it. But with that said, when it comes to some of the witnesses who are not currently, you know, at Mar-a-Lago all the time, people who he's not regularly talking with, it's a clear statement from the court, you better not engage in any witness tampering. And even more than that, you just better not talk to them about it at all. I mean, think about it. In a trial, very often witnesses aren't even allowed to sit in the courtroom when other people are testifying because they don't want it to impact their testimony, right? So witnesses are often asked to leave the courtroom or not allowed to watch the proceedings because they don't want the proceedings to influence their possible testimony. You have a similar issue here, which is, put aside even witness tampering, you just don't want witnesses improperly influenced based on conversations about the case.
We're just hearing, Dan, that a hearing before Judge Tanya Chutkan, who is the judge who will take over the case from here, the Obama-appointed judge who has overseen a number of January 6 cases, has handed out a number of stiff sentences to people involved with January 6th. She will preside over the trial. The hearing is scheduled for August 28th, 10 a.m., so the end of this month. The latest of 3 dates offered as options. So again, the magistrate overseeing today's hearing, the latest date of the 3 dates offered as options from prosecutors was selected. Prosecutors had wanted the hearing to be earlier, but again, the next date, key date on this calendar, August 28th.
5 days after the Republican debate in Milwaukee, the first Republican debate, which again, we don't know if Donald Trump is going to decide to show up.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect he would be at this particular hearing. You know, this is going to be a first motions hearing, et cetera, to set schedules, et cetera. So, you know, I don't expect that Donald Trump would be at this particular.
Will we hear at that hearing when the proposed trial date would be?
Yeah, they may have discussions about it, but any proposed trial date in a case like this, I think, is fake at this point. It's a target date, it's a hope, it's a wish, and it's going to totally depend on what happens. So, you know, when people say, even in the New York case, right, there's a trial date set for March.
Yeah.
In the other documents case with Judge Aileen Cannon, there's a date set for May. I don't view those dates as all that real at this point. Those are the target dates. That's the date they're setting as of right now. I'd expect, in particular, in the Florida case, she's going to end up moving it again. So interesting, important to know what the possible dates are, but don't bank on them.
And one thing we can be clear on, I mean, the idea that both of these trials, just the federal cases, just these two federal cases, the idea that both of the trials could take place before the presidential election, I mean, that's got to be impossible.
There's no way.
There'd be a minor miracle if one of them can happen.
Correct.
But
correct. And again,
one could.
Yes, one could. I mean, again, it's still a year plus
Right.
away, you know? But I think it's certainly possible that one of them will happen. Probably less likely, but I think it's incredibly unlikely that both.
So does Jack Smith push ahead through both of them and then just try to figure out which one?
Absolutely.
Or does he at some point has to make this a priority, you know, decide?
Well, it's going to be up to the judges a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, he can push all he wants.
Obviously, Jack Smith would like to move more quickly. He's made that very public in both of his press conferences before the American people, which really weren't press conferences. They were public statements to read the indictment. I want to bring in John Santucci. John, as we heard there, it's just a couple of days after the Republican debate. Have you received any new guidance on whether or not Donald Trump wants to be on that stage with the other Republican candidates?
Well, David, we know from a report in the New York Times just a couple of days ago, executives at Fox News actually made a trip out to Bedminster, New Jersey, lobbying the former president to participate. I'm told, David, he's still not committal to it, and he's wavering. He's asking anybody that he's been around as of late, David, what should I do? Should I do it? You know, what are your thoughts on it? Again, as we often know, but that is something that is definitely weighing on him. I'm told the former president is really in a toss-up. He's thought about doing counter-programming, something else instead of that night. But, you know, Donald Trump knows two things. If it's a show everyone's going to watch, he can't help himself. So I do think if he feels the crush of it, and I think that the dates being so close to each other with everything here, as John Carl just pointed out, is really super important because Donald Trump, if anything, knows how to throw out a shiny object, right? How many times was there something when he was in the White House that we were all talking about and then he'd do something else to move us forward? I could see a world that when we start to look at this calendar, if it falls around other events that we'd be surprised he'd show up to, given the other things going on right now for him, he'd absolutely go. So I think it's something certainly possible, but we'll have to see soon.
I think it's a very stark and immediate example of the collision of these criminal cases and the campaign for president. We're seeing it already in the final days of August, the first hearing in this case, which arguably is the more significant when we look back at U.S. history. Never before have we seen a former president charged criminally at the federal level with trying to overturn an election to try to hold on to power in the White House. The special counsel alleging that Donald Trump knew that he had lost the election. That is what these 4 counts stem from. The obstruction counts obviously have to do with the certification of the election, and the other key part of this prosecution will be the fake electors scheme. And in the 45-page indictment, which certainly doesn't lay out all of Jack Smith's evidence, we wouldn't expect that would be the case, but he does lay out evidence that he believes, that directly links former President Trump to that scheme to somehow come up with different electors to represent those states so as to represent different outcomes than actually what played out. I want to bring in Rick Klein because, Rick, I'm just thinking through in my head, again, this immediate example of these two things colliding, the campaign and these criminal trials. I know Mike Pence is working very hard to get his requirements met so that he could be on that Republican debate stage. So you're looking at the potential, Rick, of having, you know, Mike Pence up there who could be the star witness in this case, and Donald Trump, who is the defendant in this case, sharing a spot on that stage, and then a judge who just said you can't communicate about the facts of the case with anyone Trump knows to be a witness except through counsel. I don't even want to make any kind of joke here, like you'd need counsel in the audience to sort of navigate the whole thing. But I make this point only because it's a stark example of what we're going to face covering, reporting out, and what the American people will witness over the course of this campaign in the months ahead.
David, is mind-blowing. I mean, think about it. Mike Pence just yesterday said he'd be open to testifying against Donald Trump. He is known to be a potential witness. The judge is just ordering him not to have any communications with potential witnesses. Well, what about if at a Republican debate, January 6th comes up? Are Mike Pence and Donald Trump not able to argue about it? Would Donald Trump force a judge to potentially revoke the terms of his release if he gets into a big public argument with Mike Pence over what did or didn't happen on January 6th? And that's to say nothing of the fact that Donald Trump often says the quiet part out loud. He's going to give interviews. He is going to post on his social media channels. He is going to say a lot about the facts of this case, much of it untrue, no doubt, as he said before. And all of that gets grist for a mill. Now, obviously, he can make public statements. No one is going to infringe on his First Amendment rights. But it just tells you what this really means in practice with the political and the legal calendars beginning to combine, to collide. It may be that Donald Trump is not able to comply with the letter of everything that is being laid out for him by this judge, and it could easily land before a judge again. And there's going to be lots of times that he's tempted, as he is challenged on the facts of this case as a candidate for president, if nothing else. People are going to ask him these questions. His fellow candidates are going to ask him the questions if they share a debate stage. And yes, it could be Pence and Trump going head-to-head on a debate stage long before Pence is on a witness stand.
Stick with us here, Rick. We've just learned the proceeding in court has wrapped up. We will hear from our reporters inside that courtroom the moment they come outside, so stay tuned here. Let's go right back to Rick Klein, because, Rick, one quick follow-up. What does Mike Pence still need to do in order to get on that debate stage?
He's got to get about 10,000 additional donations. He has said that he has had a spike in donations in the last couple of days. And you mentioned earlier the fact that he is actively raising money off of this indictment, including selling that hat with the Trump quote saying that he was too honest. They are leaning in on this, changing the campaign messaging right before the Iowa State Fair next week. He is hoping that this gets him over that mark. A couple of candidates are in the same position. They want to be on a debate stage whether or not Donald Trump is there.
And Donald Trump knows full well that a lot of eyes, if you're trying to reach a significant number of eyes, a lot of eyes would be tuning into that debate if people knew that there was the potential, again, this is just the first example of this, but the potential to have Donald Trump and Mike Pence sharing a stage, with one serving as the defendant in this historic case, the other perhaps the star witness against him.
Yeah, what a show it would be, and of course with legal consequences along the way. And it's hard to imagine that this won't be one of the central, if not the central issue of the Republican primary from here on out. The fact that he faces these multiple indictments and the fact of his actions when contrasted with Pence's actions. There's at least one other candidate in Tim Scott, who is also a witness to the events of January 6th. It's utterly extraordinary to think about how he is now being prosecuted for the very events that the nation witnessed and some of these rival candidates witnessed 2.5 years ago.
Rick Klein, our political director. Rick, thank you. Stick with us here. I want to bring in Aaron Katersky live outside the courthouse. We understand the former president has left the courtroom. Aaron, as we know, we've had a readout that the counts were read before the former president. He was also reminded of what the potential prison sentences could reach, the maximum sentences, not expected, but it is required of the judge to lay it out for each count. And then the former president pleading not guilty in his own words. What other color can you offer, and how soon could we expect to see any images of the former president?
We expect the former president to leave the court any moment now, David, and when he emerges from this courthouse, he is going to walk into or at least see from the window of his motorcade, a sea of supporters who've been blaring music and chanting slogans from a giant speaker set up across the street. There are a number of his supporters here waving flags and denouncing the Attorney General, Merrick Garland. There are also detractors of the former president who are carrying signs saying, "Lock him up." We have seen this kind of carnival follow him from New York to Florida, here to Washington, D.C. But during the motorcade away from court, he is going to see all of these protesters who've come here to see him once again, the center of the show, David.
Our team inside that courthouse, Aaron Katersky outside. Aaron, thank you. We have learned that Special Prosecutor Tom Windham approached the bench and requested of the federal magistrate, the judge overseeing this first hearing, a speedy trial, while Donald Trump's legal team repeatedly refuted that request, asking the need for a fair trial and an ample opportunity for the defense to review a massive amount of evidence to be entered by the government. This case will benefit from normal order, including a speedy trial, the special counsel prosecutor Tom Windham argued. The judge responded to Windham by saying the court would ensure a fair trial, but the judge not elaborating what fair trial means with respect to the timeline. So again, the special prosecutor, a member of Jack Smith's team in this case, approaching the bench, asking for a speedy trial. This is an expected development, that the reaction to that from Donald Trump's legal team, they repeatedly refuted this request, asking the need for a fair trial and an ample opportunity again to review the massive amount of evidence, of the words from the readout, to be entered by the government. And this is an argument that we expected from Donald Trump's legal team. And quite frankly, Nat Abrams, it's also an argument we expected to hear from Jack Smith, the special counsel. Speedy trial. Donald Trump's team saying, whoa, it doesn't need to be fast, it just needs to be fair. We have a lot of evidence to go over.
And remember that the constitutional right to a speedy trial is the defendant's right. It's not the prosecution's right.
And usually that's because the defendant might be in prison,
Correct.
to get them out of prison, right? They have a right to defend themselves.
Exactly. They have a right to hear the evidence, they have a right to litigate it, et cetera. So while it's interesting that Special Counsel Smith and his team are asking for a speedy trial, I don't know that that's going to have that much of an impact, because the defendant really does have more control over how quickly a trial moves. Now, ultimately, it's up to the judge. The judge is the one who will decide how quickly does this trial move forward. We now know that prosecutors want it to move quickly. We know the defense wants it to move slowly. Now it's going to be up to the judge.
And it was interesting. The judge said the court will ensure a fair trial.
Right.
Did not elaborate on timing.
Right, because there's no way that the court can today say, oh, well, this is going to be 2 months from now or 2 years from now, how long the case is going to take. So this is the initial proceeding here. So I don't think that particular statement from the special counsel's office at this time is going to have much significance.
We are expecting the possibility, and we don't know for sure, the possibility that we might hear from the former president. If and when that happens, we'll listen to it. We'll decide whether or not to bring that to you right here while we're on, or whether we do it as part of our coverage on World News Tonight. In the meantime, the other question, Jack Smith, we hear from him so infrequently, only twice now, once on the Mar-a-Lago case, once in this case, essentially saying that Donald Trump should be presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, and also making the same request he made in the Mar-a-Lago case to the American people to please read, in so many words, the 45-page indictment here.
David, he really is, Jack Smith, trying to do this by the book. He's trying to say, yes, I'm aggressive. Yes, I'm pursuing this case. But he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. He wanted to do that. He's emphasized that twice, as you said. And David, the other point, I'm looking at those images of streets closed, a gauntlet of security around the courthouse. It's just another reminder that a former president of the United States is in a federal courthouse in Washington, D.C., facing potential criminal charges. This is all becoming familiar because we've seen it play out in New York, in Florida, and now Washington. But this is still really extraordinary what we're witnessing.
And now we're watching the motorcade, Trump departing the federal courthouse, now back en route to Reagan Airport, where the plane awaits. Will bring the former president back to Bedminster. Again, I suggested the possibility we might hear from Donald Trump. If we're on the air, certainly we'll listen to that for you and bring that to you. If it happens after our coverage here today, certainly the team will have it on World News. Catherine Falders was inside the courtroom. She's now outside the courthouse. And Catherine, take us through what you witnessed.
So the former president walked into this courtroom, and this is not a man who waits for meetings very long at all. He sat there for 25 minutes, the former president, before this started. Jack Smith was in the room when Trump came into the room. He, being the former president, looked around the room. He looked at who was there. He did look in Smith's direction. He mouthed the word not to Smith, but generally to the courtroom. He said hi. He looked in the direction of some of his other attorneys who came in. I will say that Smith, Jack Smith, from my vantage point, I was about 2 rows behind Smith, did appear to look in Trump's direction a lot of the time. Trump did, I could see his face from where I was sitting, did glance at him quite a few times. It's unclear if they made any eye contact. They were about 20 feet, in my estimate, apart from one another. But during that 25 minutes, as Trump and his lawyers sat there, he was joined by his lawyers at the defense table, Todd Blanche and John Lauro, who they hired to lead the January 6th legal fight. He, the whole time, most of the time, I should say, engaged in conversation with his counsel. Didn't seem entirely solemn in any way. The times when he did sit there silently, which was not very often. This is, of course, before the judge came in. He had his hands crossed. He looked over at prosecutors at the table, looked at Jack Smith a few times there, but he did engage quite a bit with his lawyers. Now, the interesting thing to me with the engaging with the lawyers was they did hire this new lawyer, John Lauro, who is said to be leading the January 6th effort here. He didn't engage with him much. Trump didn't. He engaged with his other lawyer, Todd Blanche, most of the time. Of course, you couldn't hear what they were saying. It seemed animated at times. He laughed at times. I think it's important to point out that Trump himself entered the plea of not guilty. He stood up when he did that. His attorney was at the microphone. And I will say that Jack Smith did talk to prosecutors also most of the time. His spokesperson, Trump's spokesperson, Stephen Chung, was in there. Now, the judge read to the former president in court the counts 1 through 4, asking him if he understood these counts. He looked at her. He said he did understand the counts. When the judge was speaking, he looked at the judge the whole time. There was one instance where the judge was reading the conditions if Trump were to violate the conditions of his release, which includes intimidating witnesses, for example. She said it could result in consequences if you violate the terms of your release. At one point, she said consequences like your arrest, to which he shook his head in frustration. You could tell at one point. He was reading the indictment. The indictment was in front of the former president, and he was flipping through it. He was reading it. At one point, he signed papers. We don't know what those papers were. Also in the courtroom, David, and this is significant if you've been following any of the litigation that we've been reporting on our network, the chief judge for the court was in the courtroom. He's been hearing cases under seal where Trump's lawyers have been arguing that they don't want certain witnesses to testify as it related to January 6th. There were multiple judges in this courtroom, and they have all had January 6th cases before them. So he was in there for quite a bit of time. He did look over, of course, at the special counsel. Unclear whether they made eye contact, and then, of course, left the courtroom with his attorneys.
Catherine, a couple of follow-up questions given the color that we have reported out while you were inside the courtroom. And again, we're looking live pictures of the motorcade, the presidential motorcade, if you will, a former president coming back to Washington. And we pointed out a number of times as we've been on the air this afternoon, certainly not the return Donald Trump was expecting or hoping for, but has returned to Washington to face these historic 4 criminal counts at the federal level. Accused of trying to overturn the 2020 election. Special counsel making the case that the president knew that he had lost and continued to work to hold on to power and the White House anyway, with help from several co-conspirators not charged, at least as of yet. And as we watch this motorcade taking Donald Trump back to the airport, we are going to monitor this to see if we are going to hear anything from the former president before he boards that plane to go back to Bedminster. Those of you watching in the east here should also stay tuned for your local news the moment we wrap up our coverage here. One of the questions I had for you, Catherine, was the description that came from the courtroom of, and obviously this helps to put into stark, reality the weight of this, how different this is, given the fact that we have a very public version of Donald Trump, The country knows him very well. People either support him or they, are very concerned about the prospect of him being president again. Two very different camps in this country. But when you hear about him waiting for 25 minutes for the judge to go in, and then there was another moment described as somewhat awkward when he got up to go over to a microphone to spell out his name, if you will. The judge telling Donald Trump that wasn't necessary, he could return to his seat.
Yeah, that was a bit of an awkward moment in there. Trump got up and tried to go over to the microphone. She said that wasn't necessary. But the reason that happened in the courtroom was because the microphone, when the former president first sat down at the table, was right in front of him. And at times, you could not exactly hear what they were saying, but it teetered on the verge of being audible. And you could tell Trump obviously didn't want anybody in the courtroom to hear what he was saying. So his lawyers actually moved that microphone to the end of the table. So, of course, when Trump thought he had to speak, he then gets up and goes to the microphone. And there was a little bit of a dance and an awkward moment, as was described by you in our reporting in the courtroom. Of course, he sat down, he answered these questions that the judge read aloud. He said that he understands the counts against him, that he understands his conditions of release, his rights, for example. He said to the judge, "I do." He was watching her the whole time as she spoke and appeared, to answer all of her questions in full and look at her the whole time. Now, at times, I will say that when the judge addressed prosecutors, you could see the former president glance over at their table, and also Jack Smith, David.
Ever the astute observer, Catherine Faulders, who aptly described the scene, the awkward moment, but explaining to us how and why that played out. And it makes perfect sense now when you talk about a little microphone that's at the defense table. You don't want all of your conversation with your defense lawyers to be heard by reporters in that courtroom, for sure. And so perhaps that was his guiding principle when he went back over to the microphone when the judge was asking him to talk. In the meantime, Catherine, to something more serious than that moment I wanted to ask you about. We hit on this a moment ago, and that is this almost immediate debate from both sides about the timeline here. We heard a member of Jack Smith's team asking the judge for a speedy trial, making the case initially for this to move as quickly as possible. Obviously, Donald Trump's team refuting that immediately, as we would expect they would. The judge responded to concerns from the defense, saying there will be a fair process and a fair trial in this court. I am certain of that, is what the federal magistrate judge said. Donald Trump's lawyer then responded about the special counsel and said they've had 3.5 years to investigate this matter, and also there are a number of agents and lawyers that are assisting the government in this proceeding, and all we would ask for is the opportunity to fairly defend our client, but in order to do that, we're going to need a little time. To that, the judge then responded to raise any concerns with the district judge overseeing the trial. And of course, we know that's the judge set to take over at the hearing, as I understand it, Catherine, which is now set for later this month.
Yeah, the next hearing, David, is set for August 28th at 10 a.m. I believe that's what was agreed upon. But that argument that you laid out there, this is something that we're not just hearing from Trump lawyers in the January 6th case. And by the way, so soon, given that this occurred before the magistrate judge, but it's also the same argument you're hearing in the Mar-a-Lago documents case. It's a bit of a backwards argument, some legal experts would say, because every defendant is entitled to a speedy trial. But the Trump lawyers obviously want to kick the can down the road with this. They mentioned that there's going to be all sorts of discovery that they are entitled to, and they just won't be able to get this done in a speedy fashion, of course, given all the other trials and how his political calendar is converging with the legal calendar, if you will. So they have to file additional briefs with this district judge, and you will see those arguments, of course, laid out by prosecutors and by Trump's legal team. I think that they will be pretty similar to the ones we've seen already. Now, whether they request an indefinite trial delay, for example, as they did in the Mar-a-Lago case, that's to be determined. But I'm told, at least from sources, that we could expect something similar, at least from the Trump legal team, as we've seen previously, David.
Stick with us, Catherine. We're watching live pictures of the motorcade bringing Donald Trump back to Reagan Airport. And for those of us who know Washington well, we all feel like we're essentially going to the airport here on a rainy summer afternoon in Washington. There you see the planes off in the distance. So we're just moments away from seeing whether or not Donald Trump will make any sort of statement before he boards that plane heading back to Bedminster. One last question for you, Catherine, then we'll let you go and gather any more reporting you might be able to get your hands on. But what was the overall demeanor of Donald Trump? We've now watched this play out in a number of different cases. This one, of course, its place in history and the legal consequences largely believed to be much more significant than the others. What was his demeanor in court today?
Absolutely, and I will say during those 25 minutes, his demeanor was one of that he talked to his lawyers the whole time. It was fascinating to see. There was very little time in that courtroom where Trump wasn't consulting mainly with his attorney, Todd Blanche. Of course, when he wasn't talking to his attorney and asking questions that we couldn't hear, of course, because the mic was moved, he sat there silently, stared down at his hands, looked at the prosecutor's table. But again, very little time that he was in there where he wasn't talking, where he wasn't looking around, scanning the room, appearing to ask who was in the room, if he didn't know who the people were at one point. And again, you can't hear him, but it seemed as though he was asking his attorney who the other prosecutors at the table were. Of course, Tom Windham is one of them who has been leading the January 6th effort, but there were two more. It appeared that his lawyer was trying to explain that, and I just think it's worth emphasizing as we're seeing these images here that former president might get out of the car and potentially speak. But you mentioned place in history, and that's very important to put this in perspective. Of course, he's appeared in court multiple times now to enter not guilty pleas, but I will tell you that from where I'm standing, I can see the U.S. Capitol. The buildings are not far apart at all. They are about maybe a 5-minute walk from where I am to the U.S. Capitol, so a significant place in history, of course, given the vicinity to where we are.
Thank you, Catherine. Something that we have talked about quite a bit this afternoon. Donald Trump brought back to Washington today to face these charges not far from the Capitol, where the country and the world witnessed what played out on January 6th. This is Reagan Airport you're looking live at. Donald Trump set to board his plane. We are told there is a possibility he will make some sort of statement here before he boards that plane to head back to Bedminster, likely gaming out whether or not to say something. And let's just watch here for a moment as this plays out. Let's listen.
I'm not going to live in here.
Our team telling us that is Walt Nauta, Donald Trump's aide holding the umbrella for the president. Walt Nauta, obviously a key figure in the classified documents case in Mar-a-Lago, charged in that case. An additional charge just in recent days with that superseding indictment and Jack Smith alleging that Walt Nauta, holding the umbrella, made that secret trip to Mar-a-Lago. Going into detail in that indictment in yet another case that Walt Nauta and the manager there at Mar-a-Lago walked down the tunnel with a flashlight to try to find the surveillance camera that was trained on the storage room, allegedly, that had boxes of classified documents, asking employee number 4 to delete the server. Here we see the former president, Donald Trump, now running for the presidency again, approaching the cameras, and let's listen.
Well, thank you very much. This is a very sad day for America, and it was also very sad driving through Washington, D.C. and seeing the filth and the decay and all of the broken buildings and walls and the graffiti. This is not the place that I left. It's a very sad thing to see it. When you look at what's happening, this is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America. This is the persecution of the person that's leading by very, very substantial numbers in the Republican primary and leading Biden by a lot. So if you can't beat him, you persecute him or you prosecute him. We can't let this happen in America. Thank you very much, everyone.
Do you want these trials to happen before the 2024 election?
Additional questions for Donald Trump as he boards the plane. We heard him there moments ago. That is very rare for Donald Trump. For those of you who are astute viewers at home, and so many of you are with us every step of the way here, for those of us who have covered him know that he often takes extra questions. It's something that sometimes he can't help himself but to turn back around. But that might be a signal in the former president knowing the weight of this day and making a statement and not taking the bait on any of those questions shouted his way. But you heard Donald Trump say this is the persecution of a political opponent. He talked about the decay he witnessed in his short trip here to Washington as a swipe, obviously, at the current administration. He pointed out that he's leading significantly. He used his own adjective on the Republican side, which is true. He is leading Ron DeSantis, the closest opponent for the Republican nomination, by about 38 points in the latest polling. He said he's leading, he insinuated that he's leading Joe Biden significantly as well, although we know that's not necessarily the case. They are even, actually, in the biggest poll to be released this week, the New York Times Siena poll. It's 43-43 with a number of people undecided, unwilling to say that they're going to vote for either one of these candidates. And a number of other polls show a much closer race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. John Carl, these are the talking points that we have heard. Not a terrible surprise. I thought what was telling, though, was how brief this was and that he didn't take any other questions.
And to see Walt Nauta holding the umbrella for him as he got out of that limousine. I mean, Walt Nauta, his personal assistant, one of his most loyal aides, now himself facing legal jeopardy and the real possibility of years and years and years in prison, and still there by his side. But David, he clearly was going to make his point. I'm being persecuted because I'm running against Joe Biden. I'm being persecuted because I'm winning. He's not winning against Joe Biden. That's a very close race if it comes to pass. But he wants to play the victim, and he wants to tell his supporters that they're coming after me because they really want to come after you.
And in fact, in recent days on the campaign trail, he said, I'm indicted for you.
That's exactly, he's explicit about it. And he's also explicit in saying that this is his retribution campaign. He is going to campaign to destroy his enemies. These are the words he uses. And his enemies, he's not talking simply about Democrats. He's talking about his enemies. He sees it in the FBI, the Department of Justice, his enemies in the special counsel's office.
Pierre Thomas, we did not hear from Jack Smith today. That was not expected. And in fact, it could be months before we hear from Jack Smith again, if at all.
I've been told by his people, he spoke when he had to. You won't hear him until they speak in court. And David, I think the reality today, notwithstanding the politics, we now see a criminal case regarding whether Donald Trump tried to steal an election now fully enjoined.
Pierre Thomas with us as well. One last thought here from Mary Bruce, our chief White House correspondent. Anything from this White House?
Still nothing from this White House, and I don't think you're going to see anything from this White House. But as if there was any doubt there, it is clear Donald Trump is leaning hard into this. This is what is going to dominate the next year and a half, both clearly in the court system and on the campaign trail. You heard Donald Trump there arguing that what President Biden is doing is, in his words, saying if you can't beat him, you persecute him. That is going to be the argument going forward. And it's not just that the legal defense is going to dominate Trump's campaign. I think the question going forward is whether his supporters tire of that, whether at some point there is that fatigue we have been discussing. Will voters start to say, I want to hear a little bit less about Donald Trump and a little bit more about what you're going to do for me? That is what Joe Biden is hoping, that they will start to wonder, what can the next president do to make their life better? And Joe Biden is hoping that that leaves room for him to be able to show how he can govern.
And the first, and it's a major one, the first major legal argument we saw play out in this hearing today, and that's over the timeline, Dan. You heard the Jack Smith's team asking for a speedy trial, making their case to the magistrate. The defense team jumping in, refuting that request, saying, look, the special counsel's had blank amount of time to get ready. They've had a number of agents helping them investigate. We need a similar amount of time to help defend our candidate.
And it's going to be the single most important decision that this judge has to make at the outset, which is how much is she going to push to move this case forward quickly as the prosecution wants versus allowing for more delay. But one more big picture thought here. It is clear that the appointment of a special counsel didn't work. And what I mean by that is the point of it was supposed to be a sense that someone is coming in from the outside so that there isn't a perception of the Biden Justice Department prosecuting. That's why you appoint a special counsel. And it is clear, not just from Donald Trump's own words that we just heard, but many of his supporters and many Republicans and many others across the country who feel that it's still the Biden Justice Department who's prosecuting here. Yes, the special counsel ultimately reports to the Attorney General, but you're hoping that the appointment of a special counsel allows people the assurance that it's someone from the outside. And I think that's been lost here in the discussion of this. People forgot that, oh, and by the way, there's also a special counsel still investigating President Biden in connection with the documents case that was also appointed. And I will tell you one more thing. I think that if the documents case had not happened, the case we're seeing right now never would have happened either. Because it sure seemed like Merrick Garland was ready to move on from Donald Trump and January 6th and the overturning of the election. Then the documents case happens. He appoints a special counsel. And the minute you appoint a special counsel, the special counsel gets to decide, where do you go with the case? Not the attorney general. And I think what you've seen here is the special counsel now moving forward with a case that, and that I think that Merrick Garland was reluctant to bring. And it has now been brought, and it has an enormous impact on the country.
There's no question history made today in Washington, Dan. Thank you, Mary Bruce, John Carl, Pierre Thomas, and I know Martha Raddatz reclined with us in Washington. President Donald Trump, the former president, returning to Washington today to face 4 counts in this federal criminal indictment that alleges that he tried to overturn the 2020 election. Jack Smith, the special counsel, alleging that Donald Trump knew he lost that election, but proceeded to work with co-conspirators anyway to try to hold on to the White House, hold on to power. And what we have now seen is that this essentially, the train has left the station here. We are looking at a Republican debate in just a couple of weeks, and the first hearing in this case to happen just days after that Republican debate, which sets up all sorts of potential scenarios as we cover not only the race for president, but also these federal criminal cases now underway and how the two might intersect. They will intersect, but how they intersect, we wait to see, and we'll report that out fairly and carefully, because I have this team right here. Our coverage continues on ABC News Live, abcnews.com, and of course, I'll be back a short time from now with World News Tonight. For many of you here in the East, your local news team is standing by. I'm David Muir. I'll see you at 6:30.
This has been a special report from ABC News.
And our breaking news coverage continues here on ABC News Live. I'm Kana Whitworth. Former President Donald Trump pleading not guilty to 4 felony charges in federal court just a short time ago. His next hearing is now scheduled for August 28th. It'll be at 10 a.m. The former president calling this a very sad day for America before boarding his private plane at Ronald Reagan Airport in Arlington, Virginia. You're looking live right now at that plane as it's taxiing there and prepares to head back home, back to Bedminster for him, where he started the day there in New Jersey. He was formally charged with 4 felonies for allegedly plotting to overturn the 2020 election. The new felony charges include conspiracy to defraud the United States and conspiracy against rights. Special counsel Jack Smith was in the courtroom today and is alleging that former president led a criminal scheme built on lies, culminating in the violence that we saw at the Capitol on January 6th. Now, we do have a team of contributors and correspondents that are standing by. First, we want to bring in our investigative reporter and producer, Olivia Rubin, who's been with us all day. And Olivia, as we're watching this plane get ready to depart, we have talked about what we might expect in this proceeding. We knew that a plea would be entered. We didn't know exactly how that would go, right? We weren't sure if he would say it on his own or if it would be entered on his behalf. And you told me earlier a lot of that could depend on the president's mood, the former president's mood at that time.
Yeah, well, we saw, from our reporters inside of that courtroom that the former president did actually stand today and enter his not guilty plea on his own. And I think a lot of what our team saw in there was a little bit different today. The former president was chatty with his attorneys. They said he was staring over, at times angrily, at special counsel Jack Smith. He stood, he addressed the judge. There was even a bit of, sort of a moment when the president misunderstood the directions and went over to a microphone when he wasn't. So definitely a weighty and heavy day, but at least from what we were told, it seems maybe the president, not as solemn, not as down as he was, today than previously. And, quite frankly, this is his 3rd time doing it. And as he said, this wasn't the way he wanted to come back to D.C. and wanted to, be in the courtroom here. But, with this hearing today, Kana, like we have discussed, it's really off to the races now. He has entered his plea. The next date has been set, August 28th. So now it really becomes a battle of how far can he push this case off and how quickly can the special counsel's team get it going. And that's what we saw at the end of the hearing here, the request for the speedy trial and Trump's attorney saying, no, we want time. So that's what we're looking at here. Who's going to win that first battle, speedy trial versus take the time?
And it sounds like the trial date is one of the biggest responsibilities of this judge who will oversee this. And as you mentioned there, Olivia, rightfully so, you heard John Lauro, who is a lawyer that was hired for Trump after he received that target letter. And he told the judge, look, we have a massive amount of discovery and information that we have to look through. And the judge saying, you know, you need to raise your concerns with the district judge overseeing this trial.
And that's true, Kana. They are going to have an unbelievable amount of material that they have to work with, you know, hundreds of thousands of pages, if not likely much more than that. And it's not lost on anyone that this is only one of 3 of the cases that the former president is now facing down. I mean, just think about it. He already has a trial set in May on the classified documents case. He has a trial set in March on the hush money case out of New York. And so now they're going to have to find a way to squeeze this in here. And it is a massive case. You know, what Jack Smith has described in his 45-page indictment is sort of this sweeping effort by the former president and these other co-conspirators across multiple states, as we've been discussing. So it's not one specific thing that he did. 4 counts, multiple states, 45 pages of alleged conduct here. And that's something that they're really going to try to play into and try to push it back and say, look, we need time to go through all of this. And so I think that's something that we can be expecting here. So it will be a huge decision for the judge and one of the biggest. But even once set, I would just point out that that is not even set in stone. You never know what can arise during a trial. We just saw a superseding indictment out of the Florida documents case. So we're certainly in for a bunch of twists and turns here. And even once set, it's subject to change. So really, we'll wait to see when that comes down, potentially at this August 28th hearing.
Right, and if that August 28th hearing goes as planned, again, that will be 5 days after the first GOP date. And Olivia, one thing you also talked a little bit about was how the former President Trump is not a man who likes to wait around. He doesn't want to wait for anybody. But what we saw today, Olivia, was he had to wait in that courtroom for some 20 minutes before this magistrate judge came in. And when our reporters are telling us, Olivia, that they watched him, you know, at one point sort of like he had his hands clasped. It was tense. He was knocking them on the table. And for a moment, it was a moment, but it was unmistakable, looked right at Jack Smith.
Yeah, and we were discussing this just before the hearing happened because, like I said, I was at the 2 prior hearings, and the former president had to wait again. And again, even 20 minutes for someone like Donald Trump, who's the former president of the United States, it can seem so small, Kana, but it is really so remarkably significant because Donald Trump does, quite literally, does not wait for anyone in his capacity as president or as former president. So it's a really significant moment that I think likely, you know, sort of brought a reality together for the former president in that room while he is just sitting there. And the reality that when the judge comes in and says the, you know, phrase that we all know, all rise, he too has to stand. And it's really in those moments that it becomes very clear that it's the former president as a defendant in that moment. He is not free to leave. He is not free, you know, to do what he wishes in that moment. He is there as a defendant to listen to the judge and to do as she instructs. And there were, you know, multiple moments where she said something and he had to respond. He had to list out his own name, say his middle name. He had to say his age, 77, and he had to respond. And I think this is really significant. He had to respond when the judge read off to him the many, many years that he is facing if convicted of these charges. So that is something that likely sat with him very heavily.
Yeah, and the charges she's talking about there, count 1, they set up to 5 years, count 2 up to 20, same with count 3, and count 4 could be up to 10 years in prison. So these are the consequences that were laid out before him today in that courtroom. Olivia, thank you so much. We'll be checking back in with you throughout the afternoon. Now I want to bring in our executive editorial producer, John Santucci, as you are again watching former President Donald Trump's plane getting ready now to depart there from Arlington, Virginia. Yep. And John, do you want to talk about the significance of an umbrella here this afternoon? When you When you looked out there and
Yeah.
you saw Walt Nauta holding that umbrella, what did you think?
Well, it wasn't Mary Poppins, that's for sure. It was shocking to see Walt Nauta holding an umbrella. It's almost like, Kana, two movies collided at once in real time. Walt Nauta, obviously, center to the documents case, also brought by special counsel Jack Smith. And we were all looking closely. Wait, is it? Could it? No, it is indeed Walt Nauta. And it speaks volumes, Kana, to that small circle that is around Donald Trump. And it's fascinating, again, the collision course of both cases, because as we talked about, one of the conditions for Donald Trump not going to jail right now is that he cannot talk to any witnesses in the January 6th case. That is duplicative to what happened in the documents case. He's been told not to talk to other witnesses, other co-defendants about the case. Nauta obviously right there with him and is a co-defendant there. So to think yet again that he's heading to a court, it's that small team. Walt Nauta still showing up for work every day. It's just a striking image that he's right there by his side.
And especially when you think that a lot of people are talking now about how, the prosecution has so many people from former President Donald Trump inner circle that they're talking to who potentially might get flipped. And then there you see Walt Nauta with the umbrella right after he appears in court. And also, John, you've talked a lot about Trump's demeanor. And he did address cameras after this right there on the tarmac. He walked over with said umbrella. And he said it's a sad day in America. And he also said that it's a sad day in D.C. He said he didn't like how the city looked. He called it filthy. He called it, he saw decay. He said this is not how it was when I left. And it was a statement. And then he didn't take any questions. And he turned around and got on the plane.
Yeah, Kana, as David Muir was walking our viewers through that just a few moments ago in real time, I think many people were hearing David's voice and saying it themselves, like, gee, that was noticeable. Because when have you ever seen a moment that Donald Trump is disciplined when it comes to being a camera? I mean, I'm sitting next to Mary Bruce, who covered that White House. I mean, to think that Donald Trump would run away from a camera as quickly as he did, I think it really speaks to the seriousness of these charges, that Donald Trump has been told by his lawyers this is a consequential case. And look, as you just mentioned, the judge walking through each of those 4 counts, not just what the counts are, but the consequences with those counts. Donald Trump can do math. He can add that up. That is obviously something that he knows right now he has to stick to his best behavior. The question immediately comes to my mind, how long? How long can Donald Trump stick to it? He really, really, really must.
All right, John Santucci, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Again, we are still watching this plane. It will head back to Bedminster to his golf club where he started his day. In all likelihood, he will be ending his day there. You see the plane sort of taxiing right behind that Delta plane there. I want to bring in our senior reporter, Catherine Falders, who was inside that courtroom on this historic day. And Catherine, first of all, we've been talking so much about just the geographical location of where this courthouse is, right? You can see most of D.C. It's just a mile and a half from the White House. And so for Trump to go in and be processed as a criminal defendant today, he gave his fingerprints, had to give personal information, was taken to that second floor, and had to wait 20 minutes before the judge came in. And so, Catherine, I'm hoping that you can tell us a little bit about what it was like in there, right before the judge comes in, and that sort of those tense moments in which it sounds like Trump was really trying to talk with his lawyers.
He was, and this is not a man that waits for much of anything except for in a courtroom. He was sitting there for 25 minutes waiting for the magistrate judge to come in. Of course, they weren't looking at their cell phones, no communications in that way, but he was engaging with his attorneys. 2 of his attorneys were sitting at the defense table, Todd Blanche and John Lauro. But it was striking because John Lauro, of course, was brought on to lead the January 6th defense here. But from my observation, at least, Trump engaged very little with him. He engaged most of the time with his other attorney, Todd Blanche. In fact, most of those 25 minutes that he was sitting at the defense table when he wasn't talking to them and engaged in conversation, of course, animated at times. He sat there with his hands crossed. He looked over at the prosecutor's table at times. But I think what was significant and interesting here is he did look in Jack Smith's direction quite a bit. Jack Smith looked in his direction quite a bit. It's not clear from my angle whether, of course, they made any eye contact, but I think now that we're on the topic of the lawyers, the other significant appearances in here were Evan Corcoran. He's somebody that you've heard about on Trump's legal team, but in the other case, in the Mar-a-Lago documents case. In fact, the government views him as one of their top witnesses in the documents case, and Corcoran handed over notes to the special counsel. He was there as one of Trump's lawyers in the courtroom today. And of course, Jack Smith, for his part, talked to his prosecutors, the team of people who were in there. There was some questions about whether Trump would enter the guilty plea on his own or whether his attorneys would do it for him. Of course, they can do that. He entered the guilty plea himself. Of course, he says he was not guilty. The judge who was overseeing this proceeding read the counts and what he is accused of here, and he said that he understood what the judge was saying. An interesting part of being in the courtroom here is the judge, of course, also read to him the conditions, read to Trump the conditions of his release, and if he were to violate any of these conditions, that there would be consequences, including a potential arrest. At one point, Trump, when the word arrest was used, shook his head in irritation. He looked at the judge the whole time when she was talking, of course, glanced over at the prosecutor's table quite a bit here. Again, unclear if he made eye contact directly with Jack Smith, but I know our colleagues have been in the courtrooms other times when Trump has been in there and have described him a bit differently, maybe a different mood, maybe not as chatty. He sure was chatty today. Now, it's not clear exactly what he was saying. At one point, it appeared that we might be able to hear a little bit about what he was saying. There was a microphone right in front of him, and it appeared that some of the words might become maybe audible to the people sitting in the courtroom. And then at that time, one of his lawyers moved the microphone to the end of the table, so then we really couldn't hear what he was saying. But again, he was in there for I think it's a little under an hour that the former president was in there. Of course, the next hearing was scheduled for August. It is scheduled for August 28th at 10 a.m. And the appearance, of course, has been waived for the next hearing.
And Catherine, as we're watching Trump's private plane fly off, leaving Arlington, Virginia, and headed back towards New Jersey, back towards Bedminster, you know, in an unbelievable show of privilege that he was able to do this today. He had the motorcade on the way there, where he sat alone in the car. He again got alone in the car as he left this courthouse today, and now he is on board that plane. John Santucci reporting Walt Nada is on that plane as well with him as they head back towards Bedminster. Again, he's starting and ending this historic day there today. And Catherine, you brought up, you know, some of these conditions, and we can go over them here. You know, first and foremost, he must not violate federal or state laws. He must appear in court as required. He must sign an appearance bond, and as Prosecutor Wyndham put it in there, he must not communicate about the facts of this case with anyone who Trump knows to be a witness except through counsel or in pretense of counsel. And then a lot of people are bringing up here, what about this GOP debate? What if potentially he's on stage with his former Vice President Mike Pence, who of course will then be the star witness in this trial. And Catherine, another thing that you've noted that I think is really important is that you said Trump was sort of asking his lawyers about maybe who was seated at the prosecutor's table, and we've learned now that there was an FBI agent there.
Right, there was an FBI agent at the prosecutor's table, which is typical for these appearances. There was also Tom Wyndham, who has been the lead prosecutor on the January 6th cases, and then one of the other lead prosecutors sat in between the two of them. It appeared, as you mentioned from what I was saying earlier, and of course, again, emphasis on that I couldn't hear the former president, but he was consulting with his lawyer, Todd Blanche, at times, and they were both looking over together at the prosecutor's table. It appeared that he was asking, at least from body language, who those other people were. For example, this was before, of course, they got up and stated their names to the court, and appeared with some hand gestures that Todd Blanche was explaining that to the former president, and he nodded his head and reacted as though he understood what Blanche was saying.
All right, Catherine Falders, thank you so much. We appreciate that reporting. Also now outside of that same courthouse is our senior investigative reporter, Aaron Katursky. And Aaron, earlier in the day, you said when it comes to this, you know, we've been here before with these Trump indictments. You described it almost like a carnival kind of atmosphere. But we know that what led to this were serious moments, were scary moments, and is a moment when we talk about January 6th that the people that live there, the people that were, you know, in the area that day, and especially those officers will never forget that day. And it's something that this day, you know, they've been looking forward toward justice. And if you can help us, Aaron, understand when you talk to some of these police officers, what does justice mean for them when they see Donald Trump walk into that courthouse?
Kana, in addition to the defendant and all of the attorneys that Catherine was speaking of, there were others inside the courthouse today who have a direct memory, and a painful one, of the January 6th insurrection at the Capitol just up the block here. And one of those is U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Gonell, who's kind enough to join us now. What did it mean to you, Sergeant, to be in the courtroom, in the courthouse, where the former president has now been charged and arraigned?
It means a lot. I mean, it's the beginning of a long process, a process that we have been waiting for more than 2 years and a half. On January 6th, we already knew who directed the attack and the mob onto the Capitol, so I don't see why we should wait a long time to decide or to bring this case into a process. I know the tactics of it, according to his lawyer, is to delay and delay and delay. But we all know who directed the attack on that day and who could have done something to stop it, too.
The former president is not charged directly with a crime related to the attack, but it's more the sum total of his actions that day and in days leading up to January 6th. Is this indictment enough?
It is. I mean, Osama bin Laden didn't fly the planes on the World Trade Center, and yet we indicted him. So I don't expect anything less, anything more than what the same process. I mean, this is the former president is facing what any person who committed or alleged committed anything that is on the indictment, saying that will be the same way that anybody should be treated, any American should be treated, especially those who committed the crime and the assault on January 6th. Just like many of the defendants that we had witnessed here. I had witnessed and testified in front of the judge in the same very court. So that kind of gave me a sense of hope that he'll be treated the same way.
Sergeant, you're standing here chatting with us in a suit and tie. On January 6th, you were just up the block here in full uniform.
Riot gear, defending the Capitol, defending every single member and their staff who were hiding or running to safety. And then today, in the past 2 years and a half since January 6th, some of the same very members complains that these people are patriots or contemplate condoning the attack on not only on the seat of our democracy, but on law enforcement officers. And these are the same people who fill their mouth with, we support the police and we abide by the law, the rule of law. When they say that publicly, I know I don't buy it anymore because on January 6th, they were running for their lives. And the only reason why they made it to safety was because the action that my colleagues and myself did on that day.
It's been
they had the audacity to call those people peaceful tourists or peaceful political discourse, or the worst part is patriots. These are patriots that are being prosecuted or political prisoners for assaulting police officers. Yet the person who orchestrated that, it's not being held accountable.
It's been 2.5 years. You can still hear the passion in your voice when you speak about that day and those who have deemed responsible. To finally make it here to court, as you say, to have someone who you say orchestrated this in court, what did the moment mean?
Like I said, I mean, it's the beginning of a long process, and I think like most of the officers who were injured on that day because of the action or inaction of what happened that day from the part of the president 16 blocks away that way, he could stop the whole thing from the beginning, from even happening, based on the allegations are on the indictment. And yet he decided to do a power grab and remain in power. Luckily, most of the officers on that day, individually, but yet collectively, we decided not to use lethal force. Otherwise, it would have been a massacre, and it will be the perfect call, and perhaps what the former president was waiting for in order for him to declare martial law. And we didn't give him that satisfaction because we constrained ourselves to in the face of violence.
Sergeant Gonell, thanks very much. It's good to see you, sir. Sergeant Aquilino Gonell from the U.S. Capitol Police, who was here on Capitol Hill that day on January 6th, and here now at federal court to bear witness to former President Trump's arraignment. Kana?
Before you let the sergeant go, will you ask him a question on my behalf? Do you mind?
Please.
I would love to hear his response to when Jack Smith called the defenders of the Capitol heroes. He called them patriots. And he said they weren't just defending the building, they were defending who we are as a country and as a people.
Sergeant, our host, Kana Whitworth, has asked, when you heard the special prosecutor, Jack Smith, in announcing the indictment against the former president, pay tribute to law enforcement officers like yourself, what did that moment mean to you?
It means what we all know. I know I risked my life for defending everyone in the Capitol, regardless of any political affiliation. It's kind of like when somebody shoot a bullet to you, towards you, the bullet doesn't know whether you're political or not. And that's what we did. The bullet was shot towards the Capitol. We went to the front and we defended the Capitol, regardless who the group was, without reservations. We automatically know that at some point we assume the risk of our profession. But when the allegedly is directed by the person at the White House 16 blocks away during the daylight, and yet he doesn't have the audacity to even send assistance or tell them to stop. And instead what he did was put a tweet and raise the mob. That's when I nearly died a couple more times, not once, a couple more times. And then to make it even worse, he tells them that he loves them after beating up police officers like myself and a lot more. Reportedly, it's 140 plus, but I know there's a lot more officers who were injured because they didn't report their injuries like I did. I did not report my injury until a few days later, and many of them continue to work through the pain and the injuries, and that is very satisfying that at least the prosecutor, the special counsel, is taking note on that, because the Republican elected officials, they had not acknowledged that. And if they have, it's kind of like just paying lip service, like Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell.
Sergeant, thanks very much. Do appreciate it. Sergeant Aquilino Gonell from the U.S. Capitol Police. And Katie, you can hear the passion in his voice, how personal this moment was for him to be here, but also how personally the details and the allegations laid out in the 45-page indictment resonated with him and other members of law enforcement present here on Capitol Hill that day. Kana?
You're so right, Aaron. Many Americans might be watching this, but for some, this is home. This happened at home for them. So, Aaron, thank you so much. We appreciate that. We also now want to bring in our political contributor and former Trump administration official, Sarah Isker. Sarah, it has been 51 days since Trump was last in a courtroom. His legal calendar is really filling up. It's getting quite busy. Of course, he is also running a campaign for president where he is way ahead as far as the GOP frontrunner. How does this all add up when it comes to his mental state in pursuing both these legal challenges and the presidency again?
Well, obviously, it's one of the reasons that his lawyers have tried to argue that they need a delay for these trials until after the 2024 election. Of course, most criminal defendants have something else they'd rather be doing if they're out free. On the other hand, what we've seen in the Florida case, of course, is that there's going to be a lot of classified documents and arguments that they're going to be able to make around those classified documents that could delay that trial. This trial in D.C. might be a little different. There's tons of witnesses, and that provides some ability for the Trump team to create delays around that. But of course, there's no classified documents. You're going to have a judge and a special counsel, Jack Smith, who are eager to get this case underway. I think the most interesting part of this will be the jury instructions themselves. That will be something up to the judge and litigated between the defense and the prosecution. But therein is going to lie all of the difference to Donald Trump, because that is going to be about his mental state. How much does the jury need to find what Trump's intent was, what his purpose was? You know, one of these statutes, for instance, if you're on your way to vote and I rob you, it's not enough for the prosecution to show that I robbed you for your watch. In fact, that's a not guilty verdict. They will have to show that I robbed you to prevent you from voting. My purpose was to prevent you from voting. That's the sort of thing in this jury instruction that we're going to be watching so closely. That's where the appeals come in. That's where this messiness is really going to hit the road.
Sarah, thank you so much. And I have one other quick follow-up question for you. How big do you think the judge's influence is on this? When it really comes down to it, is her influence mostly going to be about the timing of this case?
Certainly the first thing we're going to see is about the timing of this case, and for all of the motions that the Trump team is going to throw at her, is she going to allow that to delay this trial as we know they want to, or is she going to try to keep this up at a quick pace? But again, she's also going to be the final word on what the jury is told they must decide in order to find Donald Trump guilty. That is actually going to be her biggest role. That's where you see the most appeals coming out of criminal trials often, is those jury instructions. The jury isn't going to get handed simply the statutes. They're going to be told by the judge what they need to find.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much. And of course, this jury, in all likelihood, will be made up of people who were there on January 6th. And again, as I've mentioned, you know, this is home to people who live there. What happened on January 6th is fresh in their minds. Of course, it is as well for those Capitol police officers. We want to go back to our senior investigative reporter, Aaron Katursky, who is with Officer Harry Dunn, who has been, Aaron, quite outspoken about what justice really means here.
Officer Harry Dunn was among the officers who were there on January 6th that day inside the federal courthouse as former President Trump appeared for his arraignment. What was the moment like?
Thanks for having me on. It's a necessary step on the road, the path to justice and accountability. I didn't expect much from this hearing arraignment. I didn't learn anything new, but it was good to see former President Trump facing accountability just like any other person in this country would if they committed the crimes that he did.
Good to see the former president in this courthouse.
Yeah.
That's a stunning statement to a former president in the United States courthouse.
Well, he broke the law. So I guess people that break the law, that's where they belong, inside the courthouse. So it was good to see that equal justice under the law is still being applied.
When you read the charges and read the allegations in the indictment, that must have resonated with you quite personally.
It's official now. You know, a lot of this stuff was known. He's talked about it during it. The January 6th committee unveiled a lot of that evidence. So I was kind of familiar with it, but the January 6th committee didn't have the power of prosecution like the Department of Justice does and did. So it's good to see it official now.
I asked your colleague, Sergeant Gunnell, the same question here. This is, I mean, it happened right there. And now you're just steps away. How do you reconcile the two things?
Day by day and a lot of therapy. And not even being funny, but it was a traumatic experience for me, for a lot of other people. I am seeking mental health. I encourage people to seek help. What happened that day and what's happening now isn't normal. And we need to acknowledge that and realize it's not something wrong with us. It's wrong with the world and wrong with a lot of other people. So we need to take care of ourselves. And that's how I do it. I talk about it. being on in front of all these cameras and telling my story about what happened and not giving opinions, just what happened and facts is therapeutic for me. So I'm going to continue to do it as long as people are listening. Even if nobody's listening, I'm still going to talk. So.
Special Counsel Jack Smith, in announcing the criminal charges against the former president, paid tribute to you, maybe not by name, but to law enforcement officers. What did that mean to you?
That was a great moment. I really appreciate it. While I wasn't looking for validation, it did provide some relief that our efforts for seeking accountability and justice and the efforts on January 6th were not in vain. They did not go unnoticed. Even though they weren't necessarily charged, they were acknowledged by the special counsel, and I appreciate that. Nobody's a police officer or first responder for recognition or glory or anything like that. You do it for the right reason, to help people and to, people that can't help themselves. And that's what we did on January 6th, and we continue to do days after.
There's one part of the indictment I wanted to ask you about, and it's just the moment when the special counsel says the former president had an opportunity perhaps to call it off or to say something that might have resonated with his supporters to back down, and he didn't. What did it mean to have that specifically included in the indictment charging Trump?
Well, that just shows the culpability that he had and his indifference that day, and how, in the January 6th committee, they unveiled how he was pleased with what was happening. He watched the riot, the insurrection, in pleasure. So he didn't have the effort, the best interest of the officers, even the protesters, because a lot of those individuals were hurt that day and sentenced. So he failed a lot of people that day, not just the police officers, but the people who were there in his name.
Officer Dunn, it's good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Officer Harry Dunn, one of 140 officially, but many more officers who still bear the not only physical but emotional scars of January 6th, which is now part of the indictment against former President Trump. And he arrived here to bear witness to the proceeding today, joining the defendant, the lawyers, the prosecutors, and others in the courthouse. Kana?
An important presence there. Aaron Katersky, our thanks to you. I want to now bring in ABC News Chief White House Correspondent Mary Bruce. So, Mary, let's talk about this political calendar here, and I'm going to line it up for you, of course, with the legal calendar. As we know now, August 28th is set for the next date here. That will be 5 days after this first GOP debate, Mary. And as they were going back and forth in court, there was 3 dates offered, and it's not a surprise, right, that Trump's team wanted the latest date possible. The prosecution asking for an earlier date. So how does this legal battle converge with the political battle as well?
Yeah, I mean, from here on out, the legal battle and the campaign are completely colliding with one another. This is completely transformed and upended the way that the 2024 campaign is going to play out. I mean, not only do you have the Republican debate and then 5 days later this first hearing, it also is true of other cases. I mean, I think one of the civil cases, the E. Jean Carroll case, that first hearing gets going the same day as the Iowa caucuses. So this is going to continue to happen. Now, at face value, you would think that that would be quite frustrating for the Trump team to have to bounce back and forth between the campaign trail and these legal battles. But I also suspect that this is welcomed by Donald Trump, because in some ways, this gives him the ability to campaign off of all of his legal defense. And that is what he is trying to do. I mean, look no further than the statement that he made there underneath the wing of his plane on the tarmac, where he argued point blank that he thinks that this is a persecution of a political opponent, continuing to make that argument that he feels that this is the Biden administration, Democrats simply trying to play out some political vendetta against Donald Trump. It is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I think those who may be most frustrated by this are Trump's Republican rivals. It is going to be very difficult for them to get the same kind of attention that they were hoping they could get throughout a campaign season, when so much of the oxygen, which was already likely to be sucked up by Donald Trump, is now going to be also taken by all of his legal challenges, all of these various court cases playing out, series of hearings. And of course, we've seen, Donald Trump's goal here, his defense team's hope, is that they can push these trials, obviously, as late as possible, right? That gives them a chance to campaign off of all of this, but not actually have to tackle any of this until he certainly hopes he is back in the White House, or perhaps another Republican who might pardon him, is because Donald Trump has made it very clear that if he is to win the White House again, that he will do everything he can to shut down these legal challenges. So it is going to be a really interesting thing to watch play out over the next year and a half. And it's a challenge not only for his Republican rivals, who are already starting to voice some frustration. Nikki Haley, I believe it was yesterday, the days are all blurring together, was saying, you know, how frustrating it is. And this is all the drama is soaking up all this attention. But it also is likely to be a challenge for Joe Biden as well. You know, he, of course, has been silent so far on the indictment. He doesn't want to say anything on these indictments that is going to fuel Trump's claims that this is all somehow politically motivated. But Donald Trump soaking up a lot of oxygen also means that it'll be harder, I believe, for Joe Biden to show to the government, to the country, what he's doing, which is trying to campaign by simply showing what he is doing by governing, right? He is hoping that he doesn't necessarily hit the campaign trail in the traditional sense, likely until early next year. But in the meantime, he is trying to just show the American people what he looks like as president, that he's doing the job, that this is what he can provide to the American people if he is given another 4 years, the president, hoping to draw a sharp contrast between the way he operates and some of the chaos on the Republican side, Kana.
Well, and Mary, of course, we're waiting another potential indictment to come out of Georgia as well. So that could also add, as you mentioned, you know, more chaos to this calendar. But also, Mary, I have to ask you, it was you that had said, you know, Trump has only been back in D.C. a couple of times since he left office. And so, Mary, when you heard him today say that it was not only a sad day for America, but that it was sad driving through Washington, D.C. and seeing the filth and decay, the broken buildings, the graffiti. Yeah. He said, this is not the place that I left.
That's a classic Donald Trump dig, right? Let's also be clear. He spent much of that drive, as someone who lives in Washington, I've lived there my whole life. He spent a lot of that on 395, which is through the tunnel. So I'm not actually sure how much of D.C. he saw. But also, the president of the United States isn't necessarily directly in charge of the litter on the streets of Washington, but it was a subtle, not so subtle way for Donald Trump to try and make the argument that he feels the country is in decline since he left office, and he's hoping that Americans will give him another chance to clean up the country and clean up the streets of Washington, seems to be the argument he is making. But as you have noted, it is pretty astounding, as someone who spent a fair amount of time in those scrums with Donald Trump, tangling with him, the restraint it took for him not to want to respond to shouted questions there. He loves nothing more than to go back and forth with reporters. It shows, to me at least, that while he wanted to get his stamp on this moment, while he wanted to show how defiant he is, show to the world that he is leaning into this fight, he didn't want to say anything beyond that that could be out of his control or twisted one way or another, or to have to face questions in a way where he cannot fully control the narrative.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Mary Bruce. Our thanks to you. And now I want to bring in our attorney and former chief minority counsel to the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, Jeff Robbins. And Jeff, we're in this space, it's almost unbelievable at times, where we have to ask the question, what if Donald Trump is convicted and also wins the presidency? Where do we go from there?
Hi, Kana. It's not almost unbelievable. It's full throttle unbelievable. And in fact, this is part of what the former president's strategy is, to execute the sort of PMM, which is, you know, pardon myself maneuver, which is something which is not exactly taught in law school, but which may be taught in law school from here on in. It's one of the two ways, at least, that he can try to get out of this if he is convicted in federal court. One is to pardon himself, which it's very possible he is constitutionally, believe it or not, permitted to do. And another is to appoint an attorney general who will dutifully drop the charges against him. Either of those things are things which he should be expected to do, and that will plunge the country into another level of chaos, as though we haven't seen plenty of levels of chaos up until this point.
Yeah, upping the ante always. And the prosecutor, you know, put it that one of the conditions of Trump's release today, as Prosecutor Windham put it, that he must not communicate about the facts with anyone that Trump knows to be a witness, except through counsel or in the pretense of counsel. And I find this fascinating when you first think about, you know, the potential of him and the star witness in this case, former Vice President Mike Pence, being on a debate stage together. But also when you think about all the witnesses prior that are now testifying in all these different cases he's involved in are part of his inner circle.
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, there is a shrinking pool of individuals that Donald Trump is now lawfully permitted to speak to, given that he is restricted theoretically from speaking to witnesses in cases that have been brought against him. I mean, he is now down to being able to, speaking of pools, speak to the pool man at Mar-a-Lago. Whether he's complying with those restrictions is an open question, as has been pointed out. He's with Walt Nauta, co-defendant in one of the federal cases against him, and he is theoretically restricted from speaking to him. But you're right. If he is following the law, then he is pretty much down to talking to the caddy at Mar-a-Lago at this point.
All right, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. As always, we now want to go to ABC's Jay O'Brien in Washington, D.C. And Jay, I'm wondering if you can play it out for us, how the January 6th committee's investigation, sort of took the lid off of a lot of things, revealing a lot of information that then helped us get here today, specifically helped Jack Smith.
Well, it's one of the things that we saw play out in those highly watched hearings and then are seeing some of the result of today. So don't forget, the January 6th committee holds this series of intensely watched hearings for months. Then they issue an 845-page report, and then Jack Smith issues a 45-page indictment. So there's a lot that the January 6th committee talks about that Jack Smith certainly doesn't get into in that initial indictment that led us to where we are today. But we know that the January 6th committee handed over all of its resources, all of the interviews it conducted, all of what the fruition of its investigation over to the special counsel's office. Now, how much did the special counsel rely on that work as opposed to doing his own work independently? We don't know the answer to. But one of the things I can tell you is that Democrats who were on the January 6th committee have said that they don't believe that this indictment would have gotten this far without their work.
All right, Jay, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And now, too, we want to thank all of our correspondents and contributors that have been with us throughout this afternoon. I'm Kana Whitworth, and thank you for streaming with us. We have much more breaking coverage in just about a half an hour. But first, we want to bring you our ABC News Live special. It's called Homegrown Standoff to Rebellion, examining the days, events, and conversations leading up to the January 6th insurrection. That's next.
This is where the newsmakers come first in the morning to be heard. America's #1 morning show.
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I can't imagine what it feels like to go from $20 billion to $100,000. Yeah. Are you worried about going to jail?
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
Wherever the story, ABC's Good Morning America is right there.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Yeah. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
Understand what happened to January 6th, you really have to rewind the clock to really look at where that anti-government movement started from.
We came from an era of Ruby Ridge, Waco,
The Bundy Ranch.
Federal agents clashing with protesters, some from armed militia groups.
This constant drumbeat of the federal government taking away their rights.
Trump's presidency legitimized the fringe ideas, and it says it's okay.
You have Trump encouraging these agitators.
Let me tell you, this election was rigged.
Be there on January 6th. That is an invitation.
And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
It's easy to miss the slow boil. And in a lot of ways, the militia movement is arguably the slow boil.
If you have millions of people willing to believe lies, is it any surprise that you could have a January 6th?
Jason Van Tatenhove. I'm a classically trained painter. At one point in time, about 15, 16 years ago, I was considered one of the top rising artists of the Denver art scene. My day consists of, waking up, taking in the news, and writing all day.
Hey guys, I'm Jason Van Taten of Oath Keepers here.
I did it with the Oath Keepers, but I was doing it before then, and, it's something I've always done.
I have an important story that we need to get out there. Get back now! Many of you, like me, were very inspired by the actions that happened at Bundy Ranch. It was the first time in our country's recent history that good Americans stood up and said, you know what? We're not gonna let this happen on our watch. And we went and we stood shoulder to shoulder with some of the best Americans in this country. Whether it's
Remember the video?
Yeah, I do. I just got to own it. You know what? I was swept up. I was excited. And I was wrong. And I feel awful about it. I think I needed a wider, pulled out view to kind of understand things better.
The Oath Keepers are a potentially violent extremist group. Stuart Rhodes founded the Oath Keepers in 2009.
My handgun's here. I've got at least 2 spare magazines on this side.
The Oath Keepers have an active online presence, and they're constantly recruiting people from military and law enforcement with their videos.
The Oath Keepers aren't just made up of people at the fringes. They're actually veterans, police officers, people who work in these institutions that actually define American political structure.
Their entire reason for being is to train together to be prepared to defend their territory or defend their state.
If you rewind the clock, a key part of this constant drumbeat of the federal government was basically taking away their rights, and that they should be prepared one day to have to stand up and maybe even take physical action, was in 2014 in a remote part of Nevada, the Bundy Ranch.
A dramatic standoff caught on tape tonight. Federal rangers up against a rancher.
Ammon Bundy and his father Cliven were grazing cattle on federal land and refused to pay grazing fees to the government, the Bureau of Land Management, that by all accounts were legal.
I have no contract with the United States government. I was paying grazing fees for management. That's what BLM was supposed to be. And they were managing my ranch out of business.
The Bundy family is convinced that the federal government has been overstepping their bounds for years, and it ended up being a confrontation with the federal government.
There was a message that was sent out by the Bundys, called for armed militia to come. The range war begins tomorrow at the Bundy Ranch at 9:30 a.m.
A real Wild West showdown. Federal agents clashing with protesters, some from armed militia groups.
So when the call comes out, it makes perfect sense that the Oath Keepers would ride in to the rescue. In essence, they are the cavalry.
There was that big armed standoff, those iconic images of the bridge and the BLM agents down in the corral. Their guns pointed across away at each other. It seemed like a very historic moment to me, and I wanted to go find out what was really happening, kind of boots on the ground.
This video went viral. The video shows the government clashing with protesters and even shows Ammon Bundy being tased. And in response, the Oath Keepers and other militia groups descended on Bunkerville.
This confrontation is the first time really that you see militias from around the country actually come in an operational role to confront the federal government.
We got the weapons down to get ready to shoot.
Law enforcement or the Bureau of Land Management, the folks that were trying to end things peaceably, they realized they were outgunned.
Late today, the government released Rancher Bundy's cattle, packed up and left, to cheers and jeers. A tense situation diffused, for now.
They do what is necessary in order for there not to be the kind of bloodshed that we see in a Waco or Ruby Ridge. But in doing so, it ends up giving the appearance that a group of militiamen had beaten the federal government.
Stuart Rhodes and Ammon Bundy, they broadcast that victory online for the whole world to see.
What happened today was a choice between bending the knee and standing up. And you folks stood up.
The battle has been won, but the war is far over.
The American dream is dead.
The newest candidate for president, billionaire Donald Trump.
About a year after the Bundy Ranch standoff, Donald Trump comes on the political scene.
He rides down the golden escalator at Trump Towers and tells us things that just seem unthinkable.
They're bringing drugs. They're bringing crime. They're rapists. Knock the crap out of them, would you? Seriously. We are going to drain the swamp in Washington.
Trump's candidacy really spoke to the militia movement and the anti-government movement.
Our purpose is to restore and defend the Constitution.
Now, Ammon Bundy is a hero, and he would be the one that would lead in effort to push back against any federal control, to say, well, I too have resisted the federal government, and you can do it too.
Tonight, armed protesters have taken over a federal wildlife refuge, determined to stay as long as it takes.
Better way to die, though.
And prepared to use violence.
You guys got ARs, BKs, shotties?
The Malheur Wildlife Refuge takeover was really Ammon Bundy's own operation.
Love you! We support you!
It began with a peaceful march, protesting land rights and the sentencing of 2 local ranchers convicted of burning federal land.
It was based on the fact that he was upset that a father and son were being sent back to prison for arsons on federal land that they had admitted to, and they didn't want Ammon's help.
The Hammonds have turned themselves in.
But Ammon was convinced that them going back to prison was federal overreach.
It is the duty of the people to put that government back in its place.
And so he went to the refuge and took it over to protest them being sent back to prison.
They tested the waters with Bundy Ranch, and they succeeded, and then they went and took it further, took over government property. It had a major, major effect on day-to-day life there.
So that is the refuge headquarters. You can see the beautiful tile roofs on the buildings.
It became a real problem for the community. I started pulling together community meetings. About 400 or 500 people met in the high school auditorium. And a group of people came in, about 40 or 50 people. And it just took my breath away as I watched them, because I realized they were all going to the top of the bleachers, and they had fully circled the entire high school auditorium. And then I realized Ammon Bundy's one of them.
Tonight, militia leader Ammon Bundy showed up uninvited to a community meeting in Burns and got shouted down.
Mr. Bundy, be very clear. I'm happy to meet you. Any place outside my county, it is time for you to go home. These people
Rising tensions in the armed standoff in Oregon that is showing no signs of ending.
We have no intent of pointing a gun at anybody, but let's be clear here. Who's pointed guns at me? Who's pointed guns at Ammon?
Hey guys, this is Jason Manteno with Oath Keepers Media. I'm here at the Mauer Refuge with my friend Lavoy Finnegan.
Now, it's not like we were great friends or anything, but we had conversations and, interviews and stuff. And I actually, tried to talk Lavoy out of Malheur the day before. I was one of the last calls made to him, trying to plead with him, saying, look, this is not going to go well. It's not going to end well. But he had already made his decision. He was ready to stand and die there.
I'm not going to jail. Would I sit out here with my little rifle?
Lavoy Finnegan was the spokesperson through most of the event at Malheur.
It's not a line in the sand. A line in the snow.
The guy that got sucked into Bundy's strange view of the U.S. Constitution.
The people have to take possession, and then the law will follow.
Wrote a book where he kind of hoped to die as a martyr.
Ammon Bundy, his brother, and Lavoy Finnegan decide they need to go visit the county sheriff. They came upon a checkpoint orchestrated by the Oregon State Police and FBI.
And then Finnegan took off.
Got it. Are they shooting? Got it. Hang on. Okay, so they're shooting. Hang on.
He went around the vehicle and hit that deep snow. And
go ahead, shoot me. Damn. That's fine, too. Go ahead, shoot me. You have to shoot me.
law enforcement believed that he had a firearm and he was shot.
Anytime there's anyone killed who's part of the movement, that person becomes a hero.
Do I think that Finnegan is a rallying cry? Yeah, I think it is.
Group leader Ammon Bundy and his brother were arrested in the shootout and could be seen handcuffed on the road.
They were acquitted. They were found not guilty. Federal authorities also had filed charges against Ammon Bundy for the 2014 standoff in Nevada, and that case ended up getting thrown out. So no charges stuck to Ammon Bundy.
This is what you get when government officials ignore the people.
The political elites in this country have used their power to enrich themselves at your expense.
Trump's candidacy and his presidency legitimized the Frankenstein monster. It takes all of these fringe ideas and it says once they rise to the mainstream, it's okay.
People were becoming more and more radicalized. And that kind of, to me, was absolutely the last straw. I had to just turn and walk away.
It's actually kind of laughable in hindsight to go back and say that there weren't any warning signs. It wasn't just warning signs or red flags, it was a neon billboard.
It's just a progression. You start at a ranch, you go to a government facility, and then you're at the Capitol. I mean, it is a progression.
There's a straight line that you can draw from these standoff events to January 6th.
If you have millions of people willing to believe lies, is it any surprise that you could have a January 6th?
You know Tori's deals and steals are always amazing. Now get this.
Tori, you've done it yet again.
Next week, she's popping up live every morning across the nation. Right, Tori?
We're driving in and setting up with the best local deals and steals.
GMA all next week.
You can't miss it.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
The world really is turning upside down now. It seems to get worse every week in one way or another. You know, Trump was an unknown, at least to me, and he resounded, very well with the patriot community.
Trump
Trump had said so many outrageous and inflammatory and controversial things as a candidate. There was a sense, though, that once he was elected president, once he was sworn in, that the trappings of power would have a moderating influence on him.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
But that was blown apart on day one, just after he takes the oath of office.
This American carnage stops right here and stops right now.
Donald Trump doesn't moderate once he becomes president. He is every bit as abrasive, as extreme in his views, as willing to offend absolutely everybody. He is playing to the fringes of American politics as president of the United States.
Charlottesville was a turning point in our country.
Not replace us! You will not replace us!
And then, of course, when the president afterwards said,
very fine people on both sides.
That was just like, bing, bing, bing. This is cool for us to do.
That the violence was acceptable, and it didn't stop there.
I said, please don't be too nice. These are people. These are animals.
Definitely in the years between 2017 and January 6, 2021, we've seen just a continued escalation of online, anti-government, white supremacist, anti-other extremism.
These organizations at the fringe right of America can say, we have a president who understands us. We have a president who believes in us, and we have a president who condones our actions.
There are cases around the country, cases involving threats, attacks.
Hit me in my back of my head, bro. That's it. This is for Trump.
Where Trump's name is invoked by the person who's committing an attack.
I think I said, please get out of my country, because I don't like him here. And this is why I like Trump. And he's doing the same thing as I feel, wants him out of our country.
I found not a single case like that, not one case for President Obama or for President George Bush.
The whole Trump era is this fascinating study of people feeling like somebody's standing up for them and empowering them to speak their minds.
And then with the start of 2020, you have this incredible merging of all of these dark forces. It was basically a cauldron, and the fuel on the fire was the COVID pandemic. You have lockdowns and masking, and that gives fresh fuel to the Proud Boys, to QAnon, to the Oath Keepers.
They latched right onto that. And they started just pumping it, And that's part of the gig is they look for these hot button topics.
I remember the day that the CDC put out the mask recommendations.
So I just don't want to wear one myself. It's a recommendation. They recommend it.
He tweeted in April of 2020, liberate Michigan, liberate Virginia. He encouraged armed militia groups protesting in their state capitals.
Look at the organization that Ammon Bundy's been putting together in Idaho, and how much of a cornerstone the anti-mask movement and the showdowns at the local government.
We have to knock down the doors of the Capitol building to enter in, to exercise that right. Yes. And that's exactly what I will do, and I hope many of you will be ready.
Yeah.
Don't come here. Let's go.
This is crazy.
Individuals ultimately see these things as encroaching on their constitutional, God-given rights. It's a ticking time bomb.
I've seen people where an election got stolen, and by the way, we're not going to let that happen to us.
I mean, it's pretty obvious if Trump does not win that it was rigged.
Because we have a rigged election. It's a rigged election. It's the only way we're going to lose.
He knew that it was looking bad, and he was laying the groundwork for claiming fraud even before the first ballot was cast.
This is stealing millions of votes.
There were all these claims about mail fraud. It just didn't exist. It didn't exist before the election. It didn't exist after the election.
I think the most dangerous speech that Donald Trump ever gave was the speech that he gave on election night when he came out at 2:30 in the morning.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
He claimed a victory when it started to look clear that he was headed towards defeat.
fellow Americans. Biden won by a greater margin than Trump did over Hillary Clinton. Those are the facts. Yet you had this very steady drumbeat. It was stolen from me. It was stolen from me.
Let me tell you, this election was rigged. That was so great.
I thought people would be smart enough to realize, like, look, this guy's just desperate. He just wants to hold on to power.
Trump himself was anti-government. These ideologies allowed them to coalesce around the person, Trump, who they thought was fighting for them. And his supporters bought into his ideologies and his approach to governing that, you know, exactly what he said, that anything other than a win must be the result of fraud.
For nearly a decade, so many people had been told that their government was coming for their rights and that the federal government was basically demolishing this country from the inside, and that the day might come where they were going to have to stand up to stop that.
Donald Trump says a number of different times, be there on January 6th. And so we might say that that's just rhetoric, that's just Donald Trump talking. But to groups like the Oath Keepers, that is an invitation. That's their moment. It is a call to arms to head to Washington, D.C. on January 6th and prevent the certification of the new president of the United States.
We have men already stationed outside D.C. as a nuclear option in case they attempt to remove the president illegally. We will step in and stop it.
Rhodes has said that anything that was done on January 6th that was illegal or violent was the result of rogue members who were not acting in concert with his organization or part of anything that was planned or endorsed by the Oath Keepers.
People like Alex Jones, Stuart Rhodes, they have this ability to capture an emotion and a sentiment. They're very much going after the divide between rural and urban populations, and they capitalize on that.
And then you saw the birth of new organizations that Bundy himself has promoted that have engaged in all kinds of anti-government behavior, particularly in the Northwest, but elsewhere as well.
If you're Eamon Bundy, you're going to develop quite a platform in the darker spaces of the web where people are going to think that you were a hero. So when you speak, that matters.
Just wanted to express my support for what is happening in Washington, D.C. on January 6th. Bless you for going to Washington, D.C. Don't wear a mask and stand for freedom.
People like Ammon Bundy and Cliven Bundy make calls to action, and many extremists look at that as not only a call to action, but potentially a call to violent action.
Bundy never explicitly encouraged or endorsed violence.
It might have been easy to just kind of assume they're going to stay in their sparse land, western part of the United States, and their biggest beef is going to be whether we're trying to make them pay taxes on land use. That was the wrong conclusion.
That very morning, you know, with the president and Rudy Giuliani's and others' speeches about, you know, fight like hell was just license.
Make no mistake, this election was stolen from you, from me, and from the country.
Let's have trial by combat.
Some people clearly came intending to do that. Others got swept up in it, I think egged on by the president.
And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
I knew it was going to be some sort of circus show.
You have members of different groups who came from across the country.
These guys have been wanting this. They're in tactical gear. They have body armor. They're there with assault rifles and handguns, and they're preparing for violence and kind of a violent overthrow.
They believe themselves to be patriotic to a fault, that what they're doing is saving the nation, the world, the democracy, the United States of America, we the people.
Really had a huge impact. There's no question that there's a through line between anti-government extremists, particularly militia extremists, and what we've seen in more recent years and since Trump was president.
When those people left that podium where Mr. Trump was and headed to the Capitol, I went, oh my God. Almost with the same heartbreak of when the first plane slammed into the tower on September 11th, of what have we allowed to happen.
That wasn't just some peaceful rally that got a little out of hand. That was people dying.
You're gonna die tonight!
It is being over-exaggerated of what happened at the Capitol building. Charge him with trespassing, but this political thing of insurrection and charging him with, treason and all of that, it's hyped up, and that's exactly what they did to us.
That rhetoric is clearly dangerous. Ammon Bundy saying this wasn't an insurrection, that this was the right of the people. Wow, say it too often and we're in trouble.
This is the most important thing that I'll do.
Ammon Bundy, he's now running for governor.
For the great state of Idaho.
And he has not moderated his rhetoric at all.
We don't need the federal government coming in and bullying us.
He's still holding the same stances and saying the same things as he did years ago in terms of the federal government and what people should be afraid of.
It's easy to miss the slow boil. And in a lot of ways, the militia movement is a slow boil.
Well, I think now is the time to straighten a lot of things out that are going on, because I know there's going to be a huge fight. I know that every move I make will be a battle.
We have to learn truly what happened on January 6th. There's no question it could happen again.
I do not believe that anybody has a right to act in violence unless they're acting in defense.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
How cute.
Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Kana Whitworth, and we have breaking news coverage that we continue right here on ABC News Live. Former President Donald Trump appearing in court in our nation's capital for his third criminal indictment, this time on charges involving January 6th and alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election. Now, what we're learning at this hour as this historic case moves forward. Now, we're going to start with the former president on this historic third indictment. Trump pleading not guilty to these 4 felony charges that happened in federal court just a short time ago. His next hearing is now scheduled for August 28th. It will be at 10 a.m. The former president calling this a very sad day for America. He said that before boarding his private plane at Ronald Reagan Airport in Arlington, Virginia. So now Trump and his team, their wheels down at Newark Liberty International Airport. The former president will head from the airport to his golf club in Bedminster. It's where he started his day. Trump pled, again, not guilty to all 4 felony counts, and that includes conspiracy to defraud the United States and conspiracy against rights. Special counsel Jack Smith also in the courtroom today and is alleging the former president led a criminal scheme built on lies, culminating in the violence that we saw at the Capitol on January 6th. Donald Trump told ABC News that these charges are a pile-on and were ridiculous, just like his other indictments. Now, we do have a team of contributors and correspondents that are standing by for us. So we first want to bring in our senior investigative reporter, Aaron Katursky. We also have Olivia Rubin with us as well, and Trevor Ault, and attorney and former chief minority counsel to the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, Jeff Robbins. And Aaron, again, starting with you, you've been outside court all day. Let's talk about how these proceedings played out.
In so many ways, Kana, this was just an ordinary arraignment of a criminal defendant that occurs every single day at this and every other courthouse around the country. But former President Trump is unlike any of those defendants, and the case in which he's charged is unlike any criminal case in American jurisprudence, asking the question, can a sitting president spread lies aiming to overturn the will of the people and cling to power? Former President Trump entered a not guilty plea to 4 criminal counts, including 3 conspiracies. The judge, the federal magistrate, read out the charges and informed the former president of the potential penalties if he's found guilty. 55 total years. Not that he would ever serve that much, if any, prison time if he's convicted. But just to hear the possibility of a former president spending potentially decades in prison, I think was jarring for people who were in the room. And it wasn't just the defendant and the attorneys, but also members of the Capitol Police who were here on January 6th, who later told us, Kana, that it was a step that they believed was long coming, because they believe that former President Trump was responsible for unleashing the violence that has left them physically and emotionally scarred. Special counsel Jack Smith was present in the room. At one point, he locked eyes on former President Trump, and at another point, former President Trump locked eyes on him, on the special counsel, who has now brought 2 separate federal cases against him.
All right, Aaron Katursky, thank you. And as Aaron is talking, we are watching the former president's motorcade make its way back to Bedminster, to his golf club there where he started his day. I want to bring in Olivia now. So, Olivia, I mean, you have been inside court for both of Trump's previous appearances. Yeah. You have noted, Olivia, that he is not a man who likes to wait on anyone. Yet today he had to wait some 20 minutes. And also, he did enter his not guilty plea himself instead of having it entered on his behalf by his counsel. What does that signify to you?
Yeah, well, I think it's really telling when, Trump, being someone who's rather easy to decipher by looking at him, he really wears his mood on his face, in his body language. I think, we don't know exactly how he's picking and choosing when to sort of enter this plea on his own or defer to his attorneys. But you have to imagine, Kana, that when he's in the room, that sort of moment, that ability to say not guilty against these really significant charges that Aaron just laid out, carry decades in prison, that has to be something that he would want to do for himself, that he wants to be able to say not guilty. And I think that's why it's so telling that he hasn't always, wanted to do that or taken the opportunity to do that. And I think our reporters pointed out, who were in the courtroom today that the former president was a bit chatty. He was talking with his attorneys. You noted he had to wait 25 minutes, a really significant sort of power imbalance from what he's used to. People wait on him. He doesn't wait on people. So I think, the fact that he was whispering with his attorneys, that he even turned around to look at the audience, I didn't see him do that in either of the previous two hearings. He really was looking straight ahead, or like I've noted, at the floor. So I think that was really significant in telling of his mood today as well. But then the last thing, Kana, sources telling us that right now the former president is once again alone in his motorcade as he makes his way back to Bedminster, his club, after, what was a difficult day. And, our reporter John Santucci reported earlier that he likes the time alone in his car. And I think that sort of, is reflective of his mood and how he must be feeling after being told that he is facing, as Aaron said, 55 years in prison if convicted.
Right, as they put out so clearly the consequences that he could potentially be facing. Olivia, thank you. And Jeff, to you, I'm sure it came as no surprise to you that Trump's team chose the latest of the 3 court dates offered, much to the chagrin of prosecutors. His defense saying they have a massive amount of discovery to look through. So what do they tackle first?
Well, first of all, it is surreal to see the former president board his private plane, now evidently renamed Arraignment 1, for the amount of shuttling back and forth to courthouses that he's doing. It's no surprise that his defense team is saying that they want an enormous amount of time to look through an enormous amount of documents, because the fact of the matter is there's no strategy more central to their game plan right now than delay. To say to the court, listen, this is a sprawling case involving lots and lots of people, co-conspirators, hundreds of thousands of documents, all the material turned over to the Justice Department by the January 6th committee, and yet more. We need all this time. And of course, the subtext of that is, let us get past the election. Let us not have this case tried, even to the point of requests that as a matter of a fair trial, the case be delayed. And so strategy across the board has been to see if sand can be thrown in gears, motions can be filed, interlocutory appeals, intermediate appeals can be taken, and all of these cases delayed. There's nothing more central to what he's trying to do at this point than this.
All right, thank you, Jeff. And now let's check in with Trevor, who is at Bedminster there in New Jersey. Of course, this is the golf club, Trevor, where he woke up this morning after a round of golf and left, and he is now headed your way, Trevor, in his motorcade as now a criminal defendant officially charged here for the 3rd time.
Yes, Kana, and this is a trip that we know he made many times when he was serving as president, spent a lot of his weekends at Trump National Golf Club here in Bedminster. This one, though, certainly is a day he will never forget, although I have to tell you, it has been bizarrely business as usual for the people of Bedminster. From all the people that we've seen, and we've been here all day, from waiting for the president to take off from, the former president to take off from Trump National to now when he's returning, almost every person here in Bedminster who has seen us has asked what we were waiting on, what we were covering, and then it takes us telling them, it's a former president of the United States charged with conspiracy, allegedly disenfranchising your vote, that they then have a reaction. Now, of course, when they learn of that, they do have a pretty strong reaction, depending on if they are a supporter of the president or if they are against them. A lot of people naturally surrounding Trump National Golf Club are in favor of him. They want to vote for him in 2024. There were some people that said this was a long time coming, that they'd been waiting for this day. But I have to tell you, Kana, regardless of where these people fell on the political aisle, what we heard probably the most from everybody was references to 2024. That this is clearly looming very large over the next presidential election and the direction that we're going to head as a country. Of course, this case has tremendous ramifications for Donald Trump, but we know it has tremendous ramifications for the United States of America, and people here are very much aware of that.
All right, a collision course here, both legally and politically. Trevor, thank you. And thanks to you as well, Aaron and Olivia, and Jeff, of course. And earlier now, our Aaron Katersky, he had a chance to speak with a Capitol Police officer, Harry Dunn, also a former sergeant with the Capitol Police. They were both right in the middle of that riot on January 6th. Here's their reaction to Trump's arraignment today. Take a listen.
What did it mean to you, Sergeant, to be in the courtroom, in the courthouse, where the former president has now been charged and arraigned?
It means a lot. I mean, it's the beginning of the loan process, a process that we have been waiting for more than 2 years and a half. On January 6th, we already knew who directed the attack and the mob onto the Capitol, so I don't see why we should wait a long time to decide or to bring this case into a process. I know the tactics of it, according to his lawyer, is to delay and delay and delay. But we all know who directed the attack on that day and who could have done something to stop it, too.
Sergeant, you're standing here chatting with us in a suit and tie. On January 6th, you were just up the block here in full uniform.
Riot gear, defending the Capitol, defending every single member and their staff who were hiding or running to safety. And then today, in the past 2 years and a half since January 6th, some of the same very members complains that these people are patriots or contemplate condoning the attack on not only on the seat of our democracy but on law enforcement officers, and these are the same people who fill their mouth with we support the police and we abide by the law, the rule of law. When they say that publicly, I know I don't buy it anymore because on January 6th they were running for their lives, and the only reason why they made it to safety was because the action that my colleagues and myself did on that day. But they had the audacity to call those people peaceful tourists or peaceful political discourse, or the worst part is patriots. These are patriots that are being prosecuted or political prisoners for assaulting police officers. Yet the person who orchestrated that, it's not being held accountable.
Inside the federal courthouse, as former President Trump appeared for his arraignment, what was the moment like?
Thanks for having me on. It's a necessary step on the road, the path to justice and accountability. I didn't expect much from this hearing, arraignment. I didn't learn anything new, but it was good to see former President Trump facing accountability just like any other person in this country would if they committed the crimes that he did.
Good to see the former president in this courthouse.
Yeah.
That's a stunning statement to a former president in the United States courthouse.
Well, he broke the law, so I guess people that break the law, that's where they belong, inside the courthouse. So it was good to see that equal justice under the law is still being applied.
Special Counsel Jack Smith, in announcing the criminal charges against the former president, paid tribute to you, maybe not by name, but to law enforcement officers. What did that mean to you?
That was a great moment. I really appreciate it. While I wasn't looking for validation, it did provide some relief that our efforts for seeking accountability and justice and the efforts on January 6th were not in vain. They did not go unnoticed, even though they weren't necessarily charged. They were acknowledged by the special counsel, and I appreciate that. Nobody's a police officer or first responder for recognition or glory or anything like that. You do it for the right reason, to help people and to, people that can't help themselves, and that's what we did on January 6th, and we continue to do days after.
There's one part of the indictment I wanted to ask you about, and it's just the moment when the special counsel says the former president had an opportunity perhaps to call it off or to say something that might have resonated with his supporters to back down, and he didn't. What did it mean to have that specifically included in the indictment charging Trump?
What that just shows is the culpability that he had and his indifference that day, and how, in the January 6th committee, they unveiled how he was pleased with what was happening. He watched the riot, the insurrection, in pleasure. So he didn't have the effort, the best interest of the officers, even the protesters, because a lot of those individuals were hurt that day and sentenced. So he failed a lot of people that day, not just the police officers, but the people who were there in his name.
Thanks to Aaron Katersky for that interview with people that are clearly so affected by this. And again, a reminder that the jury pool in D.C. could be made up of people who were also there on January 6th. Coming up here, we'll talk about how the White House and lawmakers on Capitol Hill are reacting to this indictment of former President Donald Trump. What you're looking at here is his motorcade making its way back to his golf club, Bedminster, there in New Jersey, and we'll of course be following him. There you go. There you see the motorcade, the black cars right there. We'll be following them all the way back. Stay with us.
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas, ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Good morning, America.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
You know Tori's deals and steals are always amazing. Now get this.
Tori, you've done it yet again.
Next week, she's popping up live every morning across the nation. Right, Tori?
We're driving in and setting up with the best local deals and steals.
GMA all next week.
You can't miss it.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight.
We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Reporting from South Korea, I'm Joo-hee Cho. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for streaming with us. We want to show you some live images. This is a vehicle former President Donald Trump is riding in. He is on his way back to his Bedminster, New Jersey golf club after pleading not guilty to 4 federal charges today over his alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And our coverage continues now with ABC's Elizabeth Schulze and Jay O'Brien. Thank you both for being here with us. And Elizabeth, starting with you, what is the reaction right now from the White House?
Well, Kana, no reaction from the White House, which is really in line with what they've been doing since this indictment came out, and really since the start of former President Trump's legal woes, at least with the Justice Department. President Biden knows that if he weighs in on this, it will give political fodder not only to Trump, but to Republicans who are really criticizing the weaponization, they call it, of the Justice Department, who are saying that this is prosecution politically. And we got a glimpse of that from former President Trump's comments as he departed Washington tonight, saying that this is another example of persecution by a political opponent. But in the same way, this is really kind of illustrating how central this January 6th has now become to the campaign for both former President Trump and President Biden, in the same way that we're going to see
Former President Trump continued to try to decry these charges and gain momentum based off of them, embolden his supporters. We'll have to see if President Biden doubles down on his criticism of January 6th, which has been very outspoken. He has even at times said that former President Trump went too far that day. He has said that there needs to be accountability. That was a message that you heard from Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn, and it's one that we'll have to see how much the president now repeats in the days ahead, Kana.
And you mentioned that fodder, Elizabeth, and I think that's so important, but I'm curious to your thoughts as to when that fodder maybe turns into part of President Biden's re-election campaign.
Well, and it was so central to the opening bid of his re-election. Say in that video that he put out, we saw multiple shots of January 6th just in that re-election video that the president released. You know, I think part of this is unavoidable when you're just looking at the calendar and how we're now in this kind of ramp up to the 2024 presidential election. I mean, the fact alone that the first hearing from this case today is set for August 28th, which is 5 days after the first GOP primary debate. Now, we don't know if Trump's going to participate in that debate yet, but it really does show how this legal question that former President Trump faces in this case and in other cases in New York, other cases by the special counsel, is on a real collision course that is going to be unavoidable from President Biden, from former President Trump, and from the Republican opponents that he's facing too, Kana.
And his Republican opponents, of course, fascinating, right, Elizabeth, that we could potentially see him and Vice President Mike Pence on the same stage. Mike Pence now will be the star witness in this trial moving forward. And Jay, to you, when this indictment came down, the Democratic lawmakers, not surprisingly, calling it shocking. Republicans on the Hill calling it another dark day. What are you hearing today?
Well, Republicans on Capitol Hill largely taking their cues from the former president, saying that this is political. And one Republican, though, that we had not yet heard from today since Donald Trump walked into that courtroom to be arraigned was the top Republican in the House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy. But we have some breaking news. We just heard from Speaker McCarthy reacting to Trump's claims of election fraud, being pressed by reporters on those false claims of election fraud. Here was his reaction.
So yeah, you can raise that someone raised a question. And in America, you are entitled to raise a question. You're entitled to question whether it was honest or not. That's the uniqueness of the First Amendment. That's the uniqueness of America. But you know what? You shouldn't be prosecuted for your thoughts. And the difference here is when Hillary Clinton said it, nothing happened to her. When they said it in Georgia's election, nothing happened to them either. You know what? When the DNC said it, nothing happened to them either. So stop using government to go after people who politically disagree with you. That is wrong, and that should stop now.
Standing behind the former president there, fiery rhetoric from the speaker. Don't forget, 147 House Republicans and Senate Republicans, too, voted to overturn the election even after the Capitol attack, in the hours after the attack on the Capitol. And many of them, all of them, still sticking behind the former president today.
All right, interesting update, Jay and Elizabeth. Our thanks to both of you. We appreciate your time. And coming up next here, we dig into the historic impact of former President Trump's third indictment. We'll talk about the polarizing place that it will hold in American history.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight.
We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
You know Tori's deals and steals are always amazing. Now get this.
Tori, you've done it yet again.
Next week, she's popping up live every morning across the nation. Right, Tori?
We're driving in and setting up with the best local deals and steals.
GMA all next week.
You can't miss it.
With so much at stake in our world right now, we wanted to thank you for your trust and for making ABC News America's #1 news.
And thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
And welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. We again want to show you live images of the former president riding in his motorcade. He is on his way again back to his Bedminster, New Jersey golf club. You see the motorcade there, the black vehicles. He has just pled not guilty to 4 federal charges today over his alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. And joining me now is contributor and presidential historian Mark Updegrove, along with ABC News contributor John Katko. He's a former Republican congressman for New York and former U.S. assistant attorney. Thank you both for being here. And Mark, starting with you, our nation less than 250 years old. This is the second time that a former president has been charged by the Justice Department, and the third time that a former commander-in-chief has ever faced criminal charges. So can you put this into historical context for us?
It's very hard to, Kena, because it's unprecedented in its nature. I'm reminded of Gerald Ford when he took office 49 years ago this month upon the resignation of Richard Nixon. And he said in that very memorable speech to the nation, "Our long national nightmare is over. Our Constitution works. We are a nation of laws and not men. Here the people rule." And now, almost 50 years later, we have a case of a former president during the course of his presidency trying to overturn an election. And I think so much of this will determine if we are still a nation of laws and not men, if in the United States of America, the people still rule. That's what's at stake here, Kena, and we've never had that before in the course of our history.
Certainly, you do hear, though, from Republicans and from the GOP that essentially, free speech might be at stake here. And John, when we talk with you about that, you voted also, of course, to impeach Trump during his second impeachment. But we also want to get your reaction to, of course, this indictment. It's the third one. It is historic in that nature. What is your initial reaction to that?
Well, my initial reaction is that we're in a much more litigious era of government. If you think about it, in the first couple hundred years of our nation's history, there was one impeachment, and that was back in the 1800s. And now we've had multiple ones in the modern era, from President Clinton. Nixon narrowly avoided one. Then we have President Clinton, and we have Trump, and we have, it seems to be all they talk about in Congress, and that's really troublesome. And now we have this specter, put aside for a second whether he deserves to be charged or not, but we have a specter now, a president being charged with crimes on multiple occasions. And that's going to change the dynamic of the presidency. And I think history will look back on this time and say that history, this is when the president was weakened to some extent. But I also think there's a lot of good. I think our Constitution works, as my colleague just mentioned, because no one is above the law. No one should be above the law. And getting back to the merits of this prosecution, if you read this indictment, you can't say that they made this stuff up. So there's a legal argument on one side, and there's a legal argument on the other side. The jury and the judge, before they goes to a jury, are going to sort it out. But make no mistake about it, our democracy is alive and well because the president's being held accountable for his actions. Now, if he's acquitted of everything, that'll be a great lesson for the Department of Justice. But for them to say that somehow that he doesn't warrant scrutiny because he's a president, that just doesn't hold water.
And John, if we quickly can elaborate that on when you say you think the state of our democracy is alive and well, you still think that, as we look at Trump's role in trying to overturn the results of this 2020 election, his alleged role, and then you see the statements on the campaign trail and the strong support that he is getting from his GOP followers?
Well, for the followers in Congress, I can tell you because I was there, and I can positively say this. The moment that Trump is not politically powerful is the moment they will change their opinion on whether he should or should not have been indicted and what was fair. A lot of this is butt covering because they want to make sure they don't incur wrath from their voters back home. That's not a way, for me, in my opinion, that they should be conducting themselves. Put that aside. Some people feel very strongly that ex-president should be charged. That's all going to be sorted out. But for me, I think that our democracy is alive and well because no one is above the law, and this indictment proves that.
All right, Mark Updegrove and John Katko, our thanks to both of you this evening.
Thank you.
And we will, of course, have a lot more on this story as we're watching there, the former president making his way back to his Bedminster Golf Club. We will stay on this story as we now go to ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. It will be starting here in just one moment, so make sure to watch for all of the latest developments and updates. Again, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I'm Kana Whitworth, and remember, the news never stops, and neither do we.
Good evening. I'm Phil Lipoff tonight in for Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We begin with that unprecedented court appearance in our nation's capital for former President Trump. The former president riding alone in his motorcade, passing familiar streets on the way to the federal courthouse just a few blocks from the White House. He entered that courthouse through an underground garage to answer to an indictment the likes of which we have never seen in this country. A president charged for alleged crimes committed while in office. Trump pleaded not guilty to each of the 4 counts, which carry possible prison time if convicted. Inside the courtroom, special counsel Jack Smith, along with his prosecuting team. Also in the courthouse, police officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th. We will hear from Officer Harry Dunn in just a few minutes. Trump himself gave a brief statement at the airport, calling this a persecution of a political opponent. Tonight, Trump has touched down in New Jersey and is just back to his property in Bedminster. We have team coverage for you this evening, from Trump's property in New Jersey to the courtroom to legal analysis of what comes next. And we begin with Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas.
It was an extraordinary moment in Washington. Former President Donald Trump returning to the nation's capital. But this was not the way he expected to come back. Waving as he stepped off his plane at Reagan National Airport just before 3 p.m. this afternoon to face historic charges. Never before has a former president been charged with attempting to overturn an election. The special counsel alleging Donald Trump knew he lost. Driving through the nation's capital to the courthouse just blocks from the White House, and the Capitol where the attack played out on January 6th. Seen through the window, traveling alone in his motorcade as it traveled through the city streets, weaving toward that federal courthouse. His motorcade driving in through the underground garage, out of sight from onlookers lining the streets. Inside that courthouse, the former president processed, his fingerprints taken, and his personal information recorded. He was not placed in handcuffs, and there was no mugshot taken, authorities deeming it unnecessary because he's one of the most photographed men in the world. The arraignment described as routine, though the defendant and the charges are anything but. Just before 4 p.m., Trump entering a large courtroom on the second floor to appear before a magistrate judge. Already inside, federal prosecutors and special counsel Jack Smith himself off to the side. Smith could be seen looking at Trump. The former president flanked by his attorneys at the defense table, looking around the courtroom, at one point staring directly back at Jack Smith, too. The two face-to-face for the first time since June 13th, his last arraignment. Trump's hands clasped on the table. Waiting for over 20 minutes before the judge entered the courtroom and the case was announced. The United States of America versus Donald J. Trump. After he was sworn in, the judge requesting Trump say his full name and his age, 77. The judge then reading the charges: conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, specifically the January 6th certification of the presidential results, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights, to deprive people of their right to vote and to have their votes counted. The judge then making sure Trump was aware of the maximum penalty for each count. Count 1, up to 5 years. Count 2, up to 20 years. Count 3, up to 20 years. And count 4, up to 10 years. Standing, Trump himself pleading not guilty to each of those counts, as he had to every charge he's faced. The prosecutors then arguing for a speedy trial. Donald Trump's team immediately refuting that, saying the special counsel has had ample time. They need time, too, to defend Trump. The judge responded, you will get a fair trial. On the issue of timing, the magistrate said, take it up with the judge who has been assigned the case. The hearing taking just under 30 minutes. Also in the courthouse today, officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th. Capitol Police officers Harry Dunn and Aquilino Gonell. And D.C. Metro Police Officer Daniel Hodges, who was pinned between two doors by rioters. Trump's motorcade then quickly leaving the way they came, heading back to the airport. His aide, Walt Nauta, who was charged with Trump in the classified documents case, in a sign of loyalty, holding the umbrella for the former president. Trump speaking to the cameras in the rain before taking off for New Jersey.
This is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America.
Just a remarkable scene today in Washington, D.C., and even more dramatic, it wasn't just the former president in the courtroom. Jack Smith was there as well, making his presence known.
Phil, there was this moment when the two men were apparently staring at each other. Just extraordinary. The prosecutor bringing the case, essentially saying, I'm here, I support my staff, I did this. And Donald Trump looking in the eye, assessing him. So, again, extraordinary on all levels. And also, I think the fact that Jack Smith was there himself tells you how he's personally and professionally involved and fully engaged in the case.
The gravity of the situation. Pierre Thomas, thank you.
Pleasure.
ABC's Trevor Ault is in Bedminster, New Jersey. Trevor, we understand the former president is back at his property after this whirlwind day.
Yeah, that's right, Phil. So the former president just arrived at Trump National Golf Club just a few moments ago, a place where he, of course, has spent so much of his time, both as a former president and as a current president, spent so many weekends there. He has made that trip down to Washington, D.C. a great many times, but this is one that he and this nation will never forget. And we know looming large over this whole thing is the implications not just for the former president, but also the implications for this nation as a whole. He did not make this trip by himself. While he rode in a motorcade in an individual vehicle, just him and his Secret Service. We know that he brought his lawyers with him, multiple lawyers naturally, and also some members of his campaign staff too, because of course the former president is using this as a springboard for his campaign. They are fundraising off of these new federal charges. And the people that we spoke to here in Bedminster, while they are largely going business as usual now, I mean, this is the third time that the former president has had to travel to go be arraigned in court, as unprecedented as that is. We've heard from a lot of different people who both support the former president and who want to see him defeated or even go to prison for several years. And almost all of them brought up the prospects of 2024 and what this case might mean when we mentioned that we were waiting on the former president to go to court and then to return. Now, what we learned, if you were wondering what does a former president do before he heads to court to be arraigned on federal charges, the answer for Donald Trump is he plays golf. We learned this morning he played on Trump National as he so often does. It would not surprise anyone if tomorrow he woke up and he did the same thing. But of course, now the former president clearly, and America at large, really the entire world, is waiting to see how this progresses, both for Donald Trump and for the United States. Phil.
All right, Trevor Ault from Bedminster, New Jersey. Trevor, thank you. Meantime, let's bring in now ABC News investigative reporter Catherine Falders from the courthouse there in Washington. Catherine, we saw a debate in the courtroom today over the timing of how this moves forward. What did each side argue?
Right, the first real debate over timing here. Prosecutors told the judge that they were prepared to hand over and produce a substantial amount of discovery already to Donald Trump and his legal team. But you saw Trump's lawyers push back on that a bit. They said that the special counsel has had years to investigate this, that there's a substantial amount of evidence and amount of discovery that they need access to, and they need the opportunity to fairly defend their client. They said they'll need time. Now, the judge, Phil, in that courtroom assured Trump's legal team that he would get a fair process and a fair trial, and that, of course, this would be addressed, according to the judge, at the next hearing later this month.
And Catherine, what will happen at that hearing that's scheduled in this case?
Right, so this hearing is scheduled for August 28th. The judge here told Trump that the judge who will be overseeing this case has already waived his appearance, so we're not expecting to see Trump at this trial. But given how we saw, or at this appearance, I should say, but given how we saw it play out in court today, it appears that at the next hearing at the end of this month, we will hear arguments, I'm sure, from Trump's lawyers and prosecutors about the speed of a trial.
Catherine Falders at the White House, at the courthouse in Washington. Catherine, thank you. As the former president of the United States stood before a magistrate and pleaded not guilty to those 4 criminal charges, among those gathered in the courthouse were some of the very officers who helped stop that all-out attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Former Capitol officer Harry Dunn was one of the officers on January 6th who also testified before Congress about that unforgettable day. He spoke with our Aaron Katersky about what it felt like to see and hear Donald Trump for himself. Here's part of that interview.
What was the moment like?
Thanks for having me on. It's a necessary step on the road, the path to justice and accountability. I didn't expect much from this hearing arraignment. I didn't learn anything new, but it was good to see former President Trump facing accountability just like any other person in this country would if they committed the crimes that he did.
Good to see the former president in this courthouse.
Yeah.
That's a stunning statement, a former president in the United States courthouse.
Well, he broke the law, so I guess people that break the law, that's where they belong, inside the courthouse. So it was good to see that equal justice under the law is still being applied.
When you read the charges and read the allegations in the indictment, that must have resonated with you quite personally.
It's official now, you know. A lot of this stuff was known. He's talked about it during it. The January 6th committee unveiled a lot of that evidence, so I was kind of familiar with it, but the January 6th committee didn't have the power of prosecution like the Department of Justice does and did, so it's good to see it official now.
I asked your colleague, Sergeant Gunnell, the same question here. This is, I mean, it happened right there, and now you're just steps away. How do you reconcile the two things?
Day by day and a lot of therapy, and not even being funny, but it was a traumatic experience for me, for a lot of other people. I am seeking mental health. I encourage people to seek help. What happened that day and what's happening now isn't normal, and we need to acknowledge that and realize it's not something wrong with us. It's wrong with the world and wrong with a lot of other people. So we need to take care of ourselves, and that's how I do it. I talk about it, being in front of all these cameras and telling my story about what happened, and not giving opinions, just what happened and facts. Is therapeutic for me, so I'm going to continue to do it as long as people are listening. And even if nobody's listening, I'm still going to talk. So.
All right, now let's bring in ABC's John Santucci. John, Trump, as you know, is back at his property tonight, and you often talk to the president. I'm wondering what your sources are telling you about his mood tonight.
Oh, Dave, I think you saw it right there, Phil, in real time. I mean, his mood, getting on that plane, walking away from those cameras. I mean, Donald Trump is angry tonight. And Donald Trump, you have to remember, Phil, wanted to be in Washington, D.C. for quite some time. I remember in 2015, covering his first campaign, he was excited to open the Trump International Hotel. Then when he won, he was excited to go to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and he was excited to be in D.C. He's excited to be on both ends of it. He's on neither right now, officially. The hotel is gone. They sold it to the Hilton. He's not president anymore. So going back there in and of itself, given how he left with no pomp and circumstance, was already bothering him in the last several days, for sure, since it's the first time he's been back in this type of a way in several months. But the fact that he's in another courtroom, Phil, I think that has just hurt Donald Trump's ego in a way. For a guy that we know is so proud of his bravado, of his ego, it has driven him absolutely mad.
Yeah, and I would imagine, John, on top of that, you always say, you know, you can't get into Donald Trump's head, but with what you just described, a man who's used to having power and being in charge, he had to wait 20 minutes today at court.
Oh, Phil, I mean, if anybody could have been a fly on that wall, and thank God we had reporters in there, they saw Donald Trump in real time getting antsy, banging his hands, looking around. There's nothing worse for Donald Trump than waiting. And think about that, right? Presidents don't wait for anybody. He's not a president anymore. Let's be clear, he's a former president. But nevertheless, Donald Trump having to sit there and wait was striking. The other thing I just think, knowing Donald Trump, I'm going to try to get into his head, Phil. That's what I'm paid to do most times here. But one of the things that I know thoroughly annoyed Donald Trump today was being called Mr. Trump. When the judge did that in court, Donald Trump was known as Mr. Trump for years. He liked that. But when he got to be called, Phil, Mr. President, that was the title. That was it. He didn't want to hear Mr. Trump anymore. So to think that the judge brought him down a couple pegs. You know, she's up on the bench and looking down. I mean, that is just a moment that I don't think anybody could have imagined. I think Donald Trump himself probably could not imagine it.
No, in a moment that the president clearly was in charge of, getting out of that limousine and having Walt Nauta, a man who's charged with him in a separate case, hold the umbrella for him.
Yeah, Phil, I have to tell you, I'll be honest, a little inside viewing for our folks here. We were all watching this, and I think we all lunged looking at the monitor and say, wait, no, it can't be. It was like two movies colliding at once, right? The documents case and January 6th. But it does speak to this one narrative that you hear and you see in interacting with Trump world as we do, and that is the world is small. There's very few people that are still around that orbit. It's not this big apparatus. It's not this big staff that he had at the White House or, frankly, on his 2020 campaign. This is a small team. And I do think, Phil, the one thing here in both cases that's going to be very hard for Donald Trump, this order not to talk to witnesses or co-defendants. Obviously, Walt Nauta checks that box. So we're going to see how this all shakes out.
Yeah, and we know the former president values loyalty over almost anything else. John Santucci, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Joined now by ABC Chief Washington Correspondent Jonathan Karl. And Jonathan, we know these trials are already colliding with the campaign calendar, but now the first hearing, so close to the first GOP debate, the next hearing?
I mean, it's incredible. So you have the first Republican debate is on August 23rd. 5 days later, you have the first scheduled hearing in this case. And keep in mind, you have the other cases. You have the New York case where the trial date is set, could change, but is set for March, right in the middle of the Republican primaries. The trial date has also been set in the classified documents case. Again, it may change, but it's set for May 20th, just weeks before the Republican convention. And while the calendars are converging, so are the messages. Donald Trump's legal message is indistinguishable from his political message now. He is running as a victim, and now he says, of a persecution.
Yeah, this is going to be intertwined for years to come.
For sure.
At least until the next election, possibly beyond. Jonathan Karl, so good to see you here in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
All right, I'm going to bring in ABC News legal contributor Asha Rangappa right now. And Asha, what do you think would be the former president's best defense here? Because there could be several. And how much of an uphill battle do you think he's facing in this particular case?
Well, Phil, I think maybe his best defense could be that he relied on the advice of his counsel. This whole blueprint to submit fake electors and try to get Congress to throw the election to Trump was something that was cooked up by his lawyer, John Eastman, who is co-conspirator number 2 in the indictment. I think the problem here is that John Eastman, according to indictment, was actually conceding at many points that this was not an entirely up-and-up legal strategy even, but also, more importantly, Trump would have to testify in his own defense. He would have to get on the stand and say, here's what my lawyer told me, here's what I thought, and that not only puts him at risk of cross-examination and making conflicting stories, but also waives the attorney-client privilege. And I cannot see his attorneys letting him do that.
I mean, he's still saying to this day that he won the election. What about the defense? You know, I really did believe this. Is that going to work here? Is there any evidence of that?
It's not going to work here because proving that he didn't believe that he won the election is not actually an element of any of the crimes that he's charged with. Even if he had that he won, that would not justify his using unlawful means to throw the election to himself, to get people to violate their oaths of office, to submit false slates of electors, to pressure the vice president, to pressure the Secretary of State in Georgia. You know, if you look at the hundreds of people who've been actually charged and convicted for January 6th, the people on the ground, many of them actually believe that Trump won the election. They might still believe that to this day, and it is not a defense to the actual criminal activity that they engaged in.
And according to the conditions of his release, he must not violate federal or state laws. What happens? I mean, obviously, that's a crime, you know, wherever he would commit that. But what about the pending indictment in Georgia? If that case moves forward, would that have any impact?
a lot of coordination issues between these many jurisdictions that are going to, especially if Georgia moves forward, that are going to want to proceed with their cases. This admonition given by the judge is a big deal because Trump is now, under the court's jurisdiction. And the court has power to, for example, hold him in contempt if he does not follow the instructions to, say, not contact witnesses. And I agree with the previous reporter that the prohibition on talking to witnesses is going to be very hard for Trump. We know that historically, in the Mueller investigation, for example, he was trying to intervene with witnesses, in that case, trying to dangle pardons to them or intimidate them. And in the January 6th hearings, we found out that he, through an intermediary, had tried to contact Cassidy Hutchinson and influence her testimony. This is a tried-and-true tactic for him, and it will not go well for him if he tries to do it now that he's under the power of the federal courts.
All right, Asha Rangappa, thank you. And Mary Bruce joins me now. Mary, you cover the White House. Any response from President Biden today on this?
No, he is staying out of this. The president, instead of attacking President Trump, he is trying to stay above the fray, focus on governing. He's hoping that he can draw a sharp contrast between the work that he's doing for the American people and the drama that is now playing out on the Republican side. The big question now is, how long can Biden stay silent? When will he have to go on the attack? And we do know that at a recent lunch with President Biden, former President Obama voiced some concern about Donald Trump's political dominance, given the fact that he continues to soar in the polls. President Obama offering to do everything he can to help Biden win a second term, but polls show they are neck and neck. We could be heading towards a very uncomfortable rematch here.
Uncomfortable, to say the least. All right, Mary, thank you so much.
Thanks, Phil.
And of course, we're going to stay on this story throughout the night and into the morning, but we do have a lot more to get to here on Prime tonight. 2 bodies found near the floating barrier on the Rio Grande, creating more concerns and controversy as a legal battle is waged over those buoys. A home left in pieces after an explosion. What we are learning about the investigation into the cause of that explosion and the desperate search for survivors. But next, he crossed the DMZ and entered North Korea on his own. Now, Travis King's family opens up about their search for answers and the hopes that he'll come home.
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
In Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight.
We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Can I hug you?
Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Welcome back. In the last 24 hours, 2 bodies have been found in the southern part of the Rio Grande. One found stuck on the lines of the buoys installed by Texas authorities, the other one in the area of the buoys. Let's get right to Maria Villarreal, who has been covering these developments for us. Maria, what do we know about the 2 people found here?
So we just got late information that one of the people found is a migrant from Honduras and the other one is a Mexican national. We know as of right now, the state isn't saying very much about the bodies that were found other than one came upstream. They do believe it was a drowning victim. But we are hearing a lot from the Mexican side, Phil, and basically the president is saying that this barrier is inhumane and it's a violation of their sovereignty.
Well, Maria, you were at the Rio Grande just 2 days ago and in some really dramatic reporting spoke to some of the migrants wading through the river. And as you just mentioned, there were some preliminary reports suggest one of the people drowned upstream. So give us a layout of those buoys and the depths of the river in and around.
You know, just to clarify, you know, when DPS put out that statement earlier today, they did say they have guardsmen and troopers that are standing pretty much right at the ready at these buoys, but that's not exactly true. Listen, in order to get to those buoys, troopers and guardsmen would have to jump over at least 3 layers of concertina wire that they have put in place, and then on top of that, go to the middle of the Rio Grande River. Just for us to get to that location, we had to kayak for over an hour. It's about 1.5 miles from anywhere you can actually put in with boats. And then what's really interesting about the buoy barrier is that it doesn't go from the Texas riverbank to then the Mexican side of the river. It actually just kind of floats lengthwise right smack dab in the middle of the river. While we were there observing these red plastic balls, we actually saw a group of migrants walk right past that barrier. Some of them even stopped to point, laugh, take selfies. And then when we asked them what they thought about the barrier, they told us, what is it supposed to do? It doesn't look like it's doing anything. In fact, we're here, so it doesn't seem to be stopping any of us. So really, that gave us an answer of what this is really doing. It's a very big concern for residents in the area. They feel like their land, their river has been taken over. It's very frustrating from them, to the point where we obviously have seen city leaders say, we're going to rethink our partnership with Operation Lone Star in this state.
Maria Villarreal from Fort Worth, Texas. Maria, thank you. And today, a judge officially sentenced the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter to death by execution. This came after yesterday's ruling made by a jury recommending the death penalty for the man responsible for the country's deadliest anti-Semitic attack. In October of 2018, the shooter killed 11 worshipers, including a 97-year-old woman at the Tree of Life synagogue. An FBI assistant special agent in charge said today, to those families who lost loved ones, I hope today allows you to close this terrible chapter. This next story may be triggering for sexual assault survivors. Just wanted to let you know right off the bat. In Mississippi, 6 former law enforcement officers pleaded guilty to charges of federal civil rights offenses against 2 black men who were assaulted and one of them allegedly shot in the mouth. The 5 deputies and 1 officer entered the residence of the 2 men without a warrant, claimed they were there for a drug raid. According to attorneys, the shocking reports include the men being beaten, sexually assaulted with a sex toy, and shocked with tasers for 90 minutes while being handcuffed. One of the attorneys representing the 2 men said these guilty pleas are historic for justice against torture in Rankin County and all over America. Now to an exclusive interview with the family of the Army soldier who crossed the DMZ into North Korea on his own. His family desperate for his return. His mother describing a phone call she got from him in the middle of the night, not long before he crossed that border. Here's ABC's chief global affairs correspondent, Martha Raddatz.
Tonight, the family of Army Private Travis King speaking out, seeking answers as to why he knowingly crossed into North Korea.
That's not my son, Travis, because he had so many reasons to come home.
The 23-year-old seen here at the DMZ with a tour group last month, moments before officials say he bolted from the South Korean side to the north, where he was taken into custody and driven away in a van. King had been scheduled to fly back to the U.S. from South Korea after being jailed for an altercation with locals, according to U.S. officials.
When he first went to Korea, he was just so happy. And then, as time went on, he just started fading away.
His mother says the family had grown worried about his mental state in recent months, and they'd received alarming communications from him.
And he just called and he just screamed, "I'm not the Army soldier you want me to be. I'm not the Army soldier you want me to be." And he kept screaming that out loud. And then all of a sudden, the phone hung up.
King's uncle saying Travis told him prior to crossing over that he was experiencing racism from within the U.S. Army during his year-long deployment.
I was like, "You okay?" And he's telling me, "No, they're trying to kill me." And he was saying things like, said they're racist. I don't know, it made me seem like something was going on with him.
A U.S. Army official tells ABC News that they will look into those allegations of racism. In the meantime, no one has heard anything from Travis King, although the North Koreans are now saying they are investigating the matter. Phil?
All right, Martha Raddatz, thank you. The Las Vegas police announced today that Cardi B will not be charged for throwing a microphone at an audience member. Cardi B was named a suspect in a police report involving a microphone throwing incident this past weekend. A video that has been circulating online shows a drink being thrown at the singer. Here you see that. Then Cardi B throwing the microphone back into the crowd afterwards. In a statement to ABC News from the Las Vegas police, they pointed to having insufficient evidence after review from the Clark County District Attorney's Office. There is still much more to get to here on Prime. Coming up, fighting for a place in hip-hop history. The self-proclaimed first MC says his rhymes have been used in hit songs without him receiving any royalties. Can he make a claim over his work? But next, gas prices are heating up as hot summer weather and cuts in oil production drive up prices. So we're going to take a look by the numbers.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
We're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
Imagine if you had an institution where it was almost impossible to be held accountable.
What happened with the police made me scared of them.
No mother should have to bury their child.
Amir Locke was killed in a botched, no-knock warrant situation.
How these cops operate in this country has been America's dirty secret.
Because of the color of his skin, he didn't have a chance.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is The King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
This is where the newsmakers come first in the morning to be heard. America's #1 morning show.
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I can't imagine what it feels like to go from $20 billion to $100,000. Yeah. Are you worried about going to jail?
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
Wherever the story, ABC's Good Morning America is right there.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey, I'm David Muir. Wherever the story, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. Gas prices are on the rise as hot summer weather and cuts in oil production help to drive up the costs. So let's take a look by the numbers. The national average for regular gas is now at $3.82 a gallon. It's according to AAA, and that's about 28 cents higher than a month ago. Prices, of course, do vary by state. California has the highest right now, averaging about $5 a gallon, while Mississippi has the lowest at $3.32 a gallon. Experts say a late summer price spike is unusual, so what's to blame? The summer heat is a factor, as temperatures over 95 degrees in states like Texas and Louisiana have led refineries to cut back production for safety reasons and also to avoid major outages. That's helped move the price of West Texas Intermediate crude oil up to $81 a barrel, up about $12 since last month alone. And global oil production cuts have also had an impact, with about 1 million barrels a day cut by OPEC member Saudi Arabia through September. That's what we know now. We should note that gas prices are still much lower than last summer, when they peaked at above $5 on average a gallon following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And while prices may come back down soon as cooler temps return, the coming hurricane season could also impact supply if any refineries off the coast take a hit. There's much more ahead tonight on Prime. It's a song that came out decades ago, flying under the radar for years. Now it's being hailed as a lost masterpiece. Musician Donnie Emerson tells us how his remarkable experience is being chronicled in the new film. But first, allegations of sexual harassment and weight shaming. Lizzo responds to that bombshell lawsuit filed against her. But first, a look at our top trending stories on abcnews.com.
It takes asking the straightforward, tough questions.
Do you believe that Donald Trump should ever be president again?
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I can't imagine what it feels like to go from $20 billion to $100,000. Yeah. Are you worried about going to jail?
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
The news-making interviews.
You said that there were 6 friends. One of them was sick.
Yeah.
Do you have future political aspirations?
Going to the front line.
The search for survivors. How does this war end?
And getting to the heart of the story.
Thank you for being here. We'll be here for the long run.
ABC News, #1 in the morning, the #1 newscast, #1 in daytime talk, Friday nights, Sunday mornings versus the competition, and the #1 streaming news. Thank you for making ABC News America's trusted, straightforward first choice.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Everybody in that home is okay.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. We are here at fashion's biggest night out.
What's happening today? YouTube has unveiled a new set of policies.
What people are talking about. The new ad campaign.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
A real-life Barbie dream house.
A name change for the Wienermobile.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
We're along I-5. Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
Get ready, America. Every Friday. The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff. Yes. And save big time, too. The right stuff. Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis, streaming weeknights.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
Welcome back. A house explodes, leading to a desperate search for survivors. The manufacturers of popular weight loss drugs face a lawsuit, and legendary quarterback Tom Brady buys into a different kind of football team. These stories and more in tonight's rundown.
It was Election Day in Tennessee for two members of the so-called Tennessee Three, Democratic State Representatives Justin Pearson and Justin Jones, were infamously expelled from the state legislature in April after holding a gun violence protest on the House floor after a Nashville school mass shooting. Two lawmakers eventually reinstated, but only on an interim basis, requiring them to win special elections to permanently take back their seats.
Officials say 2 bodies have been recovered and 2 people are unaccounted for after a house explosion in New Jersey. The home was on fire when officials arrived. A woman and young child were each flown to hospitals. Officials originally said 4 people were unaccounted for, before later saying that 2 bodies were pulled from the rubble. Officials have not specified a cause for the explosion, but said it was currently being treated as a crime scene.
Passengers on a Delta flight used emergency slides to get off their plane after a landing gear tire popped. FAA says the flight was arriving from Richmond, Virginia Wednesday night, made a hard landing into Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta Airport, causing the left main gear tire damage. Delta says only one of the nearly 190 passengers on board was hurt. Passengers were eventually taken to an airport terminal.
The manufacturers of Ozempic and Mounjaro, the diabetes drugs popular for aiding in weight loss, are facing a lawsuit. A woman says she lost 150 pounds, but claims the manufacturers failed to adequately warn about the risk of gastroparesis. She has not been officially diagnosed with the condition. The drugs come with clear warnings about side effects, and a warning about a delay in gastric emptying is on the label, adding the majority are mild to moderate and typically only occur in a short duration. Eli Lilly, maker of Mounjaro, tells ABC News, "We actively engage in monitoring and reporting safety information for all our medicines."
The growing fallout for Lizzo after the Truth Hurts singer was sued by 3 of her former dancers. The suit filed on Tuesday by Ariana Davis, Crystal Williams, and Noel Rodriguez accused the Grammy winner of creating a hostile work environment, weight shaming them, and pressuring them to participate in parties with overly sexual atmospheres.
Lizzo has responded in an online post. She says she's, quote, not the villain people in the media have portrayed.
Maybe you're asking, what do you know about English football, Tom? Well, let's just say I got a lot to learn.
Former NFL star Tom Brady trying out a different kind of football. 7-time Super Bowl champ announced as a new minority owner for Birmingham City Football Club. Brady, who just turned 46 today, will also be chairman of the new advisory board. He retired this offseason after 23 seasons of American football.
The night hip-hop was born, Coke LaRock says he picked up the mic, becoming the first MC in creating the blueprint for what we now know as rap. But he says his many contributions have not been recognized. 5 decades after the birth of the music genre, is it too late for him to make a claim? Our Mike Muse talks to Coke about his contributions and legacy as we commemorate 50 years of hip-hop.
It's easy to pass by this building and assume it's just like the thousands of others in New York City. But as the story goes, here in the Rec Room on Sedgwick Avenue in the Bronx, hip-hop, a multi-billion-dollar industry, was born.
Now, thinking back to 1973, here is this party for back to school, changed the trajectory of music.
The beginnings of hip-hop was shaped by the sounds, movements, and culture of the time.
I know in 1973, we had Gladys Knight and the Pips. We had Aretha Franklin, Rocksteady. We had Marvin Gaye, Let's Get It On.
Then my people was, I love the Delphonics.
All I know is la, 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 la.
The incredible music of the Motown sound and soul music and Jimmy Castor and James Brown and people like that. Everyone wanted to be like James Brown. Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
Say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud.
People were getting assassinated, MLK, JFK, Malcolm X, RFK. So we came out of that era and we were searching for something to give us some comfort and some escapism. We may come from dirt, but we're not dirt.
On August 11, 1973, Clive Campbell, better known as DJ Kool Herc, threw a party ushering in a genre of music that's become a global cultural phenomenon. And while Herc made history on the ones and twos, by his side, a man known to everyone as Coke LaRock.
Is that when you decided to pick up the microphone? Because during that time period, you were both a DJ as well in your own regard, right?
Yeah, I grabbed the mic the first time I got in that room.
You did.
Coke says that was the moment he became the first MC of hip-hop. At another party, Coke remembers someone stepping up to challenge him.
And that's when I put it all together with, I said, let me introduce myself, Ronnie D. I give no mercy, take no prisoners. I am that first G-Money man. I got a G better any type of weather, cold or hot, rain or not. Born in an orphan, fought like a slave, chucking and fighting is all Coke LaRock played.
Coke LaRock says he coined the lines and phrases that many now associate with other artists, but you won't hear him featured on any of those tracks.
One night I'm at this party and everybody was doing this as I'm talking, like you said, a rhythm. So I was like, wow, they moving side to side. So I start saying, you rock and you don't stop. You rock and you don't stop, because you're now listening to the sounds of Coke LaRock.
It's a lyric often associated with Africa Bambaataa and the Soul Sonic Force's 1982 hit, Planet Rock.
I can say it now. We was at the motel on the turnpike, right? Now, I had a wife, everything. So we at the motel, me and somebody, we came out, and somebody else came out the other door with somebody they wasn't supposed to be with. We looked at each other, Mike, and then I realized, and I put it to words. Hotel, motel, you don't tell, I don't tell.
Another familiar line, heard in what's often called the first mainstream hip-hop track, Rapper's Delight.
Do you feel like hip-hop owes you anything?
If Herc is the father of hip-hop, and that's, everybody know that. If Herc came out of there, and I picked the mic up, and I came out of there, why am I not known for that? Where's the royalty money of this?
Attorney Lita Rosario Richardson's expertise sits at the intersection of entertainment and intellectual property. Lita works to rectify the drawbacks in the music industry that left many legacy artists without ownership of their work.
Is Coke LaRock entitled to anything?
So, my first question for Coke LaRock, did he ever record any of his rhymes? And I heard him say that he used to make mixtapes on 8 tracks. So if he recorded some of those rhymes on those 8 tracks, he has some evidence of when they were created. But even if he didn't, he can actually record those rhymes now and file them at the Copyright Office, because copyrights subsist from the date of creation, not from the date that you file your copyright registration.
Why is that important for his grandkids?
Yes, and that's what this is all about, legacy. Royalties can continue to be paid, or money can continue to be earned for a time period equal to the life of the last surviving co-author of the work, plus 70 years.
With hits like Fight the Power, rapper Chuck D of the group Public Enemy has never shied away from social and political discourse. now co-founding the Hip Hop Alliance, providing resources for hip hop and R&B creators similar to a union.
We've been part of industries that have made billions of dollars. Okay, where's the retirement fund? Where's the health care? You know, what's the advice and the direction for artists that come in?
Joining him in the fight is another trailblazing MC, fellow Hip Hop Alliance co-founder Curtis Blow, whose classic track, The Breaks, became the first certified gold rap song.
'Cause I'm Curtis Blow, and I want you to know that these are the breaks.
We have the Legends Fund, which is a nonprofit 501c3 organization that has emergency funds that we are building for legends who fall upon dire straits. We're out to make people live their lives more abundantly and not just survive, but to thrive.
The electric feelings and funky vibes of those groundbreaking nights on display at Legacy NYC in Soho.
This one says, pays tribute to New York's #1 DJs, Kool Herc and Coke LaRock at the Disco Palace.
I didn't see it really even going all the way. I knew we giving good parties and we doing that, but it was so hard to see the future.
Now, what remains of those parties have the potential to solidify Coke's claims on the impact he made in hip-hop.
Now, we also, too, Lita, had the chance to sit with Coke and go down to an art gallery in Soho that had a wonderful exhibit that showcased flyers. Could an artifact like that give any establishment?
Yeah, it's certainly evidence. It's evidence. You know, him and Kool Herc, who were out there doing this, it sets up a date. It doesn't answer the ultimate fact, but it's certainly evidence that contributes to the point.
A landmark past and a story told through word of mouth, evidenced on pieces of paper, may be the key Coke LaRock has been looking for all along.
Coke LaRock, what's happening, man? This is Mike Muse from ABC. After you and I spoke, I interviewed Lita Rosario Richardson, who is a well-known entertainment attorney. So what I asked her was, you know, does she think that you have a right to any claims in hip-hop? What she said, though, Coke, is that you do have a right to go after your copyright.
That sounds great. That sounds great. That sounds real positive.
How does that make you feel?
It makes you feel good because, like I said, it's really for my grandkids, kids beyond, and just to know the truth.
LaRock's hopes to earn a piece of the pie now lie in the legacy he wants to leave for his family.
I'm talking now because I felt God left me here to talk now, because at the beginning and going through the part of hip-hop, I was way ahead of my time.
Our thanks to Mike Muse for that. Now imagine this for a moment, if you will. You're a musician, and an album you made decades ago was suddenly being celebrated as a masterpiece. Well, it's a true story. That's what happened to singer-songwriter Donnie Emerson and his family when the album he and his brother recorded as teens was found about 30 years later by a collector. While that brought the hope of second chances, it also unearthed some long-buried emotions as Donnie, his wife Nancy, brother Joe, and father Don Sr. come to terms with their past and with this newfound fame. Their story is told in a new film, Dreamin' Wild. Let's take a quick look.
Hey, brother. Joe? I got something to tell you. Dad got a call yesterday from a guy at a record company. He says he heard our record and,
Our record? What do you mean?
Dreamin' Wild.
Yeah, it's a great moment in the movie because, yeah, what record? It's 30 years ago. Joining us now, and we're happy to have him, is musician Donnie Emerson and his wife, musician, actor, and dancer Nancy Sophia Emerson. Guys, thanks so much. I really do appreciate this.
Thank you, Phil.
Right off the bat, how accurate is the movie to your real-life story?
It's really accurate. I mean, it's unbelievable how Casey portrays me. It's like an out-of-body experience.
Yeah, Miss Casey Affleck and Zooey Deschanel play the both of you. What was it like when you found out this collector found the album and listened to it and went, oh, people need to hear this? What was it like? Because in that clip right there, you looked confused.
I was stunned. I was literally stunned because I've been playing music for a long, long time at that time. I still about 30 years at that point in time doing many styles of music. I was stunned. I couldn't believe it, actually.
So, Nancy, what was your reaction when you found out they were going to make a movie? about all this?
It was something I wasn't sure was going to happen, because he had been approached probably 3 other times with people liking the story. And I knew it was deserving because I had been around him for so many years as his wife and professionally, and Joe. So I knew it was deserving. So I was.
Well, let's take a quick look again at the journey.
How did you do it?
Donnie made it all right here.
Donnie, what you got going on over there?
I'm just playing around. Donnie's a genius, truthfully.
And then what happened?
We're gonna need some more money to get these last few songs finished.
My dad lost a lot.
We find albums that never found an audience. We try to give them a second chance.
Beau Bridges plays your father. Amazing actor. The chemistry between all of them was great. You had unconditional love and support from your father, and that is very clear in this movie. I'm wondering, we saw the album cover there. I'm wondering what the inspiration was for that album.
My dad, my mom just let me do what I wanted to do. I wanted to implement, for the record, for the look of it, I think we were like 10 years behind because I liked Elvis. You know?
Yeah, those costumes.
Yeah. Can you imagine? You got Elvis. I got my names on there. You know, everything's crazy. So I think we were like 10 years behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah.
So you two were playing together when the record company came to you and said, "Hey, we want to do this with the record." And there's a moment in there where you have to tell your wife, they want me and Joe to do this.
Yeah, we were just starting our album, an album together. I had sang on a couple of his other albums, just like 1 or 2 songs backup. But this was going to be an album for the first time that we were going to do together in years of playing together. And then, like...
and then here comes this other thing. It's like a lost child coming back, saying, "Hey, I got something else here. Don't forget me."
In this film, the soundtrack features an original song called "When a Dream is Beautiful."
Yes.
And I think the placement of a song in a movie is so crucial.
Yeah.
And this is placed so perfectly in the movie. Tell me what it was like to see this song in this movie.
Oh, it was like a third child. It was like making a third child.
Yeah.
We have 2 children, and it was just something that we had felt we can do this.
Yeah.
And we were so confident, but we wanted to write the song that honored the story, honored his story, honored, you know, Bill, what he was presenting.
Just finally, 30 million streams. What do you think it is about Baby?
It's a gift from God. It was a gift to me. It's simple, but it evolves. Phil, it's not a typical piece written. I did that in like a one-taker.
Oh, wow.
All the way through.
You call it magic in the film, and I was telling you, it's a bit meditative when I listen to it. I love it. If you haven't heard it, you should listen to it. Thank you guys so much for being here. I so appreciate it. Dreamin' Wild opens in theaters tomorrow, August 4th. The film soundtrack you just mentioned, Nancy, including the original song, "When a Dream is Beautiful," is currently available wherever music is streamed.
It's a dream. It's a wild dream.
Yeah, dream come true indeed. That's our show for this hour. I'm Phil Lipoff. Stay with ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks for streaming with us. And coming up in the next hour, the message from President Biden to the people of Niger as it faces what he calls a grave challenge to its democracy. And our team coverage will continue as former President Donald Trump faces criminal charges in another case. What happened inside the courtroom today and what implications this could have for his...
This is ABC News Live Prime.
Thanks so much for streaming with us.
Live reporting, breaking news, exclusives, award-winning, powerful, eye-opening. ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. Streaming weeknights. From America's #1 news comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now. This is where the newsmakers come first in the morning to be heard. America's #1 morning show.
How would your mom feel about your relationship with your brother now?
I can't imagine what it feels like to go from $20 billion to $100,000.
Yeah.
Are you worried about going to jail?
You write that you had low-grade depression. How'd you get out of that?
Wherever the story, ABC's Good Morning America is right there.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital.
Destructive Cat 4 storm.
We're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married to a man who had done something so horrible that it would devastate our lives forever.
Teacher of the Year is now charged with sex crimes.
Only on Hulu.
He was living a double life.
The shocking story behind a #1 true crime podcast.
Prostitutes, escorts. He even cheated on me the week of our wedding.
Betrayal, the perfect husband.
He had a lot of fantasies.
Now streaming only on Hulu.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
How cute.
Yes.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do? Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You got to think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Good evening. I'm Phil Lipoff in for Lindsay Davis tonight. Thanks so much for streaming with us. We are going to begin with that unprecedented court appearance in our nation's capital for former President Trump. Former president riding alone in his motorcade, passing familiar streets on his way to the federal courthouse, which is just a few blocks from the White House. He entered that courthouse through an underground garage to answer to an indictment the likes of which we have never seen before in this country. A president charged for alleged crimes committed while in office. And tonight, we are getting new sketches from inside that courtroom where former President Trump pleaded not guilty to each of the 4 counts, which carry possible jail time if convicted. Also in the courthouse, police officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th. We're going to hear from Officer Harry Dunn in just a few minutes. Trump himself gave a brief statement at the airport, calling this a persecution of a political opponent. Tonight, Trump has touched down back in New Jersey and has arrived at his property in Bedminster. We have live team coverage from Trump's property in New Jersey to legal analysis of what comes next. And we begin with Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas.
It was an extraordinary moment in Washington. Former President Donald Trump returning to the nation's capital. But this was not the way he expected to come back. Waving as he stepped off his plane at Reagan National Airport just before 3 p.m. this afternoon to face historic charges. Never before has a former president been charged with attempting to overturn an election. The special counsel alleging Donald Trump knew he lost. Driving through the nation's capital to the courthouse just blocks from the White House, and the Capitol where the attack played out on January 6th. Seen through the window, traveling alone in his motorcade as it traveled through the city streets, weaving toward that federal courthouse. His motorcade driving in through the underground garage, out of sight from onlookers lining the streets. Inside that courthouse, the former president processed, his fingerprints taken, and his personal information recorded. He was not placed in handcuffs, and there was no mugshot taken, authorities deeming it unnecessary because he's one of the most photographed men in the world. The arraignment described as routine, though the defendant and the charges are anything but. Just before 4 p.m., Trump entering a large courtroom on the 2nd floor to appear before a magistrate judge. Already inside, federal prosecutors and special counsel Jack Smith himself off to the side. Smith could be seen looking at Trump. The former president flanked by his attorneys at the defense table, looking around the courtroom, at one point staring directly back at Jack Smith, too. The two face-to-face for the first time since June 13th, his last arraignment. Trump's hands clasped on the table, waiting for over 20 minutes before the judge entered the courtroom and the case was announced. The United States of America versus Donald J. Trump. After he was sworn in, the judge requesting Trump say his full name and his age, 77. The judge then reading the charges: conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, specifically the January 6th certification of the presidential results, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights, to deprive people of their right to vote and to have their votes counted. The judge then making sure Trump was aware of the maximum penalty for each count. Count 1, up to 5 years. Count 2, up to 20 years. Count 3, up to 20 years. And count 4, up to 10 years. Standing, Trump himself pleading not guilty to each of those counts, as he had to every charge he's faced. The prosecutors then arguing for a speedy trial. Donald Trump's team immediately refuting that, saying the special counsel has had ample time. They need time, too, to defend Trump. The judge responded, "You will get a fair trial." On the issue of timing, the magistrate said, "Take it up with the judge who has been assigned the case." The hearing taking just under 30 minutes. Also in the courthouse today, officers who defended the Capitol on January 6th. Capitol Police officers Harry Dunn and Aquilino Gonell. And D.C. Metro Police Officer Daniel Hodges, who was pinned between two doors by rioters. Trump's motorcade then quickly leaving the way they came, heading back to the airport. His aide, Walt Nauta, who was charged with Trump in the classified documents case, in a sign of loyalty, holding the umbrella for the former president. Trump speaking to the cameras in the rain before taking off for New Jersey.
This is a persecution of a political opponent. This was never supposed to happen in America.
Just a remarkable scene today in Washington, D.C., and even more dramatic, it wasn't just the former president in the courtroom. Jack Smith was there as well, making his presence known.
Phil, there was this moment when the two men were apparently staring at each other. Just extraordinary. The prosecutor bringing the case, essentially saying, "I'm here. I support my staff. I did this." And Donald Trump looking him in the eye, assessing him. So, again, extraordinary on all levels. And also, I think the fact that Jack Smith was there himself tells you how he's personally and professionally involved and fully engaged in the case.
The gravity of the situation. Pierre Thomas, thank you.
Pleasure.
ABC's Trevor Ault is in Bedminster, New Jersey. Trevor, the former president is back now at that property behind you tonight, not long at all after that court appearance.
No, Phil, and this is where he began and where he will now end his day after what has been a historic moment and a stretch of moments for the United States and for the former president. And if you're curious what a former president does before he's arraigned, alleged of trying to conspire to defraud the United States, the answer for Donald Trump is he played golf. That's what he did this morning before making his way to and from Washington, D.C. It was a remarkable sight here as he took off and as he returned, because there were so many overlapping elements. As we heard from Pierre's reporting, the president sat alone in his motorcade, but we know in front of him he had several attorneys going with him to the arraignment, and he also had multiple members of his campaign staff. And from the people here in Bedminster who we talked to, this presidential campaign is looming large over their thoughts. The recurring discussion point from everybody that we spoke to, whether or not they were a supporter of President Trump or whether or not they wanted to see him go to prison for several years, almost all of them brought up 2024. They know that the results of this case is not just going to have an impact on the future of Donald Trump, it's going to have a substantial impact on the future of the United States. Looming over everything, of course, is the presidential campaign, but we cannot forget how unprecedented this is now. A former president of the United States arraigned on a third occasion here. It has truly been a historic day, Phil.
Yeah, a remarkable day. Trevor Ault, thanks so much. Joined now by ABC Chief Washington Correspondent Jonathan Karl. And Jonathan, we know these trials are already colliding with the campaign calendar, but now the first hearing, so close to the first GOP debate, the next hearing?
I mean, it's incredible. So you have the first Republican debate is on August 23rd. 5 days later, you have the first scheduled hearing in this case. And keep in mind, you have the other cases. You have the New York case where the trial date is set, could change, but is set for March, right in the middle of the Republican primaries. The trial date has also been set in the classified documents case. Again, it may change, but it's set for May 20th, just weeks before the Republican convention. And while the calendars are converging, so are the messages. Donald Trump's legal message is indistinguishable from his political message now. He is running as a victim, and now he says, of a persecution.
Yeah, this is going to be intertwined for years to come.
For sure.
At least until the next election, possibly beyond. Jonathan Karl, so good to see you here in New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
As the former president of the United States stood before that magistrate and pleaded not guilty to those 4 criminal charges, among those gathered in the courthouse were some of the very officers who helped stop the all-out attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Former Capitol officer Harry Dunn was one of those officers on January 6th who also testified, as you see before Congress, about that unforgettable day. He spoke with Aaron Katersky about what it felt like to see and hear Donald Trump today for himself. Here's part of that interview.
What was the moment like?
Thanks for having me on. It's a necessary step on the road, the path to justice and accountability. I didn't expect much from this hearing arraignment. I didn't learn anything new, but it was good to see former President Trump facing accountability just like any other person in this country would if they committed the crimes that he did.
Good to see the former president in this courthouse.
Yeah.
That's a stunning statement, a former president in the United States courthouse.
Well, he broke the law, so I guess people that break the law, that's where they belong, inside the courthouse. So it was good to see that equal justice under the law is still being applied.
When you read the charges and read the allegations in the indictment, that must have resonated with you quite personally.
It's official now, you know. A lot of this stuff was known. He's talked about it during it. The January 6th committee unveiled a lot of that evidence. So I was kind of familiar with it, but the January 6th committee didn't have the power of prosecution like the Department of Justice does and did. So it's good to see it official now.
I asked your colleague, Sergeant Gunnell, the same question here. This is, I mean, it happened right there. And now you're just steps away. How do you reconcile the two things?
Day by day and a lot of therapy. And not even being funny, but it was a traumatic experience for me, for a lot of other people. I am seeking mental health. I encourage people to seek help. What happened that day and what's happening now isn't normal. And we need to acknowledge that and realize it's not something wrong with us. It's wrong with the world and wrong with a lot of other people. So we need to take care of ourselves, and that's how I do it. I talk about it, being in front of all these cameras and telling my story about what happened, and not giving opinions, just what happened and facts. Is therapeutic for me, so I'm going to continue to do it as long as people are listening. And even if nobody's listening, I'm still going to talk. So.
All right, I'm going to bring in ABC News legal contributor Asha Rangappa right now. And Asha, what do you think would be the former president's best defense here? Because there could be several. And how much of an uphill battle do you think he's facing in this particular case?
Well, Phil, I think maybe his best defense could be that he relied on the advice of his counsel. This whole blueprint to submit fake electors and try to get Congress to throw the election to Trump was something that was cooked up by his lawyer, John Eastman, who is co-conspirator number 2 in the indictment. I think the problem here is that John Eastman, according to indictment, was actually conceding at many points that this was not an entirely up-and-up legal strategy even, but also, more importantly, Trump would have to testify in his own defense. He would have to get on the stand and say, here's what my lawyer told me, here's what I thought. And that not only puts him at risk of cross-examination and making conflicting stories, but also waives the attorney-client privilege. And I cannot see his attorneys letting him do that.
I mean, he's still saying to this day that he won the election. What about the defense? You know, I really did believe this. Is that going to work here? Is there any evidence of that?
It's not going to work here because proving that he didn't believe that he won the election is not actually an element of any of the crimes that he's charged with. Even if he had that he won, that would not justify his using unlawful means to throw the election to himself, to get people to violate their oaths of office, to submit false slates of electors, to pressure the vice president, to pressure the Secretary of State in Georgia. You know, if you look at the hundreds of people who've been actually charged and convicted for January 6th, the people on the ground, many of them actually believe that Trump won the election. They might still believe that to this day, and it is not a defense to the actual criminal activity that they engaged in.
And according to the conditions of his release, he must not violate federal or state laws. What happens? I mean, obviously that's a crime, you know, wherever he would commit that. But what about the pending indictment in Georgia? If that case moves forward, would that have any impact?
A lot of coordination issues between these many jurisdictions that are going to, especially if Georgia moves forward, that are going to want to proceed with their cases. This admonition given by the judge is a big deal because Trump is now, you know, under the court's jurisdiction. And the court has power to, for example, hold him in contempt if he does not follow the instructions to, say, not contact witnesses. And I agree with the previous reporter that the prohibition on talking to witnesses is going to be very hard for Trump. We know that historically, in the Mueller investigation, for example, he was trying to intervene with witnesses, in that case, trying to dangle pardons to them or intimidate them. And in the January 6th hearings, we found out that he, through an intermediary, had tried to contact Cassidy Hutchinson and influence her testimony. This is a tried-and-true tactic for him, and it will not go well for him if he tries to do it now that he's under the power of the federal courts.
All right, Asha Rangappa, thank you. Now to the deadly home explosion in New Jersey and the stunning aftermath with the home reduced to smoking rubble. A mother and her young daughter were seriously burned with others unaccounted for. Here's Stephanie Ramos.
Tonight, an urgent search for more victims after a deadly house explosion shook the South New Jersey neighborhood.
As of this time, we have recovered 2 bodies from the rubble.
Authorities still looking for at least 2 others.
The house shook so much that I thought it was in the house.
Firefighters descending on this street around 10:30 this morning in Atlantic County. Smoke pouring from where the home once stood as they put out the flames. That house reduced to rubble. A 16-year-old and 1-year-old child who survived the blast medevaced to a burn center in nearby Philadelphia. The teen's burns appearing non-life-threatening, according to authorities.
I actually saw her and was speaking to her. She did have some burns.
The blast also damaging several other homes that had to be evacuated. So far, police say no other injuries are reported.
Phil, police say utilities have been shut off on that street. They've also launched a criminal investigation until a cause is determined. Phil.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. And now to the bombshell espionage charges against 2 U.S. Navy sailors accused of sending national defense secrets to China. ABC's chief national correspondent Matt Gutman.
Tonight, federal investigators charging 2 U.S. Navy sailors with a shocking betrayal, stealing defense secrets and selling them to China.
When a soldier or sailor chooses cash over country and hands over national defense information in an ultimate act of betrayal, we have to be ready to act.
In both cases, the sailors were allegedly approached by Chinese spies and offered thousands of dollars in exchange for delivering classified details about naval operations. It's unclear if the cases are connected. The most serious charge of espionage leveled against 22-year-old sailor Jinchao Wei, also known as Patrick Wei, on Wednesday.
The unauthorized disclosure of this national defense information could place the national security of the United States and the safety of Wei's fellow U.S. Navy sailors in jeopardy.
Prosecutors say Wei, a sailor aboard the USS Essex, sent a Chinese spy details about the defense and weapons capabilities of U.S. Navy ships, as well as information on ship movement. Authorities say Wei was paid at least $5,000 for selling technical manuals, blueprints, photos, and videos of the Essex.
This is part of a brazen campaign by the People's Republic of China to target U.S. military officials.
And 26-year-old sailor Wenheng Zhao, stationed at a naval base in Ventura County, California, now charged with conspiracy and taking bribes. Authorities saying over the course of nearly 2 years, Zhao sold photos and diagrams of a U.S. military radar system in Japan, as well as yielding precise operational details about an upcoming naval exercise in the Pacific, Zhao allegedly receiving nearly $15,000.
And Matt joins me now. Matt, you're learning more about the suspects and just how far this could all go.
Phil, both of the suspects had their first appearances in court today. Neither of them entered a plea, but in talking to officials from the Department of Justice, they're saying that these two suspects might just be the tip of the iceberg in what they're calling this brazen and expanding effort by Chinese intelligence to infiltrate the U.S. military and try to recruit U.S. military personnel. And a lot of it is happening right here on the West Coast. Phil.
All right, Matt Gutman from Los Angeles tonight. Matt, thank you. And there is still more to get to. Coming up, President Biden calls for the release of Niger's president following a coup as the Pentagon releases a statement on the thousands of U.S. troops based in country. But next, accused of running down someone, then carrying out a stabbing spree. New details on the violent attack in South Korea.
Whenever news breaks,
the crush of families here in Poland.
Here in Kentucky, no match for the tornado.
From Monterey Park, California, on the ground in Ukraine.
Reporting from Uvalde, Texas, ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
From Kathmandu, Nepal.
Truckee, California, covering record snowfall.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
Here at this airport in Tampa, it's already shut down.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Reporting from Jerusalem.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you? Yeah.
So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
From the 2024 campaign trail in Erie, Pennsylvania, I'm Rachel Scott. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. We are tracking several headlines around the world right now. A man in South Korea rammed his car into someone, then got out and stabbed others, killing one person and injuring another 12. Police say the suspect was arrested. Media reports describe him as a man in his 20s with a delivery job, suffering from some mental health issues. The unexplained attack came just days after another rare stabbing, which killed one person and wounded 3 others. Somalia's Minister of Youth and Sports suspended the chairwoman of that country's athletics federation and is threatening legal action after a presumably untrained female sprinter participated in the 100-meter dash. The sports minister said an investigation revealed the woman was neither a sports person nor a runner. The chairwoman is accused of engaging in acts of abuse of power, nepotism, and defaming the name of the nation in the national, international arena. Deforestation in Brazil's Amazon fell in July to its lowest level for the month since 2017. Satellite data from a Brazilian space research agency showed a 66% drop from the same period a year ago. The new figures come as President Lula gathers next week with leaders of Amazonian countries for a summit in northern Brazil to discuss ways to protect the world's largest rainforest. As unrest continues in Niger, the United States is now getting involved. ABC foreign correspondent Tom Soufi-Burridge breaks down what's at stake not only for the U.S., but for the international community as well.
Yeah, Phil, Niger has been a key ally for the US and its allies in the fight against armed Islamist extremist groups across a large area of Western and Central Africa. Today, people taking to the streets of Niger's capital, Niamey, in support of last week's military coup, which deposed the democratically elected leader, President Bazoum. Protesters calling on foreign troops to leave the country. 1,100 US military personnel are currently based in Niger, up until now working closely with Niger's military to combat armed jihadist groups. The Pentagon today releasing a statement saying those US troops are staying put despite a move by the State Department to pull some US embassy staff out of the country. Other governments in West Africa have condemned the coup, and they are not ruling out taking military action if Niger's military does not cancel the coup and restore President Bazoum to power. Now, there's plenty of anti-French sentiment among supporters of the coup, and some demonstrators have been waving Russian flags. The coup in Niger follows recent military coups in neighbouring Burkina Faso and in Mali, where the Russian mercenary group Wagner then started operating. Many Western analysts say since then, violence linked to Islamist extremists in those two countries has been on the rise. So the US watching the situation in Niger very closely. President Biden releasing a statement calling on President Bazoum to be released, adding that democratic values are essential for the partnership between Niger and the US. Phil?
Tom Sufi Burridge from London tonight. Tom, thank you. And still to come, a call to police regarding a young boy has a surprising end, the kind gesture from an officer to a child.
When I got sent to Idaho to cover the murders of 4 college students, it was a story that didn't make any sense. 4 students stabbed to death in their beds while 2 roommates were home.
You gotta think to yourself, okay, who's the target and how many people would a man go through to get to his target?
I'm Kana Whitworth with ABC News. This is the story of savage murders, a determined small-town police force, and a scholar of crime. This is the King Road Killings. The full series is out now. Listen to every episode wherever you get your podcasts.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television. From America's #1 News comes the all-new ABC News app. Breaking news, incredible video, faster, smarter, and customizable to your interests. If you love being in the know, you're gonna love this. Experience the all-new ABC News app. Download it now.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now.
This is What Would You Do? Let's go. How are you?
Yes. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live?
What would you do?
Hey, I guess I just found out.
The What Would You Do Marathon, 2 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
My favorite show.
And finally tonight, a police tip ends with an act of kindness from a police officer in Hapeville, Georgia. Reporter Barrett Peterson with our partner station WSB has the story in our local lowdown.
In his 7 years on the job with the Hapeville Police Department, Officer Eric Colleran knows that some investigations are not what they seem.
You might get told one thing over the radio, and when you show up on scene, it's something completely different.
Like last week's call of a reported trespasser in a neighborhood along North Avenue. That's where he found 16-year-old Keontae Evans.
I'm guessing you didn't see that coming.
No, not at all. I didn't see it coming at all. It's just out the blue. It came like a miracle.
The person who called police was unaware that Keontae had been hired to do some yard work. Officer Colleran sorted out the misunderstanding and learned Keontae was trying to earn money to buy his brothers and sisters some school clothes and buy himself a PlayStation 5. They parted company, and a couple of days later, Officer Colleran returned with a little something in the trunk of his patrol car, the video game console. He got a hug for that. After taking it inside, Keontae ran out again.
Somebody just did this for you. Like, the game is so expensive, and, you know, somebody just did that for you. You can't do nothing but be so excited. You got to give him a hug, a big hug at that. You got to give him a very big hug.
I didn't do any of this to end up on the news or anything. I was just going to try to help him out and reach his goal and let him understand that if you work hard and you're honest, and good things will come to you.
It's a great mantra, and the hug says it all. We thank Barron Peterson from our partner station WSB for that tonight. And that's our show. I'm Phil Lipoff. ABC News Live is here for you all night with the latest news, context, and analysis. You can always find us on Hulu, Roku, the ABC News app, and of course, abcnews.com. Good night.
It was the ideal marriage. Little did I know I was married